Hey guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Harry Potter book review, Goblet of Fire, Midnight. My goodness, golly oh golly. It is quite insane. It really is. That whenever I do these chapters, naturally I have to go and refresh my memory with the movie scenes and everything. And it's so fast in this movie to do it, guys. Because normally, like, you know, with the previous book, like, say, obviously, you know, the big scenes in the latter part of that, very, like brilliantly done scenes in Prisoner of Azkaban. I'm not making much sense, guys. I'm sorry. I'm excited. But in Goblet of Fire, like, these are two big chapters that we're doing today, guys. They're both pretty chunky. They're the chunkiest chapters so far this book, I believe. But the movie representation is like a minute and a half. It really is, and I could just imagine, like, you know, you book readers just pulling your hair out at certain things, like, you know, and the games begin and cuts away from the World Cup, and then Harry, like, running amongst the tents, and then just getting knocked out and everything, and then waking up, and they hadn't missed the entire scene. No, that's unfair. Although there are noticeable, you know, absences in the characters, though, which we will be discussing, guys. Looking forward to that. We do, yeah, we revisit some characters and meet some new characters, which is wonderful. And so I love these chapters, guys. Cannot wait to get talking about them. I got my notes as always. Guys, if you're new here, we are doing book reviews of the Harry Potter. I say reviews. That still confuses people. No. Yeah, they are reviews, but in the title I always say, movie watcher reads the book for the first time. And so some people do still think that it's just me reading the book. Now, I've said it before, guys, unfortunately that does cause copyright issues. In fact, I remember one YouTuber watching one of my book reviews and saying about how that's what he did, and he used to read them on the beach, which just seems like a really lovely, chill thing to do for a channel. But naturally, I mean, the book is the words, and so it's a shame, but I can understand. I can kind of understand the copyright holders not wanting that to be there, because, you know, if you're going to be experiencing anything, they want you to be experiencing the audiobooks. And obviously I listen to both audiobooks this time, guys. Some big differences between Fry and Dale. Yeah, some big differences, actually. Really one which I think Dale does a better job at, and then one which Fry blatantly does a better job at, but we will get into that, guys. So yeah, looking forward to discussing it with you all, guys. As always, we will be covering your comments in the second half of the video. In the Harry Potter, the book club, which is something that's over on the Patreon, guys. If you are new here, you can be a part of the book club by pledging as little as you want. There's no minimum pledge, and get access to everything that's on the Patreon, as well as the blog where the Harry. Oh no, I need to do this now. A little bit behind the scenes stuff, guys. Normally I superimpose this image over the footage of me talking to you guys in editing, but I think that massively increases the export length, because these videos are long, guys. I do need to try and keep them under 6 hours, because I think that when it crosses over 6 hours, that's when YouTube really starts to struggle with it, and so we will try and keep it under 6 hours today, but we do have a lot to cover. Yeah, so what I've done now is I'm actually, you know, putting this image in on OBS, so it should save me a little bit of time exporting. Anyway, that's a really boring little footnote there. And so yes, you could be a part of the Harry Potter book club, which is something where you put your thoughts and comments of a chapter, and then I read that out in the video, and so we'll be covering those later on. You also get 2 book clubs in advance, and so if you're watching this for free on YouTube, guys, if you're interested in it, you can pledge on the Patreon and get access immediately to 2 more book clubs. And like I say, they tend to be around 5 hours long, and so there's 10 hours more of me waffling right now, if you want to go check out the Patreon. If you can't, don't worry, guys. They'll all be coming for free on YouTube, as per usual. That has saved me a lot of time doing that. So, guys, good stuff. Looking forward to this. I'm wearing my Meowth hat for no apparent reason, because I will be changing it in just a second. But yeah, I don't think there is any more housekeeping, other than just to say, my goodness, the movie Goblet of Fire is... it's insane. It's like the first 10 minutes is like so many chapters in the book. And you guys have been saying that apparently there was a thinking process of potentially breaking into 2 movies, guys. Right now, I feel like that would have been the right thing to do, but obviously we do have the TV series in production. So watching the Goblet of Fire version of that's going to be fascinating, because it really... I mean, we'll get into it, guys, but particularly the second chapter today, the mystery around it. It feels like a murder mystery story. And so we will get into that when we get to it. But either way, guys, without further ado, let's go over to Max's summary of the first chapter that we'll be covering today. And obviously Jonas's wonderful side panels, which are always greatly appreciated, which is Chapter 8, the Quidditch World Cup. I feel like I should be saying something else in the intro. I can't think of anything else, and I want to keep this short, so let's just get over to it straight away. So yes, Chapter 8, the Quidditch World Cup. Again, thank you to Jonas for these wonderful side panels. He actually sent me a couple of versions this time, and they were both excellent, but I did opt on this one. But thank you so much for that. And also to Max, thank you so much for the summary, which goes like follows. Everyone heads to the enormous stadium ready for the match. They head to their seats where they encounter a house elf that Harry assumes is Dobby. Turns out it isn't. Instead, it's Mr. Crouch's house elf Winky. But she does know Dobby. They find out she's saving a seat for her master, who arrives with the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. I think that's actually incorrect. And soon after, the Malfoy family. Ironically, the previous owners of Dobby... previous owners of Dobby. before the match starts, the mascots enter. Leprechauns for the Irish and Vila for the Bulgarians, who have a very comical effect on Ron and Harry. The team enter and the match begins. Harry is locked on to the Bulgarian seeker Victor Krum the entire time, who ends the game catching the snitch but loses the cup, which makes the twins very happy. Excellent summary there, Max. Thank you so much. I do feel like that isn't... We'll get into it, guys, but I'm not even sure if Crouch is even there for the game, because I think that Ludo actually calls him out on it in the next chapter. But Fudge is with the Bulgarian minister, and yes, I like the Bulgarian minister after what happens in this chapter. Either way, thank you so much for the summary, Max, and again, Jonas, thanks so much for the side panels. So, the stadium is in the woods. So on the movie, it's just basically on the cliffs of Dover and everything, which looks awesome and everything, but it's actually... It's interesting that it's in the woods, because it would mean that it had to be surrounded by trees, right? But unless it's built into the ground, I'm not sure. Not that it really matters, though, but Harry, like, when he sees it, thinks to himself how it could easily contain 10 cathedrals, comfortably. Now, it is a 100,000-seater stadium, guys, and clearly I misremembered the movie, because I remember the movie being the stadium being impossibly huge. I still think that it looks bigger than a 100,000-seater stadium, guys, because there are 100-seater stadiums in real life, guys. In fact, the biggest seater stadium is 135,000, I think it was, which is it's a cricket stadium of all things, guys. I don't get cricket, guys. I really don't. Actually, feel I haven't really tried watching it, but yeah, it's not a sport that particularly interests me, but. Obviously, it makes big monies in some places in the world, but yeah, the biggest stadium I believe is a cricket stadium. But then there are other stadiums which are over 100,000. I think Wembley Stadium is around 90,000. I've been to, what's it called? Oh my goodness, it used to be called the Millennium Stadium, but now it's called in Cardiff. Come on, but Principality. There we go. I think it's called the Principality Stadium, where I watched Clash at the Castle last year, the WWE event, which was wonderful. What a night that was. So yeah, 100,000-seater stadium. To Harry, it probably is incredible. You know, considering that he just wouldn't have seen anything like this before. But it's not magically impossible. As in, it's not like a fantasy that the stadium is 100,000-seater stadium, because like I say, there are those stadiums. I guess it's because the pitch in Quidditch is relatively small compared to things like cricket and so on. So I guess it would be like, imagine a tennis stadium which has like tens of thousands of seats and everything. It would be very strange because it would all be like bearing down on this tiny little pitch, you know, and so maybe that's why it seems so overwhelming. But yeah, they are very, very high up. I can't remember, I don't think it actually says how high they are up in their box, which we'll get to, guys. It's a strange, there are several strange choices in the movie, but there is one which really thinks, why did they do it? You know what, I do have a fear. I think it's just so we hate the Malfoys more. We'll get to it though, we'll get to it. The Ministry task force of 500 have been working on it. Oh yeah, so we hear about you know, the fact that they've been like putting spells on it to stop, I guess to stop cheating and everything, but I guess also security and so on, and obviously avoiding Muggles and so on. In fact, we do hear about Muggle repellent charms, which makes them instantly remember that they have an urgent appointment if they walk anywhere too close to the stadium, which is amazing. When Arthur says that, he like says bless them, which is quite condescending, but you know, it's because he likes them. I guess he does. He sees Muggles as a novelty rather than an equal. That's true. That's actually very true. He sees them as like little cute pets, I guess. Not in a nasty way, not in like a, you know, not in a Malfoy sort of way, but he sees them as, you know, as animals, as you know, fantastic beasts in a way, which we'll get into more in a moment, guys. There's a very interesting line coming up. It's interesting that it does specifically say that it's a Muggle repellent charm, because presumably this sort of charm could be made on wizards as well. And so, oh, I guess it's a catch-all though, isn't it? So this one is a Muggle-specific one, whereas I'm sure that if they wanted, they could make one which would work on wizards as well, or separately. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. So whilst I was listening to the audiobook, I should say, I know it is technically reading, isn't it? The movie was having an effect on my brain, guys, because I was envisaging the fact that they're so high up because they're cheap seats, which is what Lucius in the movie hints at. He's basically saying if it starts raining, you'll be the first to know, in a condescending way. But which you know, whilst listening to the audiobook, I was thinking, okay, so this is obviously like a very, very cheap box and everything like that. Although it is right in the middle of the stadium, that's quite strange, because obviously that's where you want to be, like as in the middle of the pitch, I should say. And so, you know, each goal on each end. So that was the first point where I thought, okay, so they're not actually that bad seats. Turns out, guys, these are like the greatest seats in the entire stadium. In the entire 100,000-seater stadium, these are the seats where the Minister of Magic is, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic is, Lucius. Like, it's so interesting because that's such a massive difference. Because in the movie, it's really hinting that, you know, they've got the cheap seats, but they're still happy to be there and everything, and they're having to like get underneath metal beams and everything just to get to where they're able to stand. But no, they have a blooming box with the Minister of Magic there. These tickets must have been extremely valuable, and this is the thing, guys. Up to this point, I've got a few comments saying it's really, you know, just you know, whatever Arthur did must have been incredible for Ludo, for him to be able to swing that. And up to this point, I've been thinking, well, surely not, because they're like the cheap seats, you know, they're like Rosie, or they'd be Rosie ZZZ. But now I understand. Now I understand why you guys have been saying, wow, what could he have possibly done? Because presumably in RL currency, these tickets must have been tens of thousands of pounds, right? They must have been, right? At least. I mean, they had the commentator right there in the room with them. It's such a big difference. But again, you really get the impression that they wanted to rush through what they saw as not being important information, and they wanted to reintroduce Lucius before their Death Eaters come a walking. Which makes sense that they'd want to introduce him into the movie there. And they can't just say, oh, Lucius is there. They had to have a bit where he's being snobbish. Although it is odd. He gets his cane, like, catches Harry's, like, sleeve or something on the beam and, like, says, like, essentially threatens him. And Arthur's just standing there not saying a single thing. Book Arthur would have started swinging at this point. And so, yeah, the movie scene is very odd. Also, lots of stairs. You'd think that'd be... Considering how little wizards use their legs, generally. This World Cup is giving them a good old workout. You'd think that they'd have lifts. Carpet lifts. Oh no, they don't. Magic carpets are regulated in this country, are they? I think. We have covered that previous, haven't we? Either way. Pardon me. Yeah, so in my notes, I've got down here, this sounds like they're great seats. Turns out, they are the greatest seats. But because I'd watched the movie beforehand, I wasn't allowing my brain to accept that, if you know what I mean. The score is going to be kept on a giant blackboard with like gold, I guess, chalk being written on it. Not a fan of chalk, guys. Can't really touch it. Very retro. Very retro that it is a chalkboard. I don't really understand why it would be, because obviously, you know, we have wizards that can, conjure all sorts of creatures and so on. Would they not want it to be something a lot more modern or anything? Or maybe is Quidditch seen as quite a retro sport, you know, quite traditional and everything? I guess in the same way that I guess tennis is, in a sense, isn't it? Lots of tradition in tennis. You know, one thing which I've never understood is why people aren't allowed to talk or speak during tennis matches. And so I looked it up, guys. In fact, apparently last week, a tennis player, started shouting at some of the crowd for talking during a game or something like that. So I looked up what it was, guys, because I assumed that maybe it has something to do with ricocheting, like so the players can hear the bounce of the ball, so it gives them extra sense to be able to pick up on it. It's not that at all, guys. It's the fact that that royalty used to attend a lot more at tennis games. Specifically in France, this rule was created, I believe, and so it was a tradition of, if the king or queen is watching a game, everyone should be quiet so they can concentrate on it. That's why now, in 2023, with not a royal member in sight, everyone has to be silent during tennis games. So yeah, I looked at it, I thought it was very, very fascinating. I do feel like it's a bit much. If a tennis player said no, it's because of the modern reason is because of ricocheting, I'd say, okay, that's fine. You know what? That's cool. That's a good reason. But if that isn't the reason, guys, I think they need to kind of get over themselves. I really do. It's... I watch a bit of tennis, guys, not much, but yeah, there is. It's quite a. It's a rich person's sport. Let's put it like that, guys. You know, it's people whose family could afford the greatest training from a very young age. Although there was that one tennis player, wasn't there, whose family fled blooming. What's it called? Chernobyl. Okay, ignore me, guys. I'm waffling. But yeah, that's my opinion on tennis. So yeah, I thought that was very interesting about the reason. That's the reason why everyone is quiet. So that is a big tradition. And so maybe having chalkboards instead of... You know, they could make the numbers appear up in the air if they wanted to. Or they could have big plasma screens and everything like that. Maybe it is because it's seen as quite a traditional sport in the Wizarding world. One bit which I did like on the movie, guys, is when Krum comes flying out, which we haven't got to yet, but we're talking about the stadium at this point. And like all the people in the seats like hold up cards and everything, and like it's like not animated, but it's like footage of him on the cards and everything. It looks very cool. It really does. That's a really nice addition. I gotta say though, Malfoy ain't seeing nothing. Draco, I should say. In the royal... Not in the royal box, sorry. The top box, where Fudge and the rest of them all are. And I did look out to see if there's like a house elf there, or someone who could be Ludo, or other characters. But Crouch is there in the movie, so Crouch may be in that scene. I'm not sure if he is. I swear that later on Ludo says, "Where were you during the game?" We'll get to it. About Crouch, I should say. But yeah, those seats that are on the stadium, all they're going to see is just floor. Unless it's a glass floor. I don't think it is. It's very strange, guys. The boxes in this stadium, in the movie, I swear they would not be able to see any of the action at all. Seriously. Unless the ground is see-through. I don't think it is. It looks like it looks like a construction site, quite frankly. But yeah, anyway. So as always, we get wonderful lists, guys, which is my favourite thing about these Harry Potter books, is when we hear about products and stuff like that. It's just so charming. So we hear about Blue Bottle, a broom for all the family. Now, when it said that, I assumed that it was a multi-seat broom, but I don't think it is, though. I actually looked up some images, and it's just a broom which is family safe, I guess. And so, yeah, it's not multiple seats or anything. Mrs. Scowl's all-purpose mess remover. Mrs. Scowls, that's very interesting, guys. I'd imagine that Mrs. Scowls doesn't exist. Much in the way that... Mr. Muscle? Do you have Mr. Muscle in America? I think you do. If you are in America. But wherever you are, do you have a product called Mr. Muscle or something like that? I think that's what's going on. Because Mrs. Scour, unless it's a... Aptronym? I could probably wrong. I'd imagine that is a product name rather than an actual creator of it. An aptronym, which I have got down here, guys, because I couldn't remember the term, is where it's the link between if your surname is Baker, you do have a mathematical bigger chance at being a baker. It's very odd, guys, but it is a thing which happens apparently. Where if your surname is a certain thing, then you're more likely to be that thing. If your surname is a job, you're more likely to go into that job. It's quite bizarre. And so, if Mrs. Scourer is a real person, she definitely chose the right thing to create. Quite frankly. We hear about Glad Rags, which is a great name for a clothes store. In fact, there must be real clothes stores called Glad Rags. We heard that it's in London, Paris, and Hogsmeade, which is very interesting. Which really makes Hogsmeade a bigger deal than I would have thought it was. Because we know that Hogwarts is a big deal, but it seems like Hogsmeade might be one of the biggest... It says Hogsmeade, it doesn't say Diagon Alley. I'm pretty sure it says Hogsmeade. Okay, no, I think it does, no. I think that when it says London, it means Diagon Alley, doesn't it? Probably. That would make more sense. But if they're sponsoring the Quidditch World Cup, you'd imagine that they have a pretty penny. And so for it to be France, London, and Scotland, you'd think there'd be more. Unless fashions are vastly different, maybe that's it. Maybe in the Wizarding world, you know, American wizards would not dress anything like what British or French wizards dress like. Maybe that's it. EY. Oh yes, so we hear that it's wizard wear. And I got down my note here again, guys. This is something that we've discussed a lot, but the fact that wizards always use the term wizard all the time. It's like wizard wear. It seems odd for them to call it wizard wear, guys, rather than just wear. Yeah, because I question down here, do they ever refer to themselves as humans? And ironically, in the next chapter, they do refer to themselves as humans, which is very, very telling, actually. But yeah, the use of the word wizard, and there's one coming up, guys, which I just cannot understand. In fact, should we jump to it now? Medi-wizards. Why are they called Medi-wizards? Why are they not just called medics? Or healers? Why are they called Medi-wizards? Why do they have to specify that they're wizards? They're in the Quidditch World Cup. I think we all know that they're wizards. So yeah, this overuse of the word wizard it's so strange to me. It really is. And I'm sure it doesn't bother anyone else at all. But it really, whenever I hear it, particularly with Mediwizard, I'm like, they wouldn't call the Mediwizards. That's such a redundant thing to say. And that's like calling, like, it's not exactly like calling, because I know that Muggles and humans, it's not interchangeable. But it is like saying a Medi-human when you mean a paramedic. It seems silly to me, but it's really not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. Apart from for me. Anyway, female house elf. Winky enters the match, guys. Not literally, that would be amazing. Yes, we meet Winky, which is awesome. Obviously, I have heard of Winky once before during the Harry Potter musical, and I can't remember why it is. It's something horrible, as I remember, but they're trying to work out who. They're trying to work out who did something. Let's put it like that. It probably is something horrible. And one of them like says, "What about Winky the house elf?" And like Draco, who was amazing in the Harry Potter musical, played by a lady. Like goes, "Oh, nice reference." Now, because of that, I assumed that Winky was going to be like a 2-sentence character. Winky's nigh on the main blooming focus of the next chapter, guys, and so we'll get to that. But yeah, lovely meeting Winky, guys. Winky knows Dobby, which is very interesting. I do wonder how exactly. Is it that all in employment, in inverted commas, house elves have like a meetup sort of thing, much like butlers back in the day would always. I don't know if this is actually true, but at least in Jeeves, in the Jeeves books, in Jeeves and Worcester, like all the not the butlers, they're not butlers, valets, all get together and talk about their masters and everything. I'm wondering if it's like that. And so presumably she knows Creature as well. Looking forward to Creature, guys. I'm actually really looking forward to Creature. Something really nice about him, even though he's a piece of. I don't know. I like Creature, guys. So yes, Ron and Hermione have never actually met Dobby, which kind of like, in my head they had done. And I'm trying to think if they ever even talk. I think they may talk extremely briefly in Deathly Hallows Part 1. But obviously that's the next time that we see him in the movies, isn't it? Which is crazy. Okay, let's do this now. So I said about the differences between Jim Dale and Stephen Fry, guys. They both do Ludo very differently. And I don't mean the game. Stephen Fry does it kind of does it in his own accent, in his own voice, which is fine and everything. But Dale makes him like, I think, a Yorkshireman or something like that. It's definitely a Northerner accent, UK Northerner, of course. Which I do prefer. I feel like that really added, and it gave him like a real different personality as well. Like giving him this regional accent. We call it regional accent. I don't know why. Why do we only call northern accents regional accents in the UK? That's kind of weird, isn't it? People say that I apparently sound. In fact, I got one comment recently saying that I sound Cornish, which is very interesting. I think I have a slight Bristolian accent. I'm not exactly sure why that would be. Bristol isn't too far from Oxfordshire. I don't know if I have a traditionally Oxfordshire accent per se, you know. But yeah, why is it when we say regional accent, we always mean northern? Or not southern England. That's probably a better way of putting it. No, Cornish have a regional accent. Okay, I'm not making any sense. Let's move on. But yeah, Ludo gives him a Yorkshire accent. I think it's a Yorkshire accent, and I think it sounds great. So I give Dale the point on there. But I've just remembered a meme which I saw recently of it's a picture of a guy doing this, and it says something like Draco about to pronounce the P in Potter. It's like, it's amazing. Yeah. So about Dale. So Winky, we hear, has a very, very high-pitched voice, even higher than Dobby's. And it's said several times how high-pitched the voice is. And Stephen Fry is, oh, it's Harry Potter, how are you? But for some reason, Dale doesn't only not go high, but he just does his Dobby voice again. And his Dobby voice is very different than what is described. And so Winky comes along and it's like, oh, Harry Potter, how are you doing? My name's Winky. It's like, oh, I hope that is exactly what Winky sounds like in the HBO Max version, guys. Oh, Harry Potter! Oh, I'm really scared of what's around here. It's a really strange choice. And so it's not criticism, guys. I'm very enjoying both of the audiobooks. And you know what? Fry gets a lot of like special effects over his voice and everything, which is cool, guys. It's very atmospheric. But there's something more pure about Dale's where he doesn't have that. And so, when he's doing Ludo's voice in a moment, doing the commentary, there's no echo, there's no stadium effect or anything like that. And so, I think that they both have brilliant merits. But yeah, Winky's voice and Jim Dale is just like, oh, hello, Harry. Oh, Winky, I got a squeaky voice. Amazing. Anyway, that made me laugh a bit. But like I say, I prefer Dale's Ludo. I actually really do. So we hear freedom doesn't do, Dobby. Freedom's gone to Dobby's head, sir, as Winky said it in her squeaky voice. So yeah, Dobby's all about the Benjamins now, guys. He still wants to work, but he wants to get the Reddies and everything, which is fair enough, guys. I'm making a joke, but it does kind of sound like he's a bit of a diva now. Dobby the diva. But yeah, so yeah, Dobby is all about the Benjamins now. I'm not understanding. Benjamin Franklin is on the $100 bill. Is that what that means? All about the Benjamins? I don't know. So yeah, Winky's like saying how it's all gone to Dobby's head, and like how freedom isn't suiting him and so on, and says that if he carries on, then he might be put in front of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. And this is the line which makes me think, wow. So yeah, Winky says that Dobby will end up in front of the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures like some common goblin. Like some common goblin. Now that blows my mind, guys. I'm probably reading way too much into this, but it sounds like house elves see themselves being above goblins. That's how I read that line. And in a sense, I can kind of see it, because they are a part of the humans' world, and they're working for humans and everything, not some goblin. Whereas the goblins are making all the cash and everything, and basically having a society outside of the humans. For Winky to say like some common goblin is so fascinating to me, guys. I might be reading way too much into it, but that really was like, oh really? Winky thinks that? So is it the fact that house elves see themselves as being above goblins despite the fact that they are slaves to humans? I can see it. But that's my interpretation of that line anyway. Maybe I'm thinking way too much into it. So yeah, my notes here say, wow, I mean wow. But yeah, that's how I see it, guys. Very interesting. Winky's scared of heights. Does make me think how a creature who can presumably disapparate at any moment would be scared of heights. But I guess if it's just very, very overwhelming to Winky, presumably Winky doesn't get out much like Dobby. Well, Dobby did. Well, much like Creature, okay. Like I'd imagine that all house elves don't get out much, basically. But yes, Winky is terrified of heights and says that she's saving her seats for the seat for her master, which is odd because it's tickets. I guess if you, I mean, I've never been in a sports box, guys, but maybe if you do have tickets to a sports box, you just have tickets to access to that sport box, and there are seats there. rather than you having allocated seats. Let me know if you've been into a sports box before, guys. It'd be very interesting to know. And let me know your experience of it as well, because I'd imagine it has pros and cons, right? Like, if something amazing happens, you want to be amongst the crowd, right? But then you have your food there, you have presumably your own loo. That doesn't get mentioned in this for some reason, can't imagine why. But yeah, maybe that's it, like they have access to a box rather than having actual seats. Which makes sense. Food as well is obviously another big thing. Winky is being extremely open with Harry. It does almost feel like it's like a information overload. The fact that she's saying that she's scared of heights, that her master's ordered her to do it, to be here and everything. Well, actually, no, that's not an information overload. What I'm saying is, it's very odd that Winky has only just met Harry, but I guess it's because she knows Dobby. So presumably Dobby has said, I've spoken to Harry Potter. And Winky went, oh, no way. Sorry. So yeah, I guess that's why. But yeah, like even in the next chapter, Winky's giving a lot of useful information very quickly. I guess that's probably the better way of putting it, which is fine. It's not jarring. How can a creature that can use magic be scared of heights unless overwhelmed? Not too sure. Yeah, I think that might be that she's more overwhelmed of the space rather than heights. Or maybe it's just a funny thing where someone who can't really fall in a dangerous way, being scared of falling. Yeah, maybe that's it. So after talking with Winky, Harry turns back and Ron says, so that's a house elf. Weird things, aren't they? I've got down here, Ron's being disrespectful. The next line is Harry saying Dobby is weirder, and then my not saying Harry's being disrespectful. But this is the great thing with Ron, is that he's born to this, and so this is why I love Hermione next chapter, guys. In fact, this chapter as well, but Hermione goes hard in the next chapter, she really does. And I appreciate her for it. Ron feels like he can say that about house elves with a house elf there. I'm sure he didn't say it in a way that he would have wanted Winky to say it, but saying that sort of thing at all is disrespectful to house elves. Much in the same way that he laughed at Filch being a squib. It's just these things which people are grown up among. Not among, but it's part of their culture, because obviously this is the first time that Ron's seen one. And so it feels he can say that. Hermione would not be saying, oh, that's a weird thing. It's the very interesting subtleties of Ron's character coming out there, I feel. Although Harry then says Dobby's weird, but I think he's just making a joke, to be fair. Team mascots come out. They're always native to their home country. Very interesting that that's the case, guys, because obviously the English sign or crest or what you want to call it is not of a native creature. So what would it be in the England team? God knows. I don't know. Like maybe some kind of bird? I'm not sure. A fox would be cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what creature. Well, actually, it would be a magical creature, wouldn't it? So that's redundant. But obviously, you know, the English sigil, whatever. I don't know what the term is, but basically, the icon for England in sporting events and everything is obviously what we call the Three Lions. Now it's my time to say something really boring, guys. They are technically not lions. Because lions in that sort of art style and in that sort of crest are always on 2 feet. The lions that are on the Three Lions logo are all on all fours, which means that they are actually leopards. So there you go. There's my boring fact of the day. If you've got an England shirt or anything like that, have a look at it and you'll see that the Three Lions are on all fours rather than like that, which means that they are not lions. That means that they are leopards. Just a little bit of information there, guys. I thought it was very, very, very interesting. Also, Three Lions, guys. I'm gonna mention this briefly because it does upset me sometimes. When the World Cups, I'm sorry for going so hard on football last time, guys. I feel like I really did. I feel like I may have gone overboard, guys. I think I may have, like, you know, showed my own insecurities rather than actually giving proper criticism and everything. But whenever, like, the World Cups come around and everything, and obviously, you know, English fans are chanting, "It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home." Some fans from other countries get very annoyed at that song, guys, and I should, which is called Three Lions. I always feel the need to mention this, guys. That song is about the fact that England absolutely suck at football. If you listen to the lyrics, guys, it's basically saying that we have not achieved anything since the 60s. That is what that song, where people go, "It's coming home," is about. And so it's not us saying, "Oh, we're better than everyone else." It's saying, "We are really rubbish," which is a very British thing to do, guys. It's a very self-derogatory. And so, yeah, just know that the song Three Lions is about the fact that we have not done nothing since 1966, well, football-wise. Although we have now, haven't we? The women won the... I want to say that they won the World Cup, didn't they? No, I feel... No, they won the European Cup. Spain won the World Cup, didn't they? Because that all kicked off. What a ridiculous situation that was. Anyway, I do feel the need to specify what I mean by ridiculous situation, guys. I think that the guy involved was an absolute moron. That is my take on the situation. There you go. Let's not go any more into it. He made a bad situation much worse for literally no reason, and then ended up losing his job. I think he has actually gone now, right? I'm sorry, guys. This is the bad thing. I didn't watch the World Cup, the Women's World Cup. And so the only thing I know about it is the moron at the celebration afterwards, guys. I know that there may be different opinions, guys, and everything, which is fine. I know there are very different opinions of what actually happened at the Women's World Cup this year. But you have to concede, after the fact, he made it much worse for everyone. Anyway, let's move on, guys. That's my take on the situation. Back to fantasy, where everything's a lot more friendly, yeah? Anyway, dooby-dooby-doo. I'm completely lost. Team mascots come out, yes. So like I say, ours wouldn't be lions if it was. It'd be. Actually, no, we've got lots of mythical creatures that are maybe Loch Ness, unless Scotland veggie. So they'd have Nessie. Wales would have dragons, obviously. Northern Ireland, I'm not sure, because that's not leprechauns, guys. Unless it is, I'm not sure. Republic of Ireland is obviously the team that's playing here. A mythical creature that's known specifically for England. I'm not sure. But there must be loads. There must be tons. Let's move on. Could be a massive white horse. Anyway. Percy jumps to his feet whenever any of the delegates are coming in to like shake hands and everything. Like Harry thinks to himself how Percy is jumping to his feet so often it looks like he's trying to sit on a hedgehog. Fascinating image. Is it here? Yeah, when Fudge arrives, Percy bows so low that his glasses fall off and shatter. Now, I don't remember hearing that Percy has glasses before now, guys. I think it must have happened. I feel like we must have heard that Percy has glasses. But when that line came out, I was like, oh, I actually didn't realise. There aren't many characters that wear glasses, are there? Dumbledore does, right? Oh, no, I think he does. McGonagall, I think, does. No, there's loads. Right. Let's just skip off that. So yeah, it is then revealed that Winky is saving a seat for Barty Crouch, who I don't think is there, guys. I don't think he arrives in time. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check. The Malfoys arrive, including Narcissa, which is very nice. Nice to see her so early in this. She doesn't say anything, but they're all in the same box, and this is the point where the penny drops, thinking, hang on, this box is amazing. This box is like the greatest place in the world. The most expensive box in the entire stadium at the World Cup. I guess that in the movie it may have come off as Harry being a bit of a, I don't know, having too good a time. Is that it? Is that what the issue is there? So yeah, they're not even in a box. They're like, yeah, they're literally at the back on the back row in the movie. Although to be fair, the players literally fly between their heads, which is pretty amazing, quite frankly. So they are pretty good seats, or stands. Oh, so the top box in the book is a good thing. Yeah, so this is where I actually realised, oh, it's actually a good thing that they are here. Lucius says that the Weasleys the Weasleys' house wouldn't fetch enough to warrant them access to this box. It's a pretty good burn, but it's obviously very, very rude as well. We hear about how Lucius has apparently donated money to St. Mungo's Hospital of Magical Maladies and Injuries, which is it's quite a mouthful, guys. I thought I'd heard of this before, St. Mungo's, but I don't think I have. I don't think I have. When it said St. Mungo's, for some reason I thought, oh yeah, we've heard about that before, but I'm not sure we actually have. Sorry about my waffle about the Women's World Cup thing, guys, but it blew my mind how it was basically what do they call it? Like a dumpster fire, and then they just poured petrol all over it, you know. Anyway, let's move on from that. So this is an extremely prestigious box. Our Malfoy's. Oh yes, So I've always understood that Lucius is meant to be very rich. I never thought he was meant to be like ultra rich, but I think it is kind of suggesting here that he is that the Malfoys are one of the richest families in the country. For some reason, I never considered them that, but I guess that's kind of on paper and in the movie as well, considering how he has such influence over the council and everything. The teaching council and everything. Yeah, I think that's just me, not reading between lines there, but no, the fact that he's... Well, I feel like he's been given this place in the box because of the money that he's donated to St. Mungo's. Why do you think he did? Was it so he could get these tickets, or is there something more to it? Obviously, if that's a spoiler, please don't tell me, but... Or there is a chance that Lucius does have a nice side to him, when it comes to being nice to other wizards, well, some other wizards. Yeah, maybe. I doubt it though. I think there might be more to it, but if there is, we shall see. Ron calls them slimy gits, which is wonderful. Ludo's round face makes an entrance. It really goes on about Ludo's round face in these two chapters, guys. It really does. It mentions it several times, and it says how Ludo's round face is gleaming like an excited Edam, which is a great reference there, guys. Not even reference. Edam, of course, being the only cheese made backwards. I've lost my place again. That is a great sentence, though. Ludo's round face gleaming like an excited Edam. This is the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Very, very interesting information. I don't think we have information about if it's yearly or not. Obviously, the Football World Cup is every 4 years. But then, the Super Bowl is every year. And so, that's actually very true. When was the first World Cup? I have my, Quidditch for the Ages book, so I'd imagine that probably goes into when the first one actually was, and how regularly these tournaments are as well. I'd imagine it goes into it. Oh yes, so the mascots come out, and the Bulgarians have Vila, which is not something that we see at all in the movie. I got straight away that they're essentially sirens, aren't they? And when they start dancing, Harry starts, just completely being transfixed on them and thinks that he should jump out of the box to impress them or something. I got a stupid joke here saying, like, as soon as, when they start dancing, Harry thinks about jumping out of the box, and I got a little note here saying, surely they weren't that bad. I was like, terrible joke. But yeah, he's like trying to think of a way to impress them and everything, and then like Hermione is obviously the only one there who's not being affected, like nudges him and everything. The Irish mascots are obviously going to be leprechauns. We obviously saw that coming, although they are tiny, and they do some rude stuff, guys, which was not going to be in the movie. It was never going to be in the movie, even if they did show the entire game. Literally raining gold on people, and so both the mascots are giving their team advantages. So I guess it's much like in home field advantages is one thing, guys, but obviously in American football you have certain stadiums which are designed to force sound down onto the pitch, which I'm sure I've discussed many times during Quidditch chapters, guys, and so there are teams that have advantages over other teams and everything, so I guess that's just really digging into that. That being said, the mascots get so involved in this game that I personally think that if I was watching that, I would have been annoyed, but maybe Quidditch is such that the Quidditch World Cup is such that mascots getting involved is part and parcel of it. Which means what Draco was doing, dressing up as a Dementor in the last book, actually not that bad. Considering what the Veela start doing, it's really not that bad at all. But we will get to that in a moment. So, guys, when it comes to the game, I'm not going to go play by play. Quite frankly, there's no point. There's no point in me going play by play exactly what happens, because I mean, the book says how Ludo is essentially just saying the names of the player who has the quaffle, because it's going so fast that it's just a list of names, and so there's no point in me breaking down play by play. But I will go through the different aspects of it. Krum comes out. It's very interesting that this is the point where we really hear what he looks like. Up to this point, we've heard about how he looks very stern in the posters and everything. But now that we actually see him, he looks like an overgrown bird of prey. In fact, he's very birdish. With his hooked nose and... curved nose, I should say, not hooked nose. And round shoulders and duck feet. He's very birdy. What's going on with it? Maybe it's a bird. Maybe it's a Veela, because they're bird-esque, aren't they? Well, they become bird-esque in a moment. Makes sense, guys. Maybe it's half Veela. Just saying. I'm just saying. So. The referee is Egyptian, Mustafa. Only one referee, but I think that's the case at Hogwarts as well, isn't it? For some reason, I thought it was going to be a lot more like... because even in football, you have linesmen and everything like that. But I feel like the rules in Quidditch are essentially just keep playing until someone fouls, and then that's when the referee steps in. Yeah, I think that's probably why. Whereas in football, you have linemen. Obviously, in NFL, you have several... you have many coaches. In fact, some of them are watching on camera as well. In fact, you have that in football now, so don't you? VAR, is that what it's called? Video assisted referee? Is that what it stands for? Maybe. Either way. So, Harry's watching in slow motion and misses the goal, which is stupid. And then my night says, if you just go and watch everything in slow motion, you're not actually going to see anything. So he then goes immediately back to the real time. But the goggles are giving him so much information. The goggles should have been briefly in the movie, guys, because they are a cool little tool. I wonder if they're going to pay off later on as well. I do feel like the move that Krum does to trick Lynch into crashing into the ground, the other Tracer, I should say. Tracer? They're not called Tracers, are they? Tracer's no Overwatch character. Seeker. There we go. The Irish Seeker is like fainted into just nosediving twice, in fact. And they do refer to it as a something faint. I feel like that's probably going to pay off later on. Maybe it's going to be something that's going to be referred to when in the Dragon quest, if the Dragon Quest is in this, which I presume it is because it's on the cover of one of the books. I feel like that's going to come back. Because it says it several times, this move that Crumb does. Crumb. So yeah, when Crumb does this feint, like Arthur calls Lynch an idiot for falling for it and everything, and a timeout is called. I feel like that's strange that a timeout is called at that point, guys. And yeah, the snitch wasn't even there, so that's why it was a feint, but by Crumb. Timeouts are confusing to me, guys, because people are obviously getting hurt throughout these games. We didn't get timeouts is it in the first movie where one of the Gryffindor players are like, you know, flanked by Slytherin and basically driven into a tower? I'm pretty sure there wasn't a penalty then. What's there? There could have been. Lovely hearing from Wood last chapter, guys. That was cool. Nice little. In fact, we hear about him, about how Woods never came up with a plan like that or something like that. It says about him. But yes, I think that there is a timeout because of what happened to Lynch. Ginny's looking horror struck, and Charlie tells her that he's okay and that he just got ploughed, which is a great term. So yeah, he just went full pelt straight into the ground, which is pretty bad. I say he, I feel like it may have been she, Lynch, right? I'm not sure. There are female. There are definitely female Irish players, aren't there? I'm not sure there's female on the Bulgarians. I'm not sure. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Medi-Wizards. It just sticks out to me, guys. It's so strange. Why would they refer to them as Medi-Wizards? It's so redundant as a term. Why not just say medics? Seriously. Or healers. In fact, healers still keeps it magical, you know, so I feel like they should have just said healers. But yeah, Medi-Wizards is what they went for. Or maybe that's what Harry sees them as. No, I'm pretty sure that someone else actually refers to Medi-Wizards, and so, yeah. Hermione then notices that Mustafar is basically flexing in front of the Veela, which is just stupid. I got my note down here that surely that's a penalty. You can't have the mascots getting involved in the blooming game and distracting the referee. I've got down here somewhere that I would have thought that. Oh, I haven't got one note down here, but I'll say it anyway, guys. I assumed that the Veela and indeed the Leprechaun's Gold is all fair in love and war as long as it doesn't affect the actual game, and that there would be some sort of spell shading the players and the referee from being affected by it. But no, the blooming referee's getting affected by it, guys. This is where I'm starting to think where. I mean, Ireland, oh, no spoilers, but Ireland win, and so, but if they hadn't won, they'd be blooming furious about the whole Veela interactions. But then again, unless that is what the game is like. Anyway. So two players start to come down and argue with the referee who's trying to get the Veela ejected, and then they both there are two penalties given at the same time, which is insane. I mean, that's certainly not something which is in any sport that I can think of. Yeah, it's like one instance. You don't give. In American football, can you have two penalties at once? I feel like you can't. No, you can't. No, you decide on it, don't you? And so if it's an unnecessary roughness and a what's it called, unsportsmanlike conduct, I think they're both 15 yards, so it's kind of redundant. But if both of those are in one play, you don't give them 30 yards. You know, one of those is 15, and the opposing manager essentially chooses which one it would be. But so yeah, giving two penalties at once is kind of insane. But that's how it is, though. You know, I'm saying it's insane. It's not insane in Quidditch. It's insane when you think of it in sports that I know of. Bulgaria just start gifting Ireland penalties. They really, really do, guys. And I know that I'm sure that we're going to have a discussion about Crumb's decision making at the end. And when I first was listening to the audiobook, I was thinking, Crumb, you quitter, quite frankly. But when I re-listen to it, it does sound like things are escalating and just getting worse and worse for Bulgaria. The fact that they are playing and just gushing penalties at this point. Or eating, I guess would be a bad way of putting it. It does annoy me when people say we're eating. It seems to be a thing which started happening in the last year. It's like I actually said it in my Buffy and Angel videos this week, guys, on the Patreon. Both Buffy and Angel were excellent this week, and after the Angel one, which is the second one which I watched, I said, "Oh, we're eating this week," and I hate it when people say that. I don't know what it is, that term really annoys me. I don't know why. We're eating to mean we're having a lot of good stuff. So yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much for putting up with me. Seriously, thank you so much for watching these videos, guys. Because I waffle a lot. Not quaffle. Oh, I completely lost my place. This is silly. And we actually don't have that many more notes to go. So Bulgaria starts gifting Ireland penalties. The leprechauns form a hand and start doing a rude gesture at the feeler. I really hope that that's in the HBO series, because I have a feeling it won't. Unless they make it something really mild, like going like that, or something like that. I don't know, is that offensive in any other country? I mean, to point is offensive in some countries. And so, very random reference here, guys, but if you go to, like, Disneyland or anything, and I've only ever been to Disneyland once, Disneyland Paris this was, but if you go to one of these places, all, like, the characters that are dressed up as the different characters from the movies and everything, they never point. I'm pretty sure that is the case. And so if they, like, say, oh yeah, I was just over there, they'll always go like that. Because in some cultures, to point is actually quite rude. I mean, like doing that in some cultures is rude. I should say, if I ever do post this as a podcast, I am basically showing the palm of my hand. It's still going to be that. Sorry. That'd be funny though. Yeah, and so I feel like when we get to the HBO version, I should say, which is a long time away because we're talking about a Goblet of Fire. But it's probably a couple of decades away. I'm intrigued to see how it's going to get around that bit. If it's just going to have... Maybe it's going to be Arthur sat next to Jenny and just like covering her eyes. Just not explaining what's going on. That'd be actually really funny. I'd actually be up for that. That'd be a very funny fix. And so the Vila have had enough, and we just go to all-out fighting now, guys. The Vila are throwing fireballs at the unicorns. Come on, Veggie. Leprechauns. There we go. I could see the word. I just couldn't pronounce it. All-out war is going on around the Quidditch World Cup. Luckily, it doesn't seem to affect the game until, well, Crumb takes the bludger to the face, and Harry's like really hoping that he gets a timeout just because of his state, and just despite the fact he's supporting Ireland. Very interesting in the movie, he is supporting Bulgaria, guys, which kind of I do like that, guys. I like the fact that not all the Weasleys are supporting the same team, and it kind of makes the whole thing feel a little bit more friendly, you know. The fact that, you know, Ginny's got her, like, you know, shamrock hat on and everything, and then Harry's got his red cross on black hat and everything like that. It just seems like a really positive thing, you know. But they're all supporting Ireland in the book. Maybe it's because of what Seamus's mum said. Probably not. So yeah, all that case is going on. Crumb takes the bludger to the face. Again, surely taking the bludger to the face is not a timeout thing. Because the bludgers are there. Hang on, the bludger is not the ball, is it? That's what Fred and George are. I always get this wrong, guys. The balls that are there to intercept players. That's what hits Crumb in the face here. Hang on one moment. Quidditch. Quidditch. A bludger was past tense, was a black iron ball. Yeah, so it is the ball. Yes, I was right then. So because, so you have a sport where there are balls there which are designed to hit people, and one of them has just hit someone. How can you have a timeout from that? That seems insane to me. And Crumb can continue. He is in a bad state, quite frankly, but he can continue. I think that most people in the situation wouldn't be able to continue, considering how badly he got hit by it. But Crumb does continue. Lynch spies the snitch whilst Crumb is still all messed up. Crumb does catch back up in though, and Lynch yet again crashes into the ground. He then gets stampeded by Veela, which that's not right. That is, quite frankly, the referee should have called a halt to the game there, which means that Crumb, unless Crumb got it before, let's say Crumb got it before, wouldn't have been able to catch the snitch. Because presumably when there's a timeout, the Seekers have to stop as well. They have to. That's the weird thing with the Seeker. It's such a completely separate part of the game. It almost doesn't make sense. It is so bizarre. But we've talked about this many times before, guys. Crumb gets the snitch and holds it up. I'm guessing the holding up is just to show everyone that it's not. He's obviously not celebrating. And so yeah, Crumb decided that's the end of the game there and then, guys. Now, when I first read the book, this is my notes. If a game can last days, why in the final of the World Cup would Crumb end it? And this is his first ever World Cup as well. You'd imagine at his age. Why would Crumb end the final of the World Cup literally 10 points into the fastest possible moment he could have done it? And lost. That didn't make any sense, did it? Okay. What I mean is, the score ended up 160 to Bulgaria, 170 to Ireland. Which means that there was like a 10-point gap between them. With it doesn't make sense. The fastest point for it to be would be at 150. So 160 is like the second chance that you'd be able to give in to concede the game. But with those points, they only needed to score 2, and you can't tell me that Crumb literally had such little faith in how the game was going. They couldn't believe that for a second that even with like a little bit of tactic changes, the Bulgarians couldn't have scored twice or even once. And you know what? It doesn't make sense. I thought it did. But the fact that the snitch isn't just it is the end of the game. It is 150 points. The game, despite what was happening around them, was still incredibly close because that's how much the snitch wins you. So it seems like a really odd choice. And all the other Bulgarian players are like shaking their heads and everything. I think they're more at themselves rather than being annoyed at Crumb. I'm looking forward to the book club on this one, guys, because I feel like you might be able to highlight why it is. Harry speculates that Crumb thinks that there's no way back and he wanted to end the game on his terms. But the score is 160, 170. Yeah. Bulgarian Minister says it was a good match. And Fudge is like, oh, I've been having to do sign language for you all day, and you can speak English this entire time. Which is excellent, guys. It does remind me of Rush Hour. When on Rush Hour? I got my notes down here. Oh, that's right. On Rush Hour, which is a Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker movie. Like when Chris Tucker first meets Jackie Chan, Jackie pretends that he can't speak English, and it's like looking at him like, what are you talking about? And then quite a while movie time wise later, he then does speak English in front of them, and he like says, "You assumed that I couldn't speak English. I find it very useful to listen." And the reason why was it because he wanted to listen to what Chris Tucker had to say. He says, so I can tell how much S a person is full of. Now the Bulgarian minister didn't say that, but it would have been fun if he had though. And so I like that the fact the Bulgarian minister. I like it, guys, because I'm getting the feeling, particularly from the movie, that Bulgarians in this are seen as being very authoritarian and serious and very joyless, whereas the Bulgarian minister basically trolling Fudge is amazing. I feel that was great. Oh, me. Was he doing it because how condescending Fudge was being to him? So again, guys, if you watch Rush Hour, Chris Tucker, when he first meets Jackie and, you know, thinks that he doesn't speak English, is being very, very disrespectful to him. And so maybe that's why the Bulgarian mister thought, you know what? I haven't said anything yet. I'm just going to pretend I don't know what this silly Billy is talking about. Maybe that's it. And I quite like that. I quite like that. Crumb is still holding the snitch during the ceremony. I would imagine that the chasers keep the golden snitch in the same way that players in football keep the match ball, or at least if they score a hat trick, right? I think that might be it. I feel like that sounds very dated, actually, but oh no, in American football, like the best player of the winning team. In fact, they give several out now. I think about it in American football, but the match balls. But I was thinking that maybe the golden snitch is given to the MVP of the World Cup, who we don't actually hear who it is, guys. I guess you could say that. No, I don't think it would be, because we hear about the offensive players on Ireland being absolutely awesome. They were probably the MVPs at the end of it. But maybe the chaser that caught the snitch is the one who always keeps it. And the quaffle is kept by the best player, maybe. I don't know. I say I don't know. It's probably in the book. And, of course, Freddie and George win their bet. And it's good, actually, because, like, Luna says, oh, that was a great game. I can't believe they're ending everything. Oh, yeah, you probably want pain now, don't you? And that's how the chapter ends, with Fred and George smiling in front of Ludo. Ludo's good, guys. And, yeah, he's a good character. And, obviously, we have a lot of mystery around him in the next chapter. But, yeah, that's my notes. I mean, that is over now, just on that one chapter, guys. So, there was no point in me going play-by-play through the Quidditch World Cup. But awesome chapter. I do feel like the involvement of they're not cheerleaders, are they? Of the mascots would have annoyed me if I was there. But the fact is, I wasn't, and so it doesn't matter. So great chapter, wonderful to have so much Quidditch on a professional level being represented in the book. So that was actually a treat to read. And so let's move on to the next chapter, The Dark Mark. Again, Jonas, thank you so much for the wonderful side panels, and here is Max's summary of The Dark Mark. Celebrations are had late into the night, especially the two twins with their massive gambling win, but everyone eventually goes to bed. Everyone is woken by Mr. Weasley and a large commotion of panic outside. A group of masked witches and wizards are in a crowd laughing whilst terrorizing people, magical and muggle. The older brothers Bill, Charlie and Percy joined their father to attempt to help stop these jerks. Meanwhile, the twins, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny run into the woods. There they run into Draco, who seems to be enjoying the show and even threatens Hermione. After their little back and forth, they run off again, realize not only they have splits from the twins and Ginny, but Harry has lost his wand. They end up also running into a frightened Winky and an oddly confused Ludo Bagman, who disappears to help the Ministry. In the silence after he leaves, they hear footsteps and a voice yelling something as a green skull with a snake tongue is seen in the sky. A second a second Hermione... Oh, sorry. The second Hermione stops explaining what that is, they're surrounded by wizards whom all cast a stunning spell at them, narrowly missing before Mr. Weasley intervenes. Under arguments, accusations, and unconscious Winky clutching Harry's wand surface, she is immediately freed by Mr. Crouch, which is high dishonour among among all among most house elves. Once they are back at the campsite and reunited with everyone, there is further explanation of what the mark was and why it was so terrifying to everyone, including the ones causing terror, who we now know are as Death Eaters, but who actually cast it is a mystery. I'm not even sure that. The thing is, guys, when I do these chapters, thank you so much again, Max, for the descriptions and Jonas for the sidebound. When I do these descriptions, I do go back and watch the movie scenes. I don't think it's ever really explained what the mask is in the movie. Right? If it does, it'll be in the next scene, I think, because I watched up to the end of the camp scene, and then obviously then they're on the Hogwarts Express in the next scene. So it's very possible it's explained there, but I got to admit, guys, if it is explained there, that went over my head completely because I didn't actually know what it actually was. I thought it was just, I thought it had something to do with. You know what? Yeah, I thought my headcanon was that it had something to do with how the Death Eaters got there. Which doesn't make sense because it appeared afterwards, but you know, yeah. Either way, guys, we got a lot to cover in this chapter, so let's get over to me bloomin' notes. Arthur tells Fred and George not to tell Molly about the gambling. Fred says that not to worry because they have big plans for it and they don't want it to get confiscated. Arthur does want to know what it is. He does. I think he goes to say, "Oh, what's that?" then and something like that, but then thinks, no. Arthur, I don't know. Arthur with Fred and George is interesting because it's not. I feel like up to this point, I've kind of thought that he's quietly proud of them, but I'm not sure if he is. I feel like they walk all over him, quite frankly, not in a horrible way, but I feel like he has no control over Fred and George. I mean, that's probably the best way. It's not so much that he kind of thinks, oh yeah, he's quietly thinking, oh, good for them or anything like that. I feel like he's actually just out of control with them. They need Molly. Molly's approach to them, which is interesting, guys, because we discussed it last time. You know, it's the first time that people have left comments saying this is the first. No, I'm disappointed in Molly here and everything like that. But at the same time, do you really want it? Would you rather two Arthurs being the parents? You know, I feel like I don't know. It was a great discussion that we had last time, guys. Actually, I feel like it was the time before, wasn't it? It was, yes. But yeah, great discussion that we had back then. Harry's on the top bunk. Apparently there's canvas above him, which I obviously got the wrong end of the stick, guys, because in the last video I thought it was basically that they go inside the tent and it is an apartment. But apparently the roof is still canvas, which is not something which I thought was the case, and so in fact you can actually see glowing from the leprechaun. There we go, leprechaun lanterns through the canvas, and so they are there. I assumed it was like a portal to a different place. A different plane, even. I know. They are there, and it is a tent that they're in. So maybe they just become really small. Maybe that's it. He imagines being introduced by Ludo at the World Cup. It's very interesting, this, guys. And it does say Potter. It doesn't say Harry Potter, which is accurate because Ludo introduced each of the players with their surnames. But it's ironic, I guess, because Harry is arguably more famous. Is Harry more famous than any current Quidditch player? Because there could be like a legend of like some other Quidditch player, or there could be a Quidditch player who did something horrendous, and so they're more famous. But Harry has to be more well known world round than any singular Quidditch player, I would imagine. Yeah, I reckon so. And yet he's fantasizing about being famous, but on his own terms. It's very interesting, guys. That and as a Quidditch professional as well. So that's obviously part of the fantasy. But it's so interesting that his fantasy is, I wish everyone knew who I was for Quidditch. It's fascinating. I'm looking forward to the book club, because I wonder if anyone else made that connection. But that's the irony is just so interesting about him, you know. Yeah. Arthur wakes up Harry and Ron in the middle of the night. Screams can be heard from outside. Something is coming, emitting sounds of gunfire and drunken laughter. Gunfire. I'm guessing it's just like they're not packing, guys. Obviously, it's spells that are making these loud noises. 4 bodies can be seen above like this moving mass of people. Masks and hoods. Doesn't say that they're pointy hoods in the book, and I think it just says masks, much like they are here. Yes, 4 bodies can be seen above it. 2 of them are noticeably smaller, and Harry then recognises one of them as being Mr. Roberts. I did not expect to see Mr. Roberts back in this, guys, especially in this way. This is horrible. So they presume it is Mr. Roberts' family that has been captured by these Death Eaters. The Death Eaters turn Mrs. Roberts upside down, revealing. Oh man, I worry that I read these things wrong, guys, in a different way than other people do. But the fact that it describes what she's wearing as voluminous drawers. Are we meant to find a smidgen of humour in that? Just the description of them being voluminous drawers. Because I don't find any humour at all in this. This is freaking horrendous what is happening. Ron himself says that it's sick. It's sick. Whilst it's happening. Yeah. I'm not going to overthink the term, guys. But yeah, I don't see any humour in that at all. It's freaking humiliating, and it's assault, obviously. And it's so. It does make me think: would doing this to a witch, or anyone, basically, exposing them in that way, exposing a wizard, a witch in that way. Do you think that in the wizarding world would be more or less of a crime? Because legally, it would be more, wouldn't it? Because you're breaking more laws. But I feel like even amongst people like, I'm not going to say Arthur, but I feel like amongst people who are more considerate towards Muggles, do probably still see them as being less. I think you could argue, to an extent, Harry probably feels like that. Considering his experience of the Muggle world and everything. He probably does see wizards as being superior. And being more important. And it's difficult. But witches and wizards are going to be able to defend themselves more. That doesn't make it any better, though. No, it makes it worse, because... No, it doesn't make it worse. The more defenseless people are the ones that where it becomes worse. I'd be interested to know what your average wizard who doesn't hate Muggles would think about this situation, opposed to it happening to being done to a wizard or witch. which would be seen as a worse thing. More rules are getting broken with the Muggle, but with the Witch and Wizard, the average wizard and witch are probably see them as being more important and thereby more of a victim. Oh man, it's horrible. Anyway, Arthur goes to help the Ministry with Bill, Percy, and Charlie. I've got in parentheses, Percy is awesome. Seriously, guys. Seriously, guys. It made me happy. It made me happy when I had that little bit, because it shows that he is this funny character that we do. He's silly, and he clearly has delusions of grandeur and everything. But when the chips are on the table, he is willing to risk. Maybe not his life, because I don't think anyone is worried about dying in this situation. But he is willing to. He is in his role, and he has responsibilities, and he's willing to run towards the chaos. Okay, I really like Percy, guys. I don't know if that's come across in these videos, but the fact that this character that we've always known as being this kind of silly character is the one who's heading into danger. I liked it. And obviously Bill and Charlie as well, but we would expect it of Bill and Charlie is what I'm saying. I loved the fact. And it's not like even Percy, or like Percy gulped before running towards it, everything. No, it's Percy went with them. I freaking love Percy, guys. I said freaking. It nearly sounded like I said something rude then. But I really like Percy, guys. I really do. And I know it's all going to go wrong, unless it doesn't. Imagine the tail end of these book reviews are all just me being really bitter about how Percy was undone by. God. Oh, dear. Anyway, come on, moving on. Ron, Harry, Hermione make their way into the woods. Ron trips on a tree root, and we have the return, guys. We have the return of Ron's, LA Knight style, Ron's massive feet. Yeah! I'm an idiot. I didn't expect it. I did not expect Ron's massive feet to make a return, guys. I really did. I really did. That made me very happy. In fact, when I got to that point, can I do this without crashing OBS? Can I do this without crashing OBS? Okay, let's have a go. When I got to this point in my note taking, I made this on and posted it on Twitter. I wasn't expecting the return of Ron's massive feet, guys. And so I was delighted. The main characters are back, guys. The two of them. I'm definitely going to keep a tally of how many times Ron's massive feet are mentioned, guys. I feel like this is the second time. I feel like it's the second time. If there were any in the first two books, guys, let me know. If they get mentioned once per book, that'd be amazing. Like consistent, you know? I think I find that funnier than I should, to be honest. Either way. I need to switch that back to this, just so I don't forget to do it. Talk amongst yourselves. Saves me doing it now, so I don't forget later. There we go. And I didn't crash OBS. Wonderful. There we go. And make it disappear. Obliviate? No, that's alright. I can't think of the right spell. Avada Kedavra. Here we go. I can't think of the right spell. Right. Either way. Where the heck am I, guys? I feel like oh, no. Yes, so Ron's massive feet are back. And we hear a voice saying, well, with feet that big, it would be hard not to. Because he fell over a tree root, I should say. Is saying that someone has big feet an insult, guys? No. Just, at least against guys, like 13-year-olds, I cannot imagine someone, like 30-year-old boys, I cannot imagine one going, haha, you got big feet. Or maybe, no, unless they are insanely large. I don't know why I'm obsessed with Percy and Ron's massive feet, guys. So yeah, like Draco is mocking the size of Ron's feet, which is just odd. So because of that, maybe it is going to be an ongoing thing. Maybe Ron's massive feet is the key to it all, guys. Maybe his feet are the ones who made the blooming mark go up. Anyway, Draco leaning against a tree, which sounds so smug. Tree appearing completely relaxed. Ron dares Malfoy. Ron dared. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I can't read my own notes or indeed anything. Ron dares Malfoy to do something Harry knows he would never say in front of Mrs. Weasley. Now, I love that sentence, guys, because it could have gone in another way. It could have been Ron dares Malfoy to do something Harry knows he wouldn't be able to do unless he was double jointed. It's like, that's the way I thought it was going to go. You know? Something like that. Yeah. It reminds me of a joke, and I can't think what it is. I can't remember it. But yeah, I love the way that sentence started, and it could have gone in many different directions. But it turns out that it's just he would never say it in front of Mrs. Weasley, which, you know, I mean, we can. I think I know what it is that he said. I would say let me know in the comments what you think he said, but then all your comments would get flagged as spam. So please don't do that, guys. But I think it's go Merlin's beard. I think we all know the gist of what Ron told Draco to go to. I love the subtlety of the writing, guys. It's much like the subtlety in the last chapter where he like said like the leprechauns like made a very rude gesture and it didn't actually say what it was. I love it. I love it. He said it in front of Hermione as well. So, I really want to know what this was. I think we know what it was. Okay, so they are after Muggles. Draco says, if you want to be showing off your knickers in midair, stick around. I've heard that word means something else in other countries, guys, but it means women's undergarments, to put it in a very strange way. Underwear is probably a little bit more of a normal way of saying it. Yeah, Draco saying that to Hermione. He then also calls her a mudblood as well. So typically Ron is blooming riled by that. Hermione holding him, restraining him back. But yeah, what a thing to say. Draco said that, seriously. Complete piece of crap. I feel like sometimes I definitely defend the bad guys too much in this, and then give the good guys a real kicking in these book reviews, guys. And I really shouldn't. And I should be when. I often say we all know that the bad guys are bad guys, but no. What Draco's doing here, he deserves to do what it is that Ron's daring him to do. I love the way that line was worded. That line was worded, not this line. Yeah, but what a thing to say, Draco. God. Especially after him getting slapped in the last book, or punched as it was in the movie, wasn't it? Either way. And also, he's all alone. There's no Crabbe and Goyle with him. And presumably, well, I don't know actually, because I know that Crabbe and Goyle's parents or fathers, at least, are in the movies. The movie at the end of Goblet. I presume that they're there now. And that's why Draco isn't with his father. Or maybe they can get tickets. I don't think Crabbe and Goyle are particularly from rich families, are they? I'm not sure, actually. I really don't know. Either way. So, Hermione restrains Ron. Harry asks if Draco's parents are out there in the masks. Yeah, like Harry, like say, where are your parents? Are they like marching with the Muggles now? There you go, with the Muggles aloft. And I get the impression that Harry is saying that sarcastically. But as they're leaving, as they're moving on from Draco, who's just left there leaning against a tree, waiting for the next person to insult, Ron seconds it, says, actually, yeah, they probably are. But I get the impression that Harry was trying to get a rise out of Draco, and Draco had there was nothing. It was like a water off of Draco's back. They pass a group of students talking in French. One of them turns to them and says something about Madame Maxime. And when Ron says, what? She like turns back and says, oh, Hogwarts. So strange, guy, this. For one, Beauxbaton. Fry and Dale pronounce it slightly different, but it's Beauxbaton, right? Beauxbaton. It's an all-girls school, right? Or is it not in the book? We shall see, guys. I've always assumed it's an all-girls school. So why would they be turning to Ron and Harry and Hermione? Like say, hey, where's Madame Maxime? To two free students, or well, to two students who definitely could not, be one of them. Also, assuming that they could speak French. No, come on, Veggie. They're scared. They don't know what the heck's going on. They're talking in their native tongue. That's fine. And they work out that the three are from Hogwarts. I got down here, guys. This is the first time I've got it in this book review. My God, there are a lot of characters in this book. It's insane. And if the movie's accurate, we have tons more still to go. It's absolutely mind-boggling how many characters there are in this. Compared to the other books, and sure, the other books have a lot of characters, but my God, this book has a lot of characters. Like, an insane amount. If I was reading this as a kid, guys, there was no way I would be able to keep up with all these names. Luckily, I've become better at that, thanks to video games. Thanks to Final Fantasy VII for forcing me to read, just because I loved the story so much. By the way, guys, little tangent here. I was saying about Disney characters in Disney World and everything like that. So I found like the sweetest video of all time on YouTube. Of like it's like a family that filmed their blogs are going around. I think it's Disney World in America, and I'm meeting all the characters and everything. They have a young daughter, and when they first started recording it, I think she was like 6 or something like that. And she has alopecia, which means that her hair has a real struggle to grow, and so they decided to shave it all and everything. And she absolutely idolized. I haven't seen Black Panther, which is one of the Marvel characters. I say as if you don't know that. I haven't seen those guys. I've seen some of the Marvel movies, but certainly no. Black Panther was in one of them that I've seen, but it wasn't a Black Panther movie though. But this little girl absolutely idolizes his. I'm guessing they're like royal guard because they're all women with shaved heads, and like she like meets them and everything. It's the sweetest thing in the world. Oh man, I'm tearing up, but it is so sweet, guys, because she sees them as if she looks just like one of them. It's so sweet, guys. It really is. And so yeah, it's an incredibly cute video on YouTube of this girl with alopecia meeting these strong female warrior characters that she associates herself because they have the same look. Very, very sweet. Anyway, that's a little tangent there, guys. Sorry about that, but I thought I'd mention that. So, should I watch Black Panther? I think that everyone likes Black Panther, right? I don't think anyone came out thinking that was rubbish or anything. if I am to do the Marvel movies, I should really do them in order, shouldn't I? Which would start off with Iron Man, right? I have not seen any of the Iron Man movies. Yeah. I guess that's where we start if we were to. But Black Panther is certainly a character which I would be very interested in, because he's essentially a African Batman. Wakanda, isn't it? That's the country that he's from. Wakanda, sorry. And this little girl loves Black Panther, the character, as well, but she's obsessed with the guards, though. It's so sweet. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Just a little tangent there. So, Bo Barton... No, yeah. So, Bo Barton presumably brought their students to the World Cup. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Is it because they know about the Goblet of Fire thing, and so they're in the country already, and they thought, you know what, because this is here, we'll go to that, it'll help them with their English language. Bo Barton probably teaches English as a foreign language, doesn't it? So why the heck is there no foreign languages at Hogwarts? Yeah. French, I believe, is the most spoken language in the world per person, I think. I think English is... I could have this wrong, guys, but I think that English is the one which with the most countries that speak it. But I think that French is the one which the most people speak. Or it could be the other way around. So why are they not teaching English? Why are they not teaching French in Hogwarts? Bet they do in Pigfarts. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Fudge is the one who's struggling to communicate with the Bulgarian guy. And we know that Crouch knows all these, like, I can't remember how many, but many languages. Is it too specialised? I don't think it's too specialised, considering you can just appear in France if you can disapparate. Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting that you know that they are there and they're saying Madame Maxine as because presumably Madame Maxine's there. That's what. Okay, I don't speak French, guys, so I presume that the student was saying, do you know where Madame Maxine's gone? Presumably she's fighting the fire with Percy. That's an image, isn't it? Percy standing next to this huge woman. Actually, I don't know if she's huge in the book. We will find out. So she is there, and presumably she is responsible for those students that are there. So the school has gone to the World Cup, or at least Flora's. I always get her name wrong. Fleur, isn't it? Fleur's year group. No, because one of them has a younger sister there. In fact, that was Fleur, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. I don't think it was. I can't remember. We'll get to it. We'll get to it, guys. There are so many characters in this book. So yeah, it's so interesting that they are there, and Madame Maxine is there looking after them. Presumably, that's why they're asking about her. Or maybe maybe in French she's saying, "Who is Madame Maxine?" and she has no clue. Just randomly asking it. Are they in the country because of the Goblet of Fire? That's what I wonder, guys. But the Goblet of Fire has not been announced yet, so presumably they have some sort of, you know, not the handshake thing, but you know, some sort of like, you know, guarantee that they wouldn't spill the beans or spill the tea, which is a term which I heard for the first time like 2 years ago, and I'd never heard people say it before. It's always been spill the beans for me. Anyway, I had baked beans yesterday. Right. They are trying to find Fred and George and Ginny, of course. Harry's lost his wand. It now is discovered. It does make me think, why don't wizards have a pod or a strap or a holster for their wand? Because if it's just loose in your pocket, that's going to happen. Now, I don't know if Harry's been pickpocketed or anything like that. Obviously, I wouldn't know at this point. But yeah, you'd think there'd be a better way of carrying this incredibly important thing around, rather than just a better way than just putting it in your pocket. That's my little note there. Right. Winky is in the bushes. cause the Death Eaters. I'm saying Death Eaters, guys, because I know they're going to be called this, but it caused the Death Eaters bad wizards. Again, why not just said bad people? But it doesn't matter. I guess because of what's happening with the Mongols, so that's fine. Yeah, that's fair actually, because they're representing wizards, aren't they? So yeah, that does make sense. Also, a house elf referring to wizards as being bad. Interesting. House elf against the mistreatment of muggles. Yes, now this is, again, the whole hierarchy thing. Creature wouldn't give a tin S about muggles, especially with how he treats Hermione, as I remember. But some house elves... Because house elves are going to be working mainly in houses that... I would imagine mainly houses that don't like muggles. Is that fair? I'm not sure. Is it very dark in here, or is it just me? There you go. Yeah, a muggle... I mean, the thing is that they're also running amok and, you know, wrecking, you know, they're waking everyone up for one thing, but also wrecking tents and everything, so... They're not doing what they're doing in the movie, from what I gather, because in the movie, it's scorched earth, guys. They just destroyed everything. Which, again, is so confusing to a movie watcher, like, what is actually happening in that scene, and why? Because apparently, going on what we hear here, it could be that the Death Eaters are just having a wild time. Good time. So, yeah. Yeah, so it may not just be the Muggles that Winky's referring to, referring to the wizards as being bad. Winky appears to be being held back as she's like trying to get away, and later on Hermione refers to her as her being bewitched, which is very interesting, guys. Which does make me think, and Harry thinks about how Dobby used to hit himself and everything. I always assumed that is just Dobby's personality. But he doesn't do it after being set free, though, does he? But then he's a completely different guy, then. It's all about the Benjamin, isn't he? Is Dobby hitting himself? Basically, Lucius saying, I'm not going to always be there when you screw up, so put a spell on you so you can do it yourself. So you can punish yourself. I've always assumed that it's just Dobby's personality. That is... Let me know what you think about that, guys, because that makes Dobby... I feel so blooming bad for Dobby if that is a spell that he's had put on him. That's horrible. That really is horrible. But I never gave that a second's thought. I never thought that could have been the case. Hermione calls out the slavery of house elves in a brilliant moment. I freaking love Hermione at this point, guys. She's absolutely going hard on him. And Ron says that they like it that way, which, you know, we do find out is kind of true, but it also is... It's like when people say that foxes enjoy being chased, you know. It's a willingness to believe that's the case. So you don't have to feel any remorse about what you may or may not be doing. But we do find out that is the case with Winky, though, and so... But it's it's not just the slavery aspect that Hermione's having a go at, it is the mistreatment. And I don't think that Ron is, for a second, suggesting that... Maybe he is. But Winky not being able to just completely freely escape. Or Dobby hitting himself, which obviously he hasn't met Dobby. I don't think that Ron is suggesting that they enjoy that aspect of it. But we then have a fascinating conversation about house elves here, guys. And I love Hermione's take on it, and it's so interesting that it's the half-blood that is not half-blood, sorry, the Muggle-born that has this care towards Winky. Ron presumably had never seen a house elf before today as well, because he says, "Oh, so that's a house elf." But he's heard about them though. And from a young age, he would have been saying, "Yeah, and these house elves, they work for the richer families." Whereas Hermione, no doubt she's read up on it and has that whole thing of, this is slavery. And it's not just slavery, it's mistreatment and abuse. Sending Winky into the high seats and everything like that. So yeah, I love this bit. I'm looking forward to any discussion on this in the book club. After this discussion, Ron gives Hermione a glance, and Harry thinks about how Draco may actually be right, that Hermione might actually be in more trouble. And it's so interesting that we have that moment where Ron looks at her and Harry thinks that at this point. Which does make me think that Ron's looking at her thinking, no pureblood or even half-blood would be saying what Hermione's saying out loud. That's what I got from it. I mean, frankly, Harry's never really said this about Dobby. I liked it. I liked Hermione giving it on two barrels in this part. But yes, it's interesting how Ron then glances at Hermione, and Harry, and in that same sentence, thinks she probably would be in a lot of trouble. I think because she would speak out. Group of wizards trying to show off to the Velas again. So we're back to this again, guys. They pass like some Velas, like 3 Velas in like an opening, and there's like loads of guys like bragging about stuff and everything. One says that he's a dragon killer, and the one next to him says, "No, you're not. You're a dishwasher in the Leaky Cauldron." Okay, here's Veggie going into way too much detail again, guys. But would there actually be a dishwasher in the Leaky Cauldron? Because that seems like it's something which it's a part of a job which someone would do. Their whole job wouldn't be. Presumably, they're not manually cleaning dishes. So presumably their one job is go cleanify for 9 hours with a break. Also, the fact that it's the Leaky Cauldron, guys. It's like the one in pub that we've ever. Well, that's not true. Of course we had other pubs, Veggie. You're talking nonsense. But I feel like the line would have been more realistic if they'd said, "Oh, you're a dishwasher at the Dragon's Armpits in Cardiff." Just to make it feel like it's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird that Harry's hearing about a place that he's been to. You know what I mean? But then that would register more in his mind, and more of a reason why we'd hear about it here. Talking about other things that coincidences, guys. Well, actually, let's do this in order. So yeah, this is my notes here. 1, would the Leaky Cauldron have a wizard purely for dishwashing? And 2, then again, the second guy could have been talking him down as well. Number 2, that is a crazy coincidence. He works in the only pub Harry knows of. That's not true, Veggie. They've been in other pubs. Do better. Do better. Right. Another says that they're a vampire hunter with 90 kills, and another says that they're going to be the youngest minister of magic ever. And who is it, guys? It's bloomin' Stun Shumpike, a character who I never would have thought we'd hear of again. That was awesome. I was so happy with that. That made me smile. So I want to Urns around as well. But yeah, that made me smile. That was awesome. That stands there. Again, it is a bit of coincidence that, in this thing where 100,000 people are staying, Harry has passed Draco, Winky, someone who works at the Leaky Cauldron, Stan Shumpike. It's all these people that he knows, but presumably, and the French students. So presumably there have been loads of interactions, but the ones that we're hearing about are the ones which register with Harry's memory. In which case it makes sense. Lovely hearing from Stan though. It's a shame that he didn't get to go over there. He says, "Oh, Neville!" Completely confusing Ron. And Hermione. Neville? Yes. Right. Insane Harry is seeing so many familiar people, but is probably passing more people than I mentioned. There we go. Ron says he invented a broom which can reach Jupiter to the Velas. Interesting that Harry's not getting affected, but maybe it's because Harry is pretty focused on Stan, and I mean that, you know, as in he recognises Stan, not that he's having a Vela effect from Stan. But yeah, maybe because he's preoccupied thinking, oh, Stan. So yeah, Ron has now been affected again and says that he's invented a broom that can reach Jupiter. Again, I'm going to keep it short, guys, because I could go on for 20 minutes here. Why would anyone design a broom that can fly to Jupiter? It seems so redundant, considering you could go do that and appear anywhere on the planet, at least. And also, if you're going to be going to Jupiter, aren't you going to want a carpet or something a little bit... You're going to get some serious friction burns if you're going to fly all the way to Jupiter, unless it's really fast. But again, why... It doesn't matter, Veggie! Sorry, guys. If you got this far, first of all, well done. Second of all, can you start your comments by saying it doesn't matter, Veggie, and then start the rest of your comments? Because I feel like it's something that I need to be told a lot. So in all of your comments, at the start or wherever you want, guys, but at some point, without giving context, say it doesn't matter, Veggie, and then you blur. Because I need to hear that. I need to hear that. Oh my goodness. Harry not affected this time. Right. They find a hiding spot, and Ludo appears looking unwell, or at least unnerved. Didn't know about what was happening at the campsite. Very interesting, because when he appeared, I thought, oh, is he hiding? Is he a half-blood or something? But he apparently doesn't know anything about it, and so when he hears about it, he loudly swears and then disapparates. So that's very interesting. What was he doing there, guys? Mystery. Ah, it's good, guys. It's so good. It's the mystery aspect of this must have been so intriguing, because obviously I know certain things about it, guys, which quite honestly at this point I wish I didn't. But yeah, but because Ludo is completely taken out of the movies, I can still be fascinated and intrigued by in what direction this is going. Hermione says how mad the Death Eaters are for doing what they're doing, whilst there's so many Ministry members around. Very, very true. Unless, you know, the general wizarding folk are going to be like, maybe agreeing with them, or at least okay with it. No, I don't know. But it also feels like it is obviously a diversion as well. They hear someone coming amongst the trees. They hear Noz Nozda. That's what I've written down here, but I'm sure that isn't what the spell's actually called. The Death Eater symbol lights up the whole wood. Hermione recognizes as the Dark Mark. Somebody probably should have mentioned this to Harry before, I've got down here, but then again, it's a touchy subject, guys. When's that going to come up? Just like over dinner, like say, oh yeah, by the way, Harry, you know that guy who murdered your parents? Yeah, it's a very touchy subject, so yeah, I can see why no one would want to bring it up. And also, it's the first time that it's been done for like 13 years, and so I guess they're thinking, well, thank goodness that death mark stuff's all dealt with. As soon as it, just after it appears, 20 wizards appear around them. They duck and stupefy is fired around them. This tiny little moment is perfectly done in the movie, but my goodness, everything around it, it's so different. Hermione tells Arthur and Crouch what happened. Oh yes, regarding like the sound and everything like that. Crouch is sus about how much she knows about the Dark Mark and calls her Missy, which I did quite enjoy, I must admit. Despite how awesome Hermione is in this chapter, that did make me chuckle. When, you know, I should find it funny, guys, but there's something. It's something funny about how condescending Crouch is being here. I don't know why I find it funny. I mean, the thing is, he like comes up saying, "Who did it? Who did it?" and then like Hermione's like says, "Oh no, we didn't do the death mask." He says, "Oh, you know it's a death mask. How do you know that? You're just accusing her of doing it just a second ago." It seems like a weird jump for him, you know. But yeah, Hermione's a brilliant student, though. You know. What is? No, don't answer that. I was going to ask what her job is afterwards. Oh, she should be a teacher, guys. Oh, imagine Hermione's a teacher. I hope that we'll get to it once we finish this book review, guys. Of all of them, I should say. But I do hope that somebody becomes a professor at Hogwarts. Either way, come on, get going, Veggie. You're taking way too long here. So yes, Crouch calls Hermione Missy, and I find it funnier than I should do. Amos is also among the 20 and says that the area has been scanned, and if there was anyone around, that they would have been caught. And he goes up behind these trees and he says, "Oh yeah, I got someone." Oh, and he's like, "Boss," and he brings out an unconscious Winky, unconscious as well. I was worried that she was blooming dead, guys. So it's like saying a motionless Winky. It's like, oh my god, this got dark suddenly. I know this episode's called the chapter's called the Dark Mark, but still. Crouch is having none of it, and when he sees Winky, just walks off back in the same direction to try and find someone else, I guess. Or do something else. This is the great thing, guys. Because I know the big bullet points, but there's so many little bullet points, I have no clue what direction this is going. So it's very possible that Crouch is doing something else when he walks off. I don't mean having a wee. Arthur says you need a... Sorry, guys. Arthur says you need a wand to make the mark appear. Amos reveals that Winky had Harry's wand. Well, a wand, it's then revealed. I worked out it was Harry's wand immediately, I must admit. But very interesting that the Dark Mark requires a wand. And we then find out that no non-human creature is permitted to use a wand. I find that sort of line so satisfying because that really gives us real clear parameters. So, a spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, guys, but Jacob, in one of the Fantastic Beasts movies, not doing anything wrong, although it's not actually a wand. I love that scene. I'm not going to get into it again, guys, but I love the main four characters of Fantastic Beasts. I really do, particularly Tina. Don't get into that. Right. Right, so yeah. No non-human creatures, which means Hook. Oh, I cannot remember his name. But Rock Davis in Deathly Hallows is breaking a human law. Presumably goblins have their own laws and everything, although they had to also abide by Wizard Wand as well. So yeah, no non-human creature is permitted to use a wand. Such interesting wording, it really is. And obviously humans can't use a wand, but I guess you could, hit someone with it. But I love parameters like that because it really gives us a clear cut of what is and isn't allowed. So I appreciate that line. Ludo appears. It's very interesting because Ludo appears, and I can't tell in the wording if he appears and then notices the mark, or he has appeared because the mark appeared. Because all the rest of the 20 appeared, but it's very possible that Ludo was just going back. Maybe hoping that Harry and gang had moved on or something. So yeah, I'm not sure if he'd seen them up before disapparating or not. Or apparating. I do not know which one it is. Ludo appears asking what happened. Mark remarks how Crouch wasn't at the match, even though Winky was holding him a seat. There we go. I thought that was the case. Or at least that's what I got in my notes anyway. And like Crouch, I think nervously like says, "Oh, I was busy." There's obviously something going on, guys. Having another wee, isn't he? Sorry, stop it. Right, Winky is awakened by them. Says she didn't do the mark. She's distraught, poor little thing. Harry recognizes his wand and says that he had dropped it. Amos asks if that is a confession. Amos Crouch. No, Amos and Crouch. I was going to say Ludo. Amos and Crouch go down in my estimation so much in this chapter. They really do. Amos is... I think he's trying to be like a bad cop, good cop sort of thing or something. Just purely bad cop. But he is. I do not like him. He ain't a Hufflepuff. He's definitely not acting Hufflepuff-esque here. Where was Cedric during all that? Good question. Amos asks if that is a confession when Harry says that he dropped his wand. He's just... It feels like he is desperate to... Maybe to be the one who solves the case? Maybe that's what's going on? But he is jumping to some stupid conclusions here. If Harry's dropped his wand... yeah, Amos is an idiot in this moment. Obviously not. Winky had it. I've got down here. Winky had found it and was returning it to Harry, question mark? That's what I got down here. Maybe that's what's going on. At no point does Winky actually say that, but then again, she's terrified. Hermione speaks up for Winky. Sisters are doing it for themselves, guys. Sorry. I really, really like Hermione in this chapter, guys. I'm sorry. I really do. What I just said about sisters doing themselves is idiotic, guys. The only reason why I say it is because they're the only two female characters who are even saying anything at this point. Although there is a witch who's wearing a fluffy dressing gown as well, apparently. But she's great in this chapter. Saying the voice... Oh yes, she says that the voice that they heard summon this thing was much deeper. I do have down here, it's possible that she is over defending Winky because of her opinion and of how house elves are treated. She wants to go directly to Winky is innocent rather than go through all the evidence. But I don't think that's the case. You know what really upsets me, guys, is when people watch 12 Angry Men and they are instantly assuming that the person is innocent. That's a tiny little something. It doesn't really upset me, but the movie is so much better if you do see the possibility that they are guilty. 12 Angry Men, guys, the 1957 version, the Henry Fonda version. If you haven't seen it, guys, put it on. It's black and white, but that's not a problem. Put on the Henry Fonda version of 12 Angry Men and just enjoy, guys, because it is so good. It is so good. And listen to the evidence. I think it's great. I think it's absolutely brilliant. That is a massive tangent. I apologise. I don't think that Hermione... The thing is, Ron isn't saying it. Ron isn't, like, saying, hey, no, the voice was different and everything. Hermione is the one who's... But then again, Ron's dad is there. So maybe he doesn't feel like he's in a place where he can speak. That's interesting, guys. That is very interesting. Why isn't Ron speaking up for Winky? And also, we know that Ron is a little bit condescending to house elves. Condescending is the wrong term, but so not dismissing, but yeah, kind of dismissing house elves actually. Yeah, so it's very Ron and Hermione. It's so good when we get a good Ron and Hermione chapter, and I feel like this is one, guys. I know it's not about them, but we're getting so much good dialogue from both of them. Letting us know the difference between a half... No, Muggleborn and I don't know why I'm getting so angry. Sorry, a Muggleborn and a pureblood, with them both being decent people. Right. Amos continues to accuse Winky. And Crouch, Amos is basically, getting the cell ready for Winky. And Crouch, annoyingly, angrily, says, if he's suggesting that he regularly teaches his servants the dark arts. Which, that shuts Amos up straight away. That was awesome. And it's very interesting how little Arthur is saying, actually, during the scene as well, actually. He does defend Winky. No, he doesn't. No, I'm taking it back. He doesn't defend Winky. He basically calms the situation and then asks Winky questions. He's not defending him per se. Whereas Hermione, to her grave, she will defend Winky, and I love it. I blooming love it. I need to look up some pictures of Winky because apparently she got a tomato-like nose. I will be careful. Cuts to a shot of Winky standing over Cedric's body or something. Sorry, that would be a twist. Yeah, she's got a short little nose. Oh my goodness, that first picture is awesome. I love the art style in that. Oh man, I wish I could draw as good as this guy's. I do draw, but I'm not good. I do enjoy drawing. Poor little Winky. Anyway, close that down before I see anything. I didn't see any spoilers there, guys. I was very careful just to look at the very first couple of images. And I have been, I did get a comment and they called me out and they were absolutely right last time, guys, saying, Veggie, don't look stuff up because you will get spoiled. And I admit, guys, I did see something about the guy in the flowery dress, and which I shouldn't have known. Now, luckily, I stopped reading immediately, but I will be careful now going forward, guys. I'm sorry if I just look at Winky, because that does kind of contradict what I literally just said. Alright, moving on, because this chapter is very close to being an hour on its own. Book club coming soon, guys. Diggory gives Winky the right talking to, is the way I'll put it down here. And says that wands have a search history. Sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Keep it, yeah. So, yeah, apparently wands have a search history, guys. And so, puts his wand together with Harry's wand, and it makes, like, a little skull appear, showing a representation of what the previous, the last spell to be cast was. That's cool. That makes the Wizarding World seem very like an organization. Because presumably when these ones are being made by Ollivander or whoever, that is something that they make sure is possible, I would imagine. And after the skull appears, Amos says, Deletius. I bet it took them a long time to come up with these names, guys. Deletius. So yes, want to have a search history, guys. I think that is amazing. Amos continues to accuse Winky, and Crouch asks if... Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is when Crouch says about, do you think that I regularly teach my servants the dark arts, which is definitely shuts Crouch up. Crouch says he and Harry are the least likely to summon the Dark Mark out of everyone there. Oh no, she doesn't know. He doesn't know that Hermione is a Muggleborn. But he doesn't know that she isn't. Which would suggest that there is history there, guys. And known history. Like history that the general person in that group would thinking, oh yeah, he's referring to that. So we will find out what that is, guys. I got my suspicions, but I got my suspicions of who they may be referring to. That may be that would make Crouch the second most likely person to not do, the least likely to do it, I should say. Very telling line. I like that. If you accuse my elf, you accuse me. What? Oh yeah. So Crouch says that. So he says, if you accuse my elf, you accuse me, which makes you think, yes, he's standing up for Winky. No, guys, he ain't standing up for Winky. Winky is such a silly name. Amos points out Winky must have been just a few feet away from the person who did summon it. It's cool, guys. It's like, I want to get a diagram out and have a look at the map and seeing exactly see which direction everyone is, what direction they were looking in and everything. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff, and I'm visualizing it as well. Crouch tells Amos that he will deal with Winky. You get the impression that Amos isn't too happy about that, but he's not going to he can't overrule Crouch. Says that Winky will be punished. I've got in the parentheses for what here? It's because Winky disobeyed him. Crouch threatens Winky with clothes. At no point does he like take his hat off and give it to her or anything. And so, yeah, I presume it's going to happen, but it hasn't happened on screen or on page, I should say. And so, yeah, we get the feeling that it's like most likely going to happen. And Winky is obviously in absolute tears at this point, just completely distraught. So generally, house elves don't want freedom, which is not something which I saw coming at all, guys. It's kind of crazy that do you reckon it's half and half, or do you think that Dobby was a real exception, but it just so happened that that's the one that Harry set free? Because at no point did Dobby like say to Harry, "Oh God, I wish I was free." And so, it's quite a gamble. Oh, imagine Chamber of Secrets ended with Dobby in tears. Oh no! I thought it would be horrible. That would be absolutely horrible. That'd be a really sad ending to the movie. Then the credits going up with like no music, just the credits scrolling up over footage of Dobby crying on the ground with a sock. Sorry, that's really horrible. I should shut up. That's really horrible. But it's very possible that Dobby didn't want freedom. Does he say that he wants freedom at any point, or hint towards that he wants freedom? Maybe he does. I can't remember. So, moving on, guys. We're getting out. Last few notes. And some aspects of this I have actually skimmed over, guys. This chapter had a lot of information. Hermione defends Winky, saying that she was frightened and calls him out how frightened she was in the stadium. Basically calling Crouch a terrible owner. Master, I should say. Crouch says he has no use for a house elf that disobeys him. So it's purely that she left the tent. That the issue is here. But, you know, the tent could have been destroyed. The group heads so our group, I should say. Arthur takes the kids, you know, back to the tent. Love how Hermione is going so hard in defending Winky, even at this point. It's like saying it's not fair and everything. It's so cool. I'm looking forward to more of it. I'm looking forward to more of this. Hermione is showing a real new side of her here already in this chapter. Like this not accepting how unfair things are. I really appreciate that. The rest of the family had made their way back to the tent, including Ginny and the twins. Bill has a bleeding arm. Percy has a bloody nose. Amazed how significant Winky is. Yeah, guys, like I say, when I heard the bit in the very pop musical, I did think, okay, it's probably like a couple of lines or something. Now, Winky, I don't know how much she's going to be in it again, guys, but just in these chapters here, she's outshone what I assumed that she would be in the books. Lovely. Oh, mate, lovely getting another house elf as well. I now can't stand Crouch and Amos is my next note there. It's true, guys. I despise them both now. Percy completely agrees with Crouch getting rid of Winky because of like the disobeying and everything, and like the stuff with the one and everything. And Hermione goes like, she like gets furious at what Percy is saying, and I like this because Percy is taken aback by it, and we get the impression that they actually got on quite well. In fact, I'd like to say very well, guys. I would like to say very well. We didn't hear much of it in the previous books, but it makes complete sense that they would get on well. It really does, and so it was nice that that has kind of been confirmed here. And again, Percy's being the yes man essentially. He's like saying, oh, of course the higher up person made the correct decision and everything. So typical of Percy. The dark mask, dark mark Veggie. I keep saying mask. Dark mark hasn't been seen for 13 years at this point, and so we know what happened 13 years ago. It was used to show people that someone had been killed. So it was basically a tag, as they say, as the kids say, isn't it? It's basically, you know, Death Eaters were here, sort of thing. So why was it flown up then? Or is it something that you're meant to do before you kill someone? No, that would be a stupid way around of doing it. Yeah, so why was it flown then? Or was it just a flex of, hey, we're back? Maybe. I'm sure we'll find out. Again, it may have been in the movie. I need to refresh my mind with that. Bill says the Death Eaters all apparated when they saw the mark as if scared. Explains what the Death Eaters are to Harry. Yeah, Bill gives the impression that he thinks that when the mark appeared, the Death Eaters essentially fled. And says how, you know, a lot of Death Eaters have like said, oh, nothing to do with me, I was just taking orders. With their connections with Voldemort, and then they see this mark and think, oh god, Voldemort's going to be back. Much like a Pettigrew, you know, hiding as a rat, you know, away from, you know, the eyes of people who think that he's dead, but also the people that would be out to make him so if he was to reveal himself. Arthur believes that Death Eaters were doing what yes, Arthur believes that what they were doing what they were doing to the Muggles and to everyone else for fun. Drunken fun, in fact, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that is... I don't think that's the case, but it's very interesting that that is what Arthur would assume was going on there. And it is kind of playing it down to an extent, in a way, isn't it? Well, they were just drunken yobs and everything, but, you know... Obviously, the Roberts are all going to have their minds, you know, wiped again. Bloomin' Roberts, jeez. And if his family were in the house, guys, them, including the kids, are probably having their minds, you know, affected very regularly. Which we talked about the ethics of it last time, guys. Great discussion. Thank you so much for that. Apparently, that is how most Muggles were killed in the war. Yes, that's right. Arthur, actually, no, yeah, he's not downplaying it at all, guys. Apparently, when the war was going on and all these Muggles were dying, the majority of them were dying as a flex and as enjoyment from the Death Eaters. That's bleak, guys. That is bleak. Guys, that's my notes. Brilliant 2 chapters. Long ones, definitely long ones. So we'll get over to the book club now because we must be approaching maybe 2.5 hours. Maybe 2.25, maybe into this, and so I need to try and get it under 6 hours. So we'll get through for the book club. So, well, not now, in fact. So yes, I promise you, I will not make it a recurring joke where I'm going to say that Bart is going to have a wee. I'm saying it now, guys, because I made that joke twice during this chapter, and I'm putting my foot down now. Not Ron's Massive Fate. I'm not going to make that a recurring joke. Let's get over to the book club. It's over there. Oh no. And stop. Okay, guys. So here is the book club where you get your chance to be a part of the discussion. I didn't really explain what I meant earlier on when I said about how me making that image appear on OBS rather than in editing will save me a lot of time. Basically, in editing, in the way that, you know, on the program which I'm using it, you have like lines and you add different layers to it and everything, and the more layers that you get, the more time it will take to export. And so I have a footage layer, my audio layer, hello, this is Veggie, and then I add in a music layer and put in the soundtrack from Oblivion, which is lovely, guys. Oblivion's a lovely game. And there is a remake of it being made, and it's taking a long time, guys, but it's going to be well worth it, because that is a great, relaxing, really relaxing game. But the music is just gorgeous, as you can tell. And when I go like that, and edit in the Harry Potter book club image at the start of these book reviews just to explain what it is, that adds in another layer. And so I think that when I'm exporting my video, the entire time it is having to take that layer into consideration for like the 30 seconds that it's up there. And so that's what I meant earlier on. Not that it matters. Again, guys, please, in your comments, start it or have somewhere in it where it just basically tells me it doesn't matter, Veggie. Because my goodness, I need to hear that sometimes. Harry Potter Book Club, guys, you know the score. And if you don't, then then the rules are here. It's always best to try and keep the comments short, guys. You're actually helping me out a lot by keeping your comments short. I know that often there's a lot to discuss, and very often it's like people say, oh, it's my first time and everything. So I want you to be able to, you say your piece and everything, guys. But if you can, you know what a lot of people do? They make their comment and then they go over it a couple of times and just make it streamlined, Apparently that's what people do. So thank you to anyone who does that. It is greatly appreciated. It makes these videos doable. Possible, I should say. So yes, so we will start off with the first comment in the book club, which is me saying, ignore the fact that it said closed for the first couple of seconds. This is my problem, guys. It's one of my problems. I have many problems, as you can tell. Undo this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, can't get it off! What the heck? Am I wearing this shirt forever now? There we go, my goodness. There we go, that's a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, I copy and paste way too much. Very often I'll screw up on it, and when I copy and pasted the title for the book club and everything, it started off by saying closed, because that's what it says the previous time. And so yeah, I had to put a little comment saying, ignore the fact that I said that I said closed for a couple of seconds. So moving on to Colin's comments. Thank you so much, Colin. Colin from Chamber of Secrets. It's not. Why did Crumb catch the snitch of the World Cup finals? And you... Pardon me. In capital letters with finals. That is significant, guys. Points don't matter anymore. I know they were getting destroyed, but he doesn't have faith that his team can't score 2 goals. That's the thing. When I first read it, it didn't dawn on me how incredibly close the game still was. If he'd caught the snitch a couple of minutes before, Bulgaria would have won, regardless of how many penalties they gave to Ireland. So there is still discussion here. Although, I'm sure that we'll have other discussions of it going forward. Points don't matter anymore, much like Whose Line's It Anyway? I know they're getting destroyed, but it doesn't have the favour of his team to score 2 goals. For example, if one of their chasers gets injured, then Bulgaria could score 2 more goals easily. It is still very early, and the other, literally considering it go on for days, weeks, the other team basically doesn't have a seeker. Lynch is injured, very true. If I was in that situation, I would have waited. I would have waiting a little longer to catch it. Yeah, that's the thing. It is the fact that it is almost immediately, as soon as they would lose, he catches it almost immediately. Because, like I said, it's 160, 170. Edit. I just finished up your last book review from. I'm from just regular old Virginia, not West Virginia. Oh, I'm sorry, Colin, for making a big song and dance, literary song, last time. The best part of that song is John Denver is from New Mexico across the country. I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. Which is your favourite version of that? What's her from Greece called? Oh, what the heck is her name? She's got a triple barrel name, right? What's her name? Oh, it's a great version though, guys. It probably is my favourite version. Country roads. Oh, no. Look up Greece. Cast. Greece is the word. Olivia Newton-John's version is beautiful, guys. I would say that and John Denver's versions are the best, but I do feel like Olivia Newton-John's version is my favourite. It's so beautiful. It's almost biblical. It kind of is, actually. It has that old school church vibe to it. But they're all great, though. It's just a beautiful song. Is there anyone who hates that song? Maybe they've had to listen to it like way too many times, but I think it's beautiful. So, yes, Colin, thank you so much for your comment. And I hope Virginia is doing well. Lydia! Lydia, your name reminds me of Skyrim. Because I think that one of my main companions in Skyrim was called Lydia. I'm sure she was. But then I met Dekethus, who is an Argonian, and I was an Argonian as well. Sorry, guys. Right, Lydia. I'm so sorry, Lydia. Right, I'm excited to hear... This is why these movies take so long. I'm excited to hear everyone's thoughts on these two chapters. So much happened so quickly, you're telling me. And finally gets to meet Dobby's pal, Winky. Oh, imagine if they got married. I'd like a house elf marriage. I mean, yeah. I don't know why, but yeah. They're both free now as well. Yeah, good old Winky. It's great. I really enjoyed meeting Winky, guys. I'm hoping that's not her done now. It could be. But you know, the fact that we met Stan again, I can't imagine it's the last time we'll be hearing of Winky. Thank you for the comment, Lydia. Emil. Hi, Reggie. I think, hang on. Yeah, okay. Oh, I meant to be liking him. I meant to be liking him. I'll even give myself a like. I think that people get notifications when I do this, guys. I'm sorry if you do. I don't mean to spam your inbox. My brother has just sent me a text message about Brookside. You have to be from the UK and of a certain age to find that the fact that he's done that kind of ridiculous. Had Brian Murphy in it, you know. I never really watched. I never watched Brookside. My brother's semi-obsessed with it. But yeah, recently I discovered that Brian Murphy was in it, who I mentioned last book club. It's all connected, guys. It's all connected. When we were talking about who would play the old guy who was wearing the flowery nightdress, one of the people that I said could have played him was Brian Murphy, who was best known for a 70s sitcom before I was born, called George and Mildred, which I have subsequently watched all of, guys. There's something about 70s sitcoms which I just get obsessed with, and I just have to watch all the episodes, even if I don't enjoy it. And George and Mildred was good. I definitely preferred Man About the House, which is the sitcom which their characters were originally from, and I might have a bit of a crush on one of the main ladies from Man About the House, Chris. Again, it was made before I was born, but yes. Anyway, what am I talking about now? I'm sorry, guys. Right. I'm sorry. I've just got so sidetracked. Emil, I'm so sorry for getting so sidetracked. Let's get back to reading your blooming comment. I need to stop talking about Brian Murphy. Right. Hi, Benji. I think we will have enough comments about Chapter 9, so I'll keep it to a lighter tone of Chapter 8. The top box, about 20 people and glittery chairs. The Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, take up half of those seats. The Malfoys are 3 more. Oh my goodness, Emil. This is excellent. Winky and the seat she is saving is 2 extra. Fudge is there, and I assume Ludo is standing. Yes, I do as well. That's how I visualize it. Still, that only leaves 4 seats for the Bulgarians, who no wonder in the previous chapter were asking for 12 more seats, which Crouch and Barty obviously did not agree to, as we see here, rather unfair towards the guests. Emil, this is excellent. I didn't even pick up on the fact that there were 20 people and glittering 20 people and chairs. This is fascinating. Well done. The Bulgarian Minister of Magic messing with Fudge, pretending not to know English is always a laughter moment for me. Me too. I thought that was brilliant, and I do get the impression that maybe it's because he knew he wasn't going to get his way as well. But I feel like Fudge from the get-go was being very condescending to him, even before he realised that he couldn't speak English. Or maybe other delegates had told him what he's like. Yeah. I thought it was awesome. Great work with the number crunching, Emil. Seriously, that's brilliant. Thank you so much for your comment. Alias. The Goblet of Fire movie came out 18 years ago. Wow, that's crazy. When I was 12. To this day, I still remember exactly the shock and disbelief I felt when it went directly from the start of the match to everyone being back in the tents. I know, that must have been a bit... But you can kind of see... Yeah, it must have been such a culture shock. It really must have. At first, I was convinced that they had been some sort of mistake, that we were somehow watching the wrong copy of the movie, which was missing a chunk of it. At this point, it would have been missing many, because why would they tease us like that with a Quidditch World Cup for then to not show anything in the actual match? Well, that is actually a very good point. That's actually a very good point, Elias. And for some reason, you've just reminded me a moment of a Pokemon game. I said, yeah, I was winning Meowth Hat, guys. I've only played like a couple of Pokemon games, but Meowth is my favorite Pokemon. But there, I was playing Shield on the channel, in fact. And there's one bit where, because the animation is not good in it, guys. I feel like even the biggest Nintendo fan can admit that. But there's one bit where, like, you're walking along, and then, like, the screen sort of, like, rumbles. And, like, someone comes in and says, I can't believe what I just saw. I just saw these Pokemon become absolutely gigantic, and they started fighting, and all these sort of things happened. And, like, the buildings were, like, everyone was terrified. They had to run free. And it's all this stuff which we didn't get to see. But it was this one person telling us everything that happened. So, yeah. It's such a build-up to this grandiose we jump into them in the tent. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even see it like that, Alias. Wow, that's such a good point. If you're going to do this, then just cut the whole thing out like you did with the Dursleys at the beginning. They could have started the movie. They could have started the movie with Krum catching the snitch, and like Ron, Hermione, and Harry are like leaving the same. Like, wow, Krum was amazing. Did you see that? Can't believe we actually got to go and see the Quidditch World Cup and everything. Yeah, obviously because Barty Crouch isn't introduced in the movie at this point anyway, so that's not a problem. And Ludo isn't in it. They could have literally started the movie. That's a good start to the movie. Well, obviously, no, we would have had the scene in Voldemort's house. The Riddle house. But yeah, you cut to Sykes getting killed. Oh no, because then you have to have Harry waking up. No, Harry waking up is important, Elias. So no, you weren't suggesting that it should have started there. I was. Okay, ignore me. Yes. Your version's better because we had to have Harry being woken up with his scar hurting. Also, when the death mark appears in the sky, Harry does this, whereas in the book he doesn't. He rubs his forehead, I should say. His scar. Right, so I just got completely baffled by saying that you were saying something which I was saying, so I apologise about that, Alias. If you're going to do... There will be many more examples of stuff being completely left out of the movie, which made watching Goblet of Fire so frustrating as a book reader, I can imagine. I guess the silver lining is that you now get to experience it. Exactly. It's enjoyable doing it this way around. It must be frustrating the other. And us with you. The other way around, rediscovering all these things that we never got to see on the big screen. Speaking of, we meet Winky, the house elf, another character, another new character already, who gives us news of Dobby and shows a different aspect of what being a house elf is like. The argument between Hermione and Percy over her treatment by Crouch gives us an idea of what the general consensus of the status of house elf is in the wizarding community. I would take that comment there, Alias, and change it a little bit and put Ron in place of Percy. Because Ron is the one who like says, "Oh, they enjoy it. You know, it's what they're meant to do. It's what they're born to do. It's what they're kind of used to." And Hermione's like saying that's a load of rubbish. Percy is saying it because it's Mr. Crouch that they're talking about, and you know, Percy will say everything that Mr. Crouch says is the correct one. So I've changed that a little bit, but I completely agree with Commoner. You wanted to see an example of mistreating of muggles by wizards, and here we have it. It makes much more sense that the Death Eaters are attacking muggles, not just randomly trampling over tents like in the movie. Yeah, it's strange in the movie. I actually didn't really understand what was going on. I really like the explanation of Mr. Weasley of what the death mark really means and what it was like during the First War against Voldemort. Once again, no David Tennant in this chapter from the movie. It's not the first time. Yeah, I haven't called him David Tennant at all, yeah, have I? From the movie watcher's perspective, it might start to feel like the movie completely made up his character. Well, that's the thing, guys. Because I've been able to enjoy this chapter with thinking it may not have been David Tennant who did it. It may have been, but there's so many other people. It could have been Winky. Could have been Winky. There's so many other characters that it could have been. Could have been Draco. So even though I know a direction it could go, it may not be the direction. The last chapter really starts to build the sense of mystery that is present in the book but absent in the movie. What happened to Harry's wand? What was Winky doing with it? Who cast the dark mark? Why? And other details I can't mention here, thank you very much, which we'll explore later. Thank you so much for your comment, Alias. Marianne. Hey, Reggie. Hi, yes, Reggie. I apologise. Do you remember the time? Sorry. Do you remember hearing about Winky the house elf from the Harry Potter musical? I do. I absolutely do. Crabbe mentioned her when Draco asked about who the ugliest girl in the school was. There we go. I knew it was something horrible. Generally, anything in the Harry Potter musicals, anything about women, is generally nasty. It really is, guys. And sometimes it did feel like they were pushing that a little too far for me, quite frankly. But yeah, it's they definitely, yeah, pretty brutal. Then again, they're brutal about a lot of people in it. I was wondering, how did Winky and Dobby know each other? I want to know this as well. Winky suggests they talk a lot, but I thought house elves had to stay with their master wizard family all the time. What do you think? Pen pals? Yeah, like I was saying, maybe there is some sort of thing where the house elves are got together just to make sure that they are, or maybe, actually, yeah, maybe there's a new spell on the town, or a new technique to doing something which the masters tend to like, and so there is, like, say, maybe like once a month, they all get together, they listen to a talk, and then afterwards they're allowed to socialise a bit, and then get back to work. Maybe. I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But that is my headcanon, weirdly enough. But great question, Marianne. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your comment. Maddie. Hey, Reggie. And so the mystery begins. That's what the chapter should have been called. I never really been into sports, so Quidditch is my least favourite part. But I still found the Quidditch finals chapter entertaining because of the characters' reaction to the game and the mascots, yeah, absolutely, and the referee and the billboard ads are a plus. I love that sort of thing. The next chapter suddenly took a dark turn. It really did. It's so interesting, Maddie, because the first chapter in the book is so dark, and then it's just been absolute joy until now. It's true. It's such a what do they say? It whiplash? That's right, though. Yeah, but it's certainly a sudden thing. Such turn, and this is where we start with the whodunit aspect of the story, which the movie totally disregarded. Also, movie Harry getting kicked in the head and losing consciousness is so Hollywood. It is. The way the mystery unfolds, little by little, as the story progresses, is why I find book 4 so appealing. You know what, Maddie? Audiobooks. Actually listened to a few of the audiobooks of Game of Thrones. I stopped after a while. There were just too many characters. But it's great though. I say Game of Thrones, guys. A Tale of Fire and Ice and Ice, Fire and Ice, Ice and Fire, whatever the books are called, of Game of Thrones. I can't remember. There is a bit in the show where a character is like there's a big battle about to happen, and then the character that we're following gets knocked out straight away by his own people accidentally, and so the entire battle is skipped over because it just comes with him waking up, and that does feel like okay, so that'll save some money then sort of situation. But I can't remember if that actually happens to him in the book. I can't remember. I cannot remember. Anyway. It is very Hollywood, though. It really is. The way the mystery unfolds, little by little, as the story progresses, is why I find book 4 so appealing. Yeah, I am thoroughly enjoying it, Maddie. My only concern, and it is concern, is that there are so many characters. I'm coping with it right now, but my goodness. I guess that's what you want, though, in a whodunit. You want Harry at the end to be walking, bring everyone into the drawing room and then walking around like saying, oh yes, one final thing. Probably not going to happen, but it might do. Right. Thank you, Maddie. Great comment. Oh, I got little doggies. Very cute. Astrid. When I was a kid, I disliked how Mrs. Weasley didn't come to the World Cup. Now that I'm an adult, I'm sure she could not wait to have the house for herself. That's another take as well. We were discussing the reasons why it could be, and there are countless reasons why it could have been, guys. She probably put her feet on the table and had some wine in perfect size, or maybe a G&T actually. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, absolutely, Astrid. Yeah, especially after the stress of what Frank? Who's Frank? Fred and George. Yeah, I'm completely with you, Astrid. I like it. We need that version of the story. Just like, Weasley, like, reading not the new, I was going to say the new Gilderoy Lockhart. That's probably not going to happen, is it? Oh no, it's the one from the post-credit scene on Chamber of Secrets, on the extended edition, I think it was. Look it up if you haven't seen it, guys. But yeah, maybe that's, she enjoying a good meal of that with a nice glass of wine. I would have white personally, but actually you don't specify. I'd have wine. Great comment, Astrid. I like it. I like it a lot. Melina. Hey, Reggie. Hope you and Woozle are well. Woozle's doing very well. She's had a very good day today, actually. Very good. She's been a happy Woodle. I'm the only one who feels... Am I the only one who feels bad that Draco's parents seemingly left him alone to put everyone, including him, in danger? Let's continue. Chaos is dangerous, and he's 14. The others' parents left to defend their children. Yes, he seems to enjoy the thought of his parents being the ones people fear. But aside him using the slur to Hermione, nearly the whole conversation was Draco warning her to move to safety. That's interesting, Melina. Now, you used the word chaos very well there. I appreciate that, because I wasn't 100% sure what you meant until you used that word. You're not saying that Draco is in danger of the Death Eaters messing with him. The chaos and the fray and people running around and everything like that, he could absolutely get hurt. Or if it gets revealed that the Lucius, his mask gets knocked off and something like that, and he's one of them, and then turns out that Draco's on his own and everything. Oh man, imagine, yeah. Yeah, I see it. I see this, Melina. It's... Melanie. I'm so sorry, Melanie. Terrible reading names. I like it. It's not something which I thought. I feel like you may be doing him a bit of a... I think you may be giving him a little bit too much credit about the warning Hermione thing. I feel like he is more trying to make her scared. That's my interpretation of it, but your interpretation absolutely could be right as well, though. I know a lot of people ship it, don't they, guys? Hermione and Draco. Dracani? 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 Draconi? Or Hermano? Hamango, everybody! I'm having a breakdown. Right. He was rude, arrogant, and he words... hang on. Malvanger. Or... Grangebury. This is why my videos are so long. Right. I'm sorry. Grangebury. I'm an idiot. Right. He was rude, arrogant, and his words were callous. They really were. They really were. But he keeps telling Hermione to run further away. To me, this was Draco's first example of bad, but not evil. Very... You know what, Melanie? That is a good point. Because if he wanted to, he could have said, oh yeah, it's safe over there where he knows there's a bunch of Death Eaters or something. That is actually a very good point. It's possible the first time in the books, I really wanted to know what Draco was thinking, not just what he said. Melanie, I really like that. I really like that. That's an awesome take on that moment. Well, that's made me think a lot about Draco. Well done. Thank you so much. Mel. Hey, Reggie. I've had such a vivid mental image since I was a child of Harry and Ron trying to jump from the box when they saw the Velia. Yes, absolutely. It's a shame that in the film, Malfoy boasts about being in the official box and Harry and the Weasleys are completely elsewhere. Whereas in the book, Arthur got tickets for his whole family to be in the Minister's box, which is, again, something which I did not expect to come in, guys. You guys were saying it's crazy that they got these tickets. I was thinking, well, they're just tickets. No, they're like incredibly expensive tickets. Not even expensive. I don't think you can buy these tickets. It feels like they're so prestigious. I feel like the reason they did that in the movie is to remind us how much we're meant to hate Lucius and Draco in as few words as possible, basically. Right. Ron seems to be seeing a house elf for the first time, so that's a health house, Ron muttered. Weird things, aren't they? It's so illogical to me that someone who has grown up in the wizarding world has never seen an elf. There are house elves at Hogwarts from what I gather. Not that we see them. The Ministry of Magic has them all around, but Ron's probably never been to his dad's office before, though. He may have done. Seeing them on the TV? Yeah, no, they don't have TV, Betty. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Presumably there would have been a lot of house elves in the World Cup. You'd imagine. Oh, maybe not. But in the tents, just walking amongst the tents, they probably should have sent them. Mel, great point. Great point. I can imagine that the Weasleys never had the resources to own one, but the first few books, Ron taught Harry that a lot of the magical world, and the more books progress, the less he knows. Am I the only one who thinks that? I know that the things they learn at school about evil spells, but or things like the Dark Mark are not things a child knows, but elves, I thought, were the ABCs. Unless it is just the absolute top tier richest families. But I don't think the Blacks were meant to be absolute rolling in money, were they? Or maybe they were. Maybe there aren't that many house elves. It'll be interesting to see how many more there are in this story. Yeah. Speaking of elves, spoiler free, we'll find out more about them in the books going on. They serve wizards, I think. I'm thinking, don't the elves shop on Diagon Alley for their wizards or something? The young wizards could have seen them by now. I don't know, maybe it's just old school. Love from France, thank you so much, Mel. My only thinking, Mel, is that they are kind of exclusive. There aren't that many of them. And it's only Barty Crouch who's high up at the Ministry, Lucius Malfoy, but then the Blacks. I'm trying to think of the history of the Blacks. Did they have anyone who was absolutely top tier, high society? Isn't the headmaster a Black in Hogwarts Legacy? I can't remember, guys, because it's been so long since I played it. I'm so sorry about that. Great point, Mel. All I can think is they're just not very common. There aren't that many. But that certainly isn't what I thought before these chapters, though. Great point. Thank you so much for making it. Dara! Hope you enjoyed the tour, Dara. Seriously, I saw some of the pictures you sent me. It looked amazing. Hi, you all! I'm going down the Winky hole for now. I had a great way of starting a comment, Dara. When the book came out, I went down the path people really did not get my point. We have heard before that wizards, the Ministry, do not treat fellow magical beings in a nice way. Thus the Goblin Rebellion and such have been mentioned in bins multiple times now. Absolutely has. Crouch was not a character I liked after reading about him in the last chapter, but what he's doing here made me dislike him a lot. Made me dislike him a lot. Winky clearly has been working for him for a long time, and now she disobeys him in one point and he sacks her. That's just cruel. Very good point, Dara. I mean, I don't know because I haven't read the book yet. I'm wondering if there is more to it. Is this situation a humiliation to Crouch? I'm not justifying it. He's absolutely wrong to doing it. But is it not just the fact that Winky disobeyed him, he fired her, or is it the humiliation, or is there a conspiracy which Winky could have unearthed? I don't know because I haven't read the rest of the book. I don't know, but part of me is thinking that there is more to it. But if it's just for disobeying the order, it ain't good. This chapter definitely made me not like him. Besides, I did also not like how Diggory treats the clearly distressed Winky as though she is object, as no personality. My interpretation of Amos in this moment, Dara, is I feel like he wants to win. I feel like he wants to win the moment. Maybe it's because everyone else is around him, and he wants this to be his big moment where he solves the case. You know, it feels like so. I feel like I don't know if he would talk to like maybe a young wizard or witch that way, but I do feel like he in his head is so tunnel vision. I'm gonna crack this mama, as in the case. That's my interpretation of it, but it's still incredibly not right, though. I didn't see, you know what, I didn't see it as particularly anti-elf. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's finish your comment. So, I am all with Hermione on this one. She shows a kind, empathetic, and compassionate heart here. And a roaring fire as well. She is against this. What's the term? Come on, Veggie. You know, when something's not right. I can't think of the word. It'll pop into my head in a moment. But yeah, I completely agree with you, Dara. What do you think about Winky's treatment? No, I'm completely with you. It is terrible. I do feel like Amos is completely tunnel vision to the point where he would talk to a lot of people, even non-house elves, in this way. Crouch, I'm with you. I hate the way he treats her. Although I do wonder if there is more to it. But then again, I don't know because I haven't read the book all the way through yet. And Winky is just such an adorable character. She really is, guys. Bless her. What is the word? An event that is unfair. Word. Why can't I think of this really obvious word? What's a word for unfair things? Dishonest, illegal? No, this isn't... Bias? No, this is completely the wrong end of the stick. Oh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I will remember at some point. Dara, thank you so much for your comment. I can't find the exact word. I think it might be travesty that I'm looking at, that I'm thinking of. I had to literally stop recording then and look it up, guys. I think it's travesty that I'm thinking of. So, Dara, thank you so much for your comment. And I'm with you. I'm with you. I really don't get my point. I completely get your point of it, Dara. I really do. And it looks like other people do as well. Thank you so much for making it, Sandra. Hi, Veggie. I think the Robert scene adds a lot to Ron's character. He's horrified as this treatment of Muggles. When we see Draco, the different reactions from the two purebloods is interesting. It's always interesting, isn't it, with them two? They're kind of yin and yang, aren't they? But from similar stock. To put in a really weird way. In the last book club, you mentioned Ludo's broken nose. The name Ludwig means furious fighter, which makes sense as he is a beta using a bat. Oh, there we go. Ludo. I didn't think for a second that's why he was called Ludo. Thank you, Sandra. It probably did call him Ludwig at one point, but at no point did I actually put the that connection. Great point, Sandra. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Jacqueline, I don't have too much to say about these chapters. Like everyone else, I loved getting to actually see what happened in the match opposed to the movie. I've always been a big sports person, so those moments always entertain me. What's your favourite sport and who's your favourite player/team, Jacqueline? I'd love to know. It better not be the Seahawks. No, we beat the Seahawks last weekend, guys. I'm on Rams. The Rams were playing so bad that I thought, okay, I can't watch this anymore, and just stopped watching it. Turns out we actually ended up winning the game. It's terrible that I did that, guys. Absolute disgrace. It's a travesty. There we go. And if you are a Seahawks fan, I'm joking, Jacqueline. I know there are Seahawks fans that are part of this book club. The other thing is that I like how in the book the trio stays together as opposed to Harry getting knocked out. It was cheap, wasn't it? I never liked that in the movie. It felt much more scary having them conscious at the whole time and not just and just not knowing what was going on. You know what it also adds, Jacqueline? Because Harry sees a person. He doesn't hear the spell being made, but he sees a person. Hermione and Ron are not a part of that group. So it changes that whole thing as well. I don't know if it's going to be significant, but it's very interesting that it's just Harry that has any clue that there was someone there. And also, it's just a bit dumb. It feels a bit GCSE drama where it like says, there was a person. Could have been one of the sports fans. He doesn't say there was a person who made the thing appear. He literally just says there was a person, and then after like said, and then like Crouchfly goes, and then turns around, and then after says, "What person, Harry?" And says, "I couldn't see their face." It was a person. Now I'm thinking about it, that scene is kind of dumb. There was a person. Sorry, I need to stop saying that. Go, moving on. Right. Calm down. Calm down, Veggie. You're going to start laughing. Right. Sorry. Yeah, okay. The other thing... there was a person. Anyway, the other thing that's... Okay, calm down. The other thing is that I like how in the book the truths state... Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes. The mystery really gets kicked up a notch in these chapters, which I love too. So many questions and so few answers. So, Jacqueline, I apologise, Jacqueline. I ruined that comment for you just by laughing all the way through. There was a person. Sorry. Now I think about it, that line is so badly written. There was a person. I think that... No. He says there was a man. But even that's stupid, though. There was a man. He didn't seem doing anything bad. Anyway, calm down, Veggie. Moving on. He may have been knocked out as well. It may have just been someone else who'd been knocked out. Harry was likely not the only one to be knocked out. So he could have been knocked out as well. Anyway, moving on. Darcy. Do you remember? Sorry. Do you remember the reference to Winky in the Harry Potter musical? I do. Now you finally meet her. The Potter musicals had a lot of plot lines from the books that were left out of the movies. Absolutely. Even though they are satirical, I loved getting to see them acted out. Yeah, absolutely. They also came out before all the movies had. I actually didn't know that. So they were not restricted by people's images of the movies. On the Quidditch on the Quidditch note, it is really interesting to get to see how in Quidditch it is possible to catch Snitch and still lose. Yeah, it's always something that I grappled with, trying to understand, but yeah, there are situations where you're just thinking, okay, that's it, let's call it a day. In fact, it happens in some sports. It happens in American football sometimes, it's rare, but when there's time on the clock, we know the other team's just going to take a knee until that time runs out. The head coach of the other team enters the field to go and shake hands with the other head coach. And just end it there, you know. Obviously, it's different in Quidditch because it is an admittance of... It is actually giving up the game, which is different. Great point, Darcy. Thank you so much for... I did finish it, didn't I? I did. Great comments. And yeah, Winky getting mentioned in the Potter musical is actually pretty awesome. Kensit. 2 changes in the film that felt unnecessary. 1. Why change where everyone sat? I think it's so much better that they sit at the top box because Draco can't act like a little jerk about it. 2. Harry doesn't get knocked out. what was the point of it in the film? I feel like I can answer both of those, Kindit, and neither of the answers are good. Good reasons, I should say. I feel like because it was the introduction to Draco and Lucius in the movie, we needed a short, sharp reminder that they are rude and snobbish. It's slightly hard to do that fast, in a quick scene, if Harry is also in the same box as them, you know? And so it felt like... And also maybe it was a case of they didn't want to seem like Harry had too much of a perfect... It's a brilliant thing that Harry is getting to get in that box. No, yeah, I you know what? I feel like it was the first point. I feel it was they wanted a short, sharp reminder of how snobbish and privileged Draco is. He gets hit by Lucius. Lucius like pokes him with his cane or something, which is an interesting choice. I like that. I like that. Because that shows a side of Lucius and a side of Draco that we do not see in the book. The fact that... You got to imagine, guys, that being Lucius's son isn't always easy. Sometimes it's very easy. Sometimes it's not. And that little moment where Lucius pokes, like, Draco... I don't know if it's unscripted, guys, because I know that some stuff that Lucius did was. It tells a story. Just that little moment where he, like... Hey, I can't remember what he's... Don't show off or something like that, he says, doesn't he? It's very telling, that little moment. So that is one bit about that scene that I actually do like. Harry getting knocked out, it's to cut out all the non-essentials. And what they saw as being non-essential. In a very, very cheap way. You met Winky. There we go. Poor Winky gets so mistreated though. She was so loyal to her family to just get fired like that. I'll say this, Kenzet. Winky was kind of exposing the fact that she's mistreated more than I would have expected your average house elf to do so. Like saying about the fact that she's scared of heights, but she's been told to sit there and all that sort of thing. And no, no, that's stupid. I'm not criticizing Winky at all. And she is absolutely getting mistreated. So yeah, I completely agree, Kenzet. Thanks so much for your comments, Jacob. You have now met Ludo and Winky, two characters left out of the movies, which I think was a bad decision by the filmmakers. I think you're not alone, Jacob. I think that is the consensus, in fact. You also start to learn more about Crouch. I look forward to seeing you learn more about these three characters. I believe that the changes made to these three in the films is a large reason why the book readers don't like the movie. My problem, Jacob, is that Crouch is played by an actor who not only was beloved by everyone in the UK because he played Trigger in Only Fools and Horses, but particularly me, because I saw him in a play called Art. Roger Lloyd Pack, I saw him in a play called Art, guys. And when I was doing my GCSE, no, it was A-level theatre studies, I did a monologue from Art, which his character did. So I've always had real affection to him. I would have loved to see the crueler side of Crouch, because we just don't see it. We just don't see it at all. What we just experienced in Chapter 9, we don't see that side of Crouch at all. I don't think. I'm sure we do not. So yeah, we've learnt more about him than we do in the movie as a whole already, I'd say. Great comment, Jacob. Thank you so much for making it. Jake! I'll be interested to see whether you remember Winky from her mention in the very part of the musical I did. The movies really do the house elf dirty. If I recall correctly, only Dobby and Creature appear, and even Creature was nearly cut. Really, I really liked Creature as a character, not as a person, obviously. I do question the validity of Quidditch as a spectator sport if you need binoculars to see the players properly. It's like golf. All you ever see is the camera pointing at the sky. That is true, Jake. And I have been trying to get into watching a bit of golf, actually, I must admit. Yeah, my dad played golf. He died many years ago. And I guess in a sense, I kind of want to take up it because he was into it, I guess. And also, there's a YouTube channel called Bad Golf, which I really enjoy, guys. Mainly the episodes where it's just the two stars of it, rather than with other guests on. But I find it extremely relaxing. I feel like I mentioned it before, guys, but I don't know if you've ever heard of Taskmaster, which is a TV show. Alex Horn was the creator of it. He's like the assistant on Taskmaster. He's one of the two people that are on it. They're both comedians, though. It's on YouTube, and I find it very relaxing. So there we go. Go and check out some Bad Golf. Like I say, the best stuff is when it's just them, rather than when they have other guests on it. But I find it extremely relaxing. And so yeah, I've been watching a bit of golf. I've even been looking into prices of golf clubs and stuff like that, guys. Crazy. I do have my dad's golf clubs, but they are retro. They are retro, believe me. And so yeah, I wouldn't play with them, but I will always keep them though. Bow knucklers. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the bow knucklers out in time. Let me know if you got that reference. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the bow knucklers out in time. Sorry. Right. Something you might not realise from the audiobooks is that the Bulgarian minister's English and later crumbs is spelt phonetically. So Fry and Dale aren't doing Monty Python accents by choice. I will not buy the record. It is scratched. I will not buy. That's very good. Wow, that's cool. That's cool, Jake. Thank you. That's very interesting to know that is phonetic. That's awesome. Merry Christmas, Veggie and Woozle and the Veggie Nights. I'm guessing here. Well, we are exactly. I'm recording this exactly a month before, Jake, and so we should. Oh, don't commit, Veggie. We should get another one out in time. I'm not. Yeah, I always worry about committing. Because life happens, guys, and life is happening at the moment as well, and so, yeah, we shall see. But it is November, though. It is November when I'm recording. Gavnot! By the way, Gavnot, thank you so much for your message. You messaged me about potential things going on in the book club. Gavnot, greetings! Chapter 8. I completely oppose... that isn't what you said at all. Okay. A completely opposite opinion from the movie on the status of the high-up seats. And when I was listening to the audiobook, I was like thinking, you know what? These seats aren't that bad. Over and over I was thinking that until I realised, hang on, these are the best seats in the entire stadium. It took me so long to get there because it's in the movie first. Right, back to your comment. The Weasleys get 10 tickets in the Minister's box. That is about half a dozen. That isn't what you said. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm seeing words that you're not even putting here. That is about half the box. What was that lawnmower doing? Oh yes, good point. Yes, that's the Ludo thing, isn't it? Maybe it was like Voldemort's lawnmower. That's a book that I'd read. Voldemort's lawnmower, guys. Do not forget this chapter. It will come back. I'm sure that plenty of it will. Chapter 9. Ron's massive feet! Tripping over roots. Oh no, Hermione knows a magic mark in the sky is made by a spell. Here it is. Here's an example of Harry recognizing his wand on sight by green light at night. Maybe he's thinking. Maybe when he realizes that Winky has a wand, and it wouldn't be Winky's wand, it could be his because it's gone missing. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Which would change the color of the wand. So the shape alone is unique enough to identify it. At least for some wands. Yeah, oh, well, I mean, we know that some are, but yeah, not particularly Harry's, though. Yeah, we never had a description of someone's wand before, have we? Not that I can think of. That's very interesting. There is... Oh no, apart from Hagrid. There is a resin house elves where all... There is a resin house elves were all but left out of the movies. Slaves and what being enslaved can do to your psyche can get a bit dark for a kids movie. This movie had some dark stuff in it though. Very interesting. Very interesting actually. But it's also teaching him a good lesson though as well, isn't it? About how that sort of thing could be wrong. I think it is a good lesson. I think it's a good lesson that should have been left in the movies. Gavnob, you said exactly what I was about to say. Thank you so much, Gavnob. Great comment as always. Joe. Hello, Veggie. Thank you for the video. Thank you, Joe. Chapter 6. We meet Winky. To me, personally, removing Winky from the story and therefore removing all the storylines connected with her was disappointing, I can imagine. And we get an update on Dobby. Something also missed when watching the movies. Good for you, Dobby, for demanding pay. Yeah, he's all about the money now. When I say that, I'm joking, obviously, guys. He should be getting paid. Chapter 9. I did this scene with the Death Eaters at the camp with the lights illuminating Mr. Roberts and his family. Illuminate family is one of the most horrific in all the books. Yeah, it's a terrifying image. Muggles are so squishy in this world, guys. They really are, and there's children involved. Oh man, and none of them know at all what's going on. These people do this for fun. That's what Arthur suggests, yes. With Voldemort presumed dead. So just imagine what they would do with him there. As Ron said, it's really sick. Yeah, he absolutely doesn't. I agree with him. I think Malfoy is worse than ever here. He sees it and it doesn't sicken him. That is something deeply disturbing to me. No matter how he was raised and no matter how young he is. I see your point, Joe. It is still a factor, but I do see your point. Yeah. Curious how when they meet the Veela in the forest, Harry is not under the effect as much as Ron. My headcanon now, whilst doing this book review is, now that I've thought about it, it's because Harry was because the thing is they plug their ears, don't they? No, that's because when they're dancing and, I don't know if they do sing actually, but when they're dancing, Harry was focused more on the fact that Stan was there. It's like, oh, Stan's there. Whereas Ron was just focusing on the Veela. I guess that's my headcanon. But it is strange though. This chapter makes me truly dislike Mr. Diggory. I'm afraid I'm right there with you. He's a kid, honestly. I don't know why I find that word so funny. Look at the difference between him and Mr. Weasley. How Mr. Weasley calls Winky by her name. Ah, very nice detail there. Yeah, because Hermione, like says, it's disgraceful how Mr. Diggory was just calling her elf, and yeah. Very good point there. That is a detail which I did not pick up on. Joe. Amos becomes unreasonable and nasty in this situations of stress, which is no good trait for his work. That's interesting. That's actually a very good assessment of him, in fact. Yeah. It's in stressful situation. We'll see if it comes up again. I mean, we know one stressful situation where it may. I love Hermione standing up to Crouch in front of all these adults and the ministry officials. That is a very strong scene for her. loved it as well. I really did. Oh, on the other hand, Percy starts to show how important reputation is to him. More important than what is right. How he is not willing to question his role is not a good sign. Yeah, he sees... It would be interesting to go inside Percy's head. Because is he knowingly doing it? Or is it a bias that is built up just by his focus on ambition and him wanting to be like everyone else? To the point where it's blinded him. I think it is, because he's taken aback by Hermione's reaction. Yeah. Great comment, Joe. Greatly appreciated. Florin. Hi, Veggie. Now you meet Winky. What did you think about the complete ignorance, even from most adult wizards, on the situation of the elves? Yeah. You say adults. I mean, Ron's there as well, you know, and obviously Percy. Although Percy is technically adult now, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, Ron is. What Ron says is almost the most shocking, because it's clear that all the adults are being cruel. Ron's... Oh, man, it's difficult, guys. Because in a way, he's... No. Because what Ron is like saying that they enjoy it all, like whatever he says, they like it and everything. That's in response to Hermione saying about how badly Winky is being treated, not to, you know, the whole being in servitude and everything. It's very, you know, you could have a house elf, but still treat them better than Winky and Dobby have been treated. And so, yeah, I would include, I'd include Ron in that as well to an extent. But you know, I'm hoping that will change throughout this book. We shall see. But it's disheartening, though, particularly as Winky is such a lovable character as well. Great comment, Florin. Yeah, it definitely has made me think. Snow Speeders and Space Shuttles. That's a great username. Hey, Veggie! Chapter 8 and 9. I absolutely love these two chapters. There's so much energy and stuff going on. They could easily have a whole episode of the HBO series on just these chapters. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Like a 45-minute episode would be... I'd like it to be even longer, but we shall see. I love that we get such a detailed commentary of the World Cup match. And I always chuckle when the referees try to show off to the Velia. Part of me was annoyed by that. Seriously, it's like, oh, come on. I guess because I was trying to, in a weird way, enjoy the sport as a real game. I was like, oh, come on, ref, that's not fair. It's ridiculous. But, you know, it shows that I was invested, though. And then tries to send them off the pitch. I also love when Ron tries to tell the Velia in the Wood that he has invented a brood that could reach Jupiter. Again, why would you want that? Also, the terror and suspense around the Dark Mark really conveys the lingering fear of Voldemort and his Death Eaters much better than in the film, I think. I completely agree with you, Snowspeeder, if that is your real name. Part of me wonders if... I swear that in the next scene, Harry is reading the paper on the train. Unfortunately, I didn't watch it. I should have done. Rewatch it, I should say. I don't know how much they go into really describing it, but, you know, it's never going to be as powerful as a character on screen saying it. And it's Arthur who basically said, Arthur literally said, imagine coming home and seeing that above your house. He literally says that. It's like, just imagine, you know, which makes you instantly think what it would be like for you to do it. Yeah, it's brilliantly done in the book. Thank you so much for your comments, Snowspeeder. Greatly appreciated. Slim. So I apologise, Slim. Sup, Virgie? Ron's gigantic, monstrous feet. You went with the M word there. Not massive. I mentioned I had a theory about the Quidditch tickets last time. Harry's presence has a major internationally known celebrity in the top box would bolster Fudge's popularity and credibility, don't you think? And Fudge wasn't surprised that Harry was there, or the Weasleys. Wow, Slim, I like this. Fudge says Lucius Malfoy is his guest. Is Harry there under similar circumstances? Was there some sort of deal cut between Mr. Weasley, Bagman and Fudge to ensure Harry's presence and rub that boy who lived dust off on Fudge? I don't think Arthur would be a part of that. No, I don't think he would, because quite frankly, he sees Harry as just like Ron's friend, and someone who can tell him about Muggle stuff. And yeah, when they're all saying, "Hey, did you make the death mark and everything?" It's Arthur who says, "Do you really think that Harry Potter would do that?" Without going into detail. And so yeah, I don't think Arthur would be too happy with, because okay, so Arthur has got tickets. There is then a conversation between Fudge and Bagman to try and up those tickets so Fudge can get that pose for the press. I can see that, absolutely. I can absolutely see that. And it would make sense how bloomin' valuable these bloomin' tickets are, apparently. So maybe they weren't before. Maybe the Bulgarians were meant to have more of that box, but they were shifted out because Arthur's tickets got upgraded because of Harry. Wow. I like it, Slim. Some people really dislike the Quidditch chapters. Did you enjoy the match? I enjoyed it more than usual this time. It was short. I feel like I could follow it a bit better this time. And also there was no Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. So I was, you know, I was impartial. I honestly didn't mind which way it went. I literally had no favourites. I feel like that would be the case in real life as well. I feel like if it was Ireland versus any other major team in football, then I would be all up for Ireland. But if it was Ireland versus Bulgaria in the World Cup final, it's unlikely to happen. I don't think I would choose a side. I think I'd be celebrating the fact that it's happening. Yeah, I think that's how it is. And my surname is very Irish, guys. Some people don't like it. The fact that Quidditch is not simply 7 players aside and one quaffle really hinders the writing to a certain extent. Yeah, the whole snitch thing is so odd for someone who watches sport, guys. And I'm not like a massive sport head or anything, but it is such a strange concept. I want to draw your attention to the Irish Chasers. Their superb teamwork and anticipation both speak to the idea that empathy and instincts to read body language are requirements to be a good chaser. Perhaps it's not simply that Gryffindor's very successful front three are all girls. Maybe it's not surprising, sorry. That's very intriguing. Slim. Wow, I've literally never thought about that. Thank you so much for drawing my attention to it. It's awesome. Why was Crouch absent from the match? I'm on to you, Crouch. I'm keeping an eye on that. He wasn't. He wasn't. Slim, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Lena, I think these chapters start show the reality of Death Eaters in a way the movies do not. It reminds you that although Snape did do some good things, he was one of those guys until his obsessive love for a woman caused him to act differently. Yeah, it's true, Lena. You know what, Lena? You've literally just made me think of something which I haven't up until this point. In the movie, everyone's like, oh god, the Death Eaters! And there's like around like maybe a dozen at most Death Eaters walking along like this. And everything. I've just realised my headcanon, having listened to the audiobook, is that there is a lot of panic. Oh god, they're causing lots of trouble and everything like that. But at the same time, I bet you anything, there's lots of tents like saying, oh, there's the Death Eaters! You know, as in not... The fact it's in the middle of the night is a bit of an issue, but I bet you a lot of the tents there are, you know, quietly good for you sort of thing, you know? That's the difference between the movie and the book, my interpretation of... Because there is a group gathering around the Death Eaters, and you'd imagine some of them are there joining in. But, you know, not maybe joining in because of lack of masks and everything, but sort of like, you know, possibly cheering them on. You don't get that impression at all in the movie. Yeah, it makes you think. Lana, thank you so much for your comment. It's very true to remember that Snape was actually one of these schmucks. And Jenna, hi Reggie. So we finally got from into these light-hearted chapters right to the drama and the mystery. We met yet another new character, Winky. What do you think of her? Adorable. She's I feel so sad for her. I hope that isn't it for her, but we shall see. She's very loyal to her family, even though they don't really treat her well. Absolutely not. She's scared of height, and yet she's forced to sit on one of the highest seats. Then she's fired, even though she's done nothing wrong. No wonder Hermione is outraged. I do not think that Winky has done anything wrong. I think you could interpret the fact that she left the tent as being disobedient. I think you could interpret it. I certainly wouldn't interpret it that way. I think that's the best way I can put it. I'm not really a fan of Amos Diggory, nor am I anymore. It's obvious Cedric got his character traits from his mother. It'd be nice to meet Cedric's mom. I don't think we will. I don't even know if she's still around, in fact. But yeah, I think you're probably right. Bagman behaves kind of suspicious when he meets the trio in the woods. What do you think he's up to? Also, where was Mr. Crouch during the match? It's very hard to say what I think currently, Jenny. He's definitely up to something sus. But the fact that he didn't know that there was this riot going on, and left whatever he was doing to go and attend it, maybe? Is that what he did? I have no idea. And then a few minutes later, pop back again. I don't know if Ludo is particularly trying to lead them off any particular scent in that scene when he comes back. I'd have to reread it again. But yeah, right now, I don't know. And that's the perfect place to be. Bagman's behaviour kind of suspicious when he... oh, yeah, just read that bit. Janny, thank you so much for your comments. Yeah, and I appreciate your comment. You're basically saying, what are my thoughts right now? That's my thoughts right now. And I feel like as someone experiencing the story, that's the perfect place for me to be currently. Great comment. Claire. Finally caught up. Been loving the videos. Thank you so much, Claire. Nice work catching up. I found... Oh, your icon's a little doggy as well. I found the Bulgarian Prime Minister pretending that he didn't know English pretty funny. Me too. Loved seeing the match. While it was many years ago, I think it was disappointing when they skipped the match part from the opening. Yeah, now I think about it, the way it's done is basically, and here's the thing, and no. it's... I think you could argue that was badly directed, because it was basically, oh, you're going to see something really great, but you're not. Yeah, it's not ideal. The videos remind me of Sirens. That is exactly what I thought. Also, poor Winky. I could not agree more. This line, no non-human creatures are permitted to carry or use. Now that's an interesting part. Want. Lore made me realise that the wizarding world is even more messed up than I thought. Keeping wands for themselves doesn't cast wizards and witches well, the ones who agreed to this law in a good light at all. I'm trying to think if maybe because every wand that is made is for an individual wizard or witch. So a situation where a goblin or house elf holding a wand should never really happen. But if Crouch is at home and says, "Oh, Winky, I'm bringing my my wand. I left it in the loo." If Winky was to go and get it, going on your comment, the fact that it said carry your wand, that would be illegal. Wow. Crazy. It makes you blooming think, this does. It really does, guys. I'm trying to think if there's any moment where Crookshanks is holding a wand or something. It really makes you think, guys. And the difference between creature and beast is very interesting as well. I want to know more about the differences, what makes that official. Also, my own opinion about your previous video on football. As someone also from England who is not related to Ireland in any way, if Ireland was in the final tournament, I'd support them. Yeah, I think I do feel like that is probably the case with potentially even the majority. I don't know, Claire, but I'm definitely with you. And I know that most people I know would definitely be backing them. But then, if they were in the final against Bulgaria, there would definitely be a part of me thinking, this is going to be a big moment for Bulgaria as a country. Yeah. If Ireland was in the final tournament, I'd support them. I tend to support the closest country geographically to England, so I would support England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland over Ireland. But if we all are all out and Ireland versus somewhere further away from, I'd definitely support Ireland. Yeah, I'm with you. And the weird thing is, Claire, you say you're from England, right? And that probably wouldn't be reciprocated by a lot of other fans from Wales and Scotland, and I'm going to say Wales and Scotland. But some absolutely would, though. Yeah, there's definitely more to it than meets the eye. Like Transformers. Unless it's Spain, who I'll always support no matter who they are facing, because I really like the country. It's so pretty, and I'm trying to learn Spanish. So that's my personal bias there. That's absolutely acceptable reason, Claire. Sorry about the language. That's okay. Don't worry about that. So I've only ever been to Spain once. And it was Benidorm. I know I don't sound like the sort of person. Well, no, that's unfair, actually. I always saw Benidorm as being a young raver sort of not rave, like you know, a very laddish place, and that isn't my sort of thing. But then again, there's a big variety of different people that go to Benidorm, guys. The reason why I say it was Benidorm in a sort of like sort of way is that it's kind of like not Spain. It's kind of like, you know, there's loads of British pubs there and fish and chip shops and all this sort of thing. You know, it's not. If I was to choose to go anywhere in Spain, it would be somewhere that is very Spanish. And I don't think Benidorm particularly is that, but you know, I'm sure there's probably are parts of Benidorm which are. But it is a very big tourist trap, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I'd love to go again though. From what I saw of it, it was a beautiful country, and that's awesome that you'd support them as well. Thank you so much for your comment, Claire. Greatly appreciated. Josh, I know Quidditch is kind of a fluid sport in terms of rules, but I really do love it. The outcome of the World Cup shows that even an exceptional seeker is with a great broom does not guarantee a team victory. Yeah, we've discussed this before, guys, when I went hard on Harry before. Anyway, the Conjuring of the Dark Mark happens much different in the book. It's a complete mystery. The movie, in my opinion, never should have ruined this plot point. It's the first of 3 big moments in Goblet of Fire that I 100% prefer the book. Good to know, Josh. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There really are not that many scenes with David Tennant in the movie, aren't they? And so I guess they just really want to crowbar him in. But yeah, showing him doing it really is an odd choice when you consider that the book is a mystery. The other 2 are a number of chapters away, and while this particular movie change was disappointing, the other 2 on my list are just plain stupid to the point that I can't think about them without getting angry. Moving on. Sorry, Josh. Let's save that until the later one. I don't want you to get too angry. The Death Eaters are so much more terrifying in the books. And it starts with the attack on the World Cup. I admire the I admire the acting, but the movies just don't capture how cruel and evil and bad guy the bad guys in this series truly are. It's true, Josh. They're basically very stoic in the movie, aren't they? Like cultists sort of thing. But the fact that we're hearing drunken laughter and like the sound of gunfire and all this sort of stuff, they definitely seem like a violent mob. They don't seem like a violent mob in the movie at all. They're all very stoic. They're like stormtroopers from Star Wars, I should say. So yeah, that's a great point, Josh. Greatly made. Yeah, thank you so much for making it. Harry Potter. Hey, Reggie! I think you can already see why many book fans don't love this movie. I am seeing it. I am seeing it, Harry. Harry. There's already so much mystery and interaction with the different characters. The movie basically cuts all of it, but for some reason they cut Crouch Jr. to okay. They've already so much mystery and interaction with the different characters. The movie basically cut all of it, but for some reason add Crouch into of course, yeah, those are 2 scenes that we've had already, aren't they? Yeah, that is a choice, isn't it? You're busy taking all this stuff out, but then you crowbar stuff in. That changes the entire concept of the movie or the book. Very interesting point, Harry. Harry, thank you so much. There's it. Hey, Reggie. I just love these chapters. And I love that you meet Winky and got news about Dobby. That was cool. I did not see that coming. I didn't have to wait for the 7th book there, did we? Quite, absolutely. I never thought this before, but I just love how the adult Weasleys all run to help the mystery against the Death Eaters without a second thought. I know, and I know that I'm biased, guys, but the fact that Percy's doing it does just make him... I really like him, guys. I don't like what he was saying about Winky. I will defend him and say that he probably doesn't actually, hand on heart, if he was given a choice where... No, that's even worse, Reggie. You can't say because he's making money out of it, then it's fine. No, that's not good. That's really not good. Yeah, I take that back. But yeah, I'm with you. I thought that was badass. Also, Muggles. Muggles are regarded as second-class citizens, if you ask me. Exactly the same as house elves and non-human creatures. Intelligent or otherwise. Cultural Mugglism is so heavy in the Wizarding world that even the Weasleys are affected by it. True, they treat individuals as equals, but when they speak about Muggles as a whole, they slip back into it. How very, very interesting. Hope you have a nice day. And you just reminded me of something which I was thinking about whilst walking, because I was re-listening to the audiobook earlier on. I completely forgot about this, guys. We got to go back to the whole Mr. Roberts situation again, when we were talking about the ethics of, you know, wiping his mind, all this sort of thing. You know, sure, he might be making money, but you have to at least present him with the fact that you're going to be making some money, but, you know, we're going to... I feel like there has to be something like that. We discussed it last time. This chapter adds something else massive to it, guys. The fact that these Muggles were chosen I'm going to say it, guys. The Ministry and the Wizarding World endangered the Roberts family by involving them in the World Cup, even in a way where they didn't know it was happening. You can, oh my god, you can imagine, guys, the Death Eaters turning up and thinking, I had to talk with this Muggle here just to get to my tent. Oh, imagine that scene, guys. And when I mean Death Eater, I mean someone who's just like anti-Muggle and everything. Or just a pureblood, Like, yeah, just a pureblood who discriminates against Muggles. Thinking, these guys aren't going to lace my boots, and yet I have to go and pay them money. Imagine that, guys. Oh, man. I mean, it wouldn't be a scene in it, but imagine that situation where someone who looks down on Muggles being told, oh yeah, and you have to go to do this, and then you'll get your tent, and having to go and fraternize with Muggles. Wow. And so, when the Ministry decided to use Muggles, even in a small capacity, even when Mr. Roberts is making a mint out of it, they were still putting him in a situation, and his family, his children, they were putting his children in a situation where they are going to be people that despise them in close... I hope the Ministry got in a hell of a lot of trouble for allowing what happened to the Roberts to happen. Because they did allow it, guys. Sure, I'm sure they all ran in there with the wand afterwards. It still happened. And if those Muggles weren't involved there, if they weren't, like, you know, taking money for the house and everything, or if they used a different field so the Roberts would have even been involved, that risk wouldn't have been for those children. I'm getting angry. I need to calm down. Just like Josh, I need to calm down. Wow, that's got me going, guys. That has got me going. The Ministry endangered them, guys. They basically, like, said, okay, it's essentially like saying, yeah, so loads of people are going to be coming in, giving you money and everything like that. They're just going to be turning up. But every now and then, there's going to be a lion that's doing it. Oh, man. There's children getting involved, guys. You got to, like the woman, like the priest's wife from The Simpsons says, will somebody think of the children? And once you get children involved, guys, even it's bad enough with just Mr. Roberts on his own. It's even worse with what they were doing to his wife. But once you get kids in there, guys, the Ministry and anyone who is complicit with this World Cup happening and Muggles being involved in it in any way at all are complicit with the outcome. And I'm definitely not giving... I'm not saying so the Death Eaters aren't to blame. They're absolutely to blame, guys. But my goodness, the Ministry and everyone involved in this World Cup setup are also to blame. My pulse, guys, my pulse. Great comment, Lizette. I'm sorry if I sounded a bit angry there, but you reminded me of something which I was thinking during my walk. Brilliant stuff, Lizette. Thank you so much. Always appreciated. Actually, hey, Reggie. I wanted to comment on the previous book club, but I didn't find the time to. I'm sorry about that, Ishi. I'm glad that you're able to this time. I was on holiday in the UK and I visited Oxford. No way. No way. Really? That's awesome, Ishi. I hope you had a good time. It was nice and I enjoyed it. Okay, you did. I hope you enjoyed both these chapters because most of it was not in the movie. You're absolutely right. Ishi, just before we move on, did you go to any restaurants or anything in Oxford in particular? Do you remember what they were called, or did you go to the Ashmolean Museum, I should say? Did you do this? Did you do the college tour? I've never done the college tour. What else is there to do in Oxford? There ain't much. Did you go punting? It's probably a bit cold for that, isn't it? Punting on boats, I should think. Not just kicking things. I'm an idiot. Yeah. If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind knowing what you did. Did you go to O'Neill's on George Street? I like O'Neill's on George Street. I'm an idiot. There are some lovely pubs in Oxford, but I don't know if that's your scene. Did you go to the new Westgate Centre? Because that wasn't there when I was a kid. It was completely different. You wouldn't believe what it looked like when I was a kid. Did you go to Marks and Spencer's on Queen Street? I don't know why I'm laughing. I want to. Yeah, if you don't mind, Ishi, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind knowing what you got to. Did you go to McDonald's not on Broad Street? It's just off Carfax, isn't it? Clarendon Street. There we go. I'd imagine you went down Broad Street with the King's Arms at the end, with the stone heads around one of the colleges. Well, I hope you had a lovely time either way, Ishi. Let's get back to your comment. I hope you enjoyed both these chapters, because most of them were not in the movie. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The Quidditch Match World Cup, the Velas, the Leprechauns, I don't know why I made such trouble with that word today, and most importantly, Winky. Most importantly, Winky, guys. That's what this book should be called. As we see, the Weasleys were in the Minister's box with the Malfoys, unlike in the movie. As we see, the Weasleys, whatever, and you can yet again see that Draco, like Dudley, is a product of his parents. I think that's absolutely, yeah. And we're going to comment earlier on about saying, you can't just put it down to, nurture and everything, but I'm sure it is nature as well. I'm so sorry I'm getting lost. Really wanted to see the Velas and Winky in the Quidditch World Cup in the movie, but unfortunately that was cut. You know what would have been nice, Ishi? Maybe it's because it would have cost a little bit more, but just getting a little, maybe even just seeing the Velas getting warmed up, like on the pitch side, before the game side, and when it shows Fudge about to start the game with Crouch, who is there in the background, just like going to a little house elf who wanders off. What a lovely little Easter egg that would have been. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice. But then again, some people would have thought, oh, it's Dobby! No, unless you make it clearly not Dobby. You'd have to make it clearly not Dobby. Yeah, which is easy enough. Anyway. We get to learn more about the Dark Mark in this chapter, and also Hermione standing up for Elle's rights and arguing with Percy. I'm hoping this continues. I really hope we get more of this. Oh, and also we meet Stan Shunpike again, conductor of the night bus. I always found him funny. I love these two chapters because it's packed with so much. It's so good. I still I can't remember what it was that he like says, Ernie apparently turns out Neville is Harry Potter. There's some like really stupid sentence that he says right at the end of his appearance in Prisoner of Azkaban in the book. Ishi, great comment. I hope you had a lovely time in Oxford. It sounds like you did. Thank you so much for your comment. Grace. Hey, Virgie. We get to meet Winky this chapter, the second character omitted from the book. Second? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I questioned that, but absolutely, yes. What do you think about how house elves typically view their jobs? I think it's fascinating. I feel like it breaks my heart that Winky sees it that way. And then that any house elf would see it that way. So honestly, it makes me more sympathetic to them. It really does. Even with Ron like saying, oh, come on, they're happy like that. It's like, no, dude, it really makes me feel more sad for them. The fact that that's the general attitude of Wizards. When the Vila dance, do the cast somehow type... Oh, sorry. When the Vila dance, do they cast some type of imperious curse? It seems like Harry and Ron aren't aware of what they're doing. I don't think it's that far, Grace, because that would be dark arts. That would be like these creatures, because they are... I think they refer to them as creatures. Doing one of the unforgivable curses in a stadium, no less. I don't think it's that far. I feel like it is just basically... And they know that they're doing it. I'm not saying that the Vila don't know that they are controlling people. But the whole thing with the Sirens is... They're taking people's focus away. And so, no Vila, like, said, okay, I'm going to make the referee come down here, post like this to me, and it's all going to be great. They basically sung knowing that would be a possibility, but they don't know what they're going to do. That's my interpretation of it. Very interesting, though, that you link it to the Impervious Curse. That's very, very, very interesting. Quidditch seems like a very dirty sport, in my opinion. Yes. They do get reprimanded badly, though. But they are getting penalties left, right, and centre. As were the Slytherin in a previous game as well, as I remember. I've never heard of a sport with this much pettiness in mascots and teams, lol. Some American sports mascots... Well, okay, first of all, some American sports mascots are amazing. They're like really cool characters. I mean, it's like, I can't remember his name, but the Chicago Bulls one is like a particularly cool one. But some mascots do take it very seriously, and I don't like it, guys. I don't like it one bit, but there is lots of footage online of mascots throwing hands, and you don't need that. Not in front of kids, guys. Seriously, it's pathetic. It is pathetic. So, I mean, the whole point of mascot is to get, young kids into sport, into their team. So they then spend a lifetime, and it is cynical. It's absolutely cynical, guys. But it's to get children into a team. So for the rest of their life, they are buying merchandise and tickets, and and so on. And so it is cynical, but it's absolutely the reason why they do it, though. If it said cheerleaders, if they said like the leprechauns were the cheerleaders of the Irish team and the Vila are the cheerleaders of Bulgaria, I feel like that would make a little bit more sense, because cheerleaders are meant to affect the audience. They actually are. I could be wrong here, guys. I think we discussed this before, but I believe that the reason... I could be wrong, guys, but I feel like the initial reason why cheerleaders were introduced is you have a bunch of people drinking way much than they should, watching this sporting event, which, they have a lot of rivalries and anger around and everything. Very likely things are going to kick off, but if you take these aggressive people, these aggressive guys, let's face it, these aggressive men, and put some lovely ladies, some attractive women in front of them, like going, "Hey, this is all great," they're less likely to start just throwing hands with the next rival fan who walks by. So I believe that the whole reason for a cheerleader group is to neutralize aggression. I could be wrong there, but I believe that is the reason why they were first invented. Correct? You know what, guys? If you know, let me know, because that's my impression of it. And so if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I believe that is actually the reason for it. So in a way, the Vila are straight, and the leprechauns with the gold are straight up doing what cheerleaders would do. Mascots, not so much, but they are a stereotype, though, aren't they? The leprechaun are a stereotype of Ireland, so it makes sense that they would be called a mascot. But a mascot is no, I don't feel like mascots, right? I feel like they should have called them cheerleaders. I really do. I really do. Either way, let's get on with your comments. Sorry about that. I think the Bulgarian minister is my new favourite character. Wow. The joke he played on Fudge was so funny. It was great. It was brilliant. Like I say, it does remind me of the movie Rush Hour. One of the most... On a much darker note, I don't think the movies really captured how awful the Death Eaters are. They think of Muggles like Mr. Roberts and his family as animals, less than human. These books only get darker, and we aren't starting out very light. Very true, guys. The ones in the movies are like pantomime villains. The ones in the books are violent thugs. They're thugs. There we go. The ones in the books are thugs. I would not refer to the Death Eaters in the movies as thugs. Maybe some of them in Deathly Hallows, but certainly not the ones that we see in Goblet of Fire. They really don't. They're way too synchronized. They look like soldiers playing out a task that they've been told to do. Whereas the chaos, as the word was used earlier on, of these Death Eaters is much more scary. Yeah. This is the first chapter that people might start to not like Percy's character. I feel that is fair. I still do though. Sorry, I mean, as in you and me are one. I don't mean I'm gonna. I mean, what I meant by this is united, not. I didn't mean that. I apologise if that came across incorrectly. If you're watching this in a future podcast which doesn't have audio, I put my fist up in a sort of solidarity sort of way, but I realised it could come across as me saying, keep away from my Percy. Which is not a euphemism. Right, sorry, right. There's a lot more I could say, but I would be pretty redundant for the rest of these comments. Have a great day. Thank you so much, Grace. Great comment. Greatly appreciated. You made some excellent points. Always appreciated. Maria. These chapters are so action-packed. They actually really are, compared to what we've had up to now. We get so much detail than we do in the movies, especially with all the new characters. These scenes in the movies were way too short. I couldn't agree. It's so weird going back and watching them now. It's impossible to fully understand what's going on there if you haven't read the book. A lot of it isn't going on. That's the thing, isn't it, Maria? What do you think about the Veela? They seem like quite a cool concept. I like the fact that when they turn angry, their faces like become like evil bird-like sort of thing. That sounds very awesome. It really does. I don't think they were in the movie, although I think the movie tries to imply that all the girls at Beauxbatons are Veela, which was a weird choice. You know what, Maria? That is such a good point. Because when I read the term Veela, I thought I'd heard it before. So I gave it a quick look. And it did show a bunch of, like, shoots from Beauxbatons, which is, like, odd. That is... You know what it is, Maria? It gave us the teenagery 14-year-old boy moment. Which shows that Harry and Ron are growing up. And what Hermione thinks of that. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. We shall see what happens in the book, but when they're all coming out and going, oh, like that for whatever reason. Seems strange to me. But yeah, that's so interesting. Although, weird choice. It's wild that the mascots got into a fight in the middle of the game. Quidditch really is a rough sport. It really, yeah. But the first time where I think no, that is unacceptable is when Lynch starts getting trampled by Veela. Even the referee thing, I was thinking, okay, that's kind of cute and everything, but yeah. And it's weird because it's on paper, but I'm trying to enjoy it as a real sport, and so I was like, oh, go on, ref, that's not fair. It's shows that I'm invested, though. It shows that the words are working. Also, as many people have said, I feel sad for Winky, who doesn't, seriously? Her treatment really shows a dark side of the Wizarding world. I was especially disappointed in Percy for his opinion on house elves. Well, the thing is, yeah, I said earlier on that his opinions may not be what he is saying because he's completely biased to Crouch. That being said, Ron's opinions. I'm surprised that people aren't calling out Ron's opinions more. Because he's not influenced at all by Crouch. And so you get the impression that Percy most definitely does think, if not worse, than what Ron thinks. And what Ron's thinking isn't that great. Yeah. I gotta call out where I see it, guys. And Percy, it's not a good look. But it's not a good look for Ron either. On a fun note, the stadium in the book seems much fancier than in the movie. No purple velvet there. Very true. Also, if I remember correctly, in the movie, Draco makes fun of the Weasleys because they have bad seats at the top of the stadium. Yeah, Lucius is the first one. He says about the raining and everything. Which doesn't make sense when you remember Quidditch is a flying game. Yeah, but it's so true, Maria, but because of that scene in the movie, it took me so long whilst listening to the book to think, oh, it's a good thing. Because of that scene. So it worked wonders on me. Maria, great comment, greatly appreciated. Well, the Bulgarians really got the Slytherin treatment in the Quidditch chapter. I was thinking exactly the same thing. I don't have much to say about the game itself, but the whole thing felt sort of unprofessional towards the end. Yeah, that's why I feel like if I was there, I would have been annoyed. All the chaos with the mascot and Mustafa falling for the Velas, and them not noticing Crumb's injury. That as well. Yeah, even Harry's annoyed about that, and he's supporting Ireland in the book. I think we're all happy that Cedric didn't get his personality from his father. I do agree. I got to admit, Will. I'm 100% with Hermione about the adult treatment of Winky. Adults, again, this word adults. No one's mentioned what Ron says, and maybe I misinterpret it, guys, but he does essentially say that they like living like this. Maybe, and clearly some prefer it than the alternative of freedom, but liking it though. It's interesting that no one's picking up on Ron's waffle. Too busy but talking about his feet, aren't we? Also, you know about the different book covers of the books have. I'm from Finland, so I've always read the books in Finnish, and oh boy, the Finnish covers are something else. If you take a look at the Goblet of Fire Finnish cover, I think you'll know what I mean. The style is very unique. Okay, we got to go and have a look at this. We got to go and have a look at this now, Will. Okay, I've done it quite crudely there, guys. I apologise about how crude it is. I didn't change the blooming side panel. That's embarrassing. Okay, I'll change it in a moment. This is the Goblet of Fire one, guys. I saw the Chamber of Secrets one as well. I've got to admit, Will, it was Will, right? Yeah, it was. It may not be representative of the story per se. No, I'm not sure if it really isn't. I gotta say, I love the art style. I really do. The Chamber one is crazy. It has like Gilderoy, like, look them up, guys. I've only seen the Chamber one and this one, but this is the Goblet of Fire one, which Will was referring to. I like it. Is that meant to be Krum in the middle? Presumably that's Cedric with the wrong coloured scarf on, but then again, Harry's got the wrong coloured scarf. Wow. The wooden Goblet of Fire there. The dragons looking amazing. I love the way the dragons are drawn there. I gotta say, Will, I like it. I like it. It's very, very, very different. Very, very, very different. Look at Harry's wand. He wouldn't lose that in a hurry, would he? That coloured one. Multicoloured wand. I love the art style. I think it's beautiful. I think that it's a beautiful art style. If it's appropriate to Harry Potter, I mean, I don't think they've done a particularly bad job. Let's get back to your comment real quick. It's certainly very different, though, Will. The art style is very unique. If you take a look at it, I think you'll know what I mean. Oh boy, I think it's so different, Will, that I actually really appreciate it. I might be in the minority here, but I think there's something quite. I really like the art style. It may not be the coolest cover, but there's something that really stands out. Go and have a look, guys, in your own time. Go and check out the Chamber of Secrets one, because that one is... Gilderoy looks crazy in that. That one is bizarre. But I just want to show you that one. I'm going to quickly change the side panel now, because that's embarrassing that I didn't notice that sooner. I'm terrible at this, aren't I? Book club. But that's cool. I quite like it, Will. I gotta admit, it's so different. It definitely was like, whoa, okay, when I first saw it, but there's something about it which I quite like. I'll check out the other ones in my own time, but thank you so much for the heads up about that. It's fascinating. Fascinating. I'm not sure to say your name. Monsay, is it? I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm terrible at reading names. Yay! After months of following a Harry Potter series, I decided to subscribe and join join as you discover the books. Hi everyone. Hi Veggie. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm terrible at reading blooming names. I mean, if you've been following my entire series, you know how bad I am reading names. But I'm sorry that I didn't get it right first time. But you're very welcome. I'm looking forward to reading your thoughts. When I read this book, when it came out, out in the year 2000, I remember feeling that something was off. Reading the first 3 books felt like J.K. had written them because she. I'm sorry, my brain's just gone. Oh no, yeah, okay. Reading them because she had this amazing universe in her imagination that needed to be shared. But with Goblet, for the first time, I felt that she was writing for a publishing company, aware of how well known she was. Did anyone else feel that? That is I gotta say, the way I'm doing it may not be the best way of experiencing what you experienced. I'd love to read the replies. I'm not going to right now, but I'd be very interested to hear if anyone else felt this way. But yeah, for me, not so much. But the way that I'm doing it, having watched the movies and doing it in this weird order and everything, I'm less likely to. I'd be very interested to hear if anyone else feels that way. Either way, I want to say I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but you're very welcome. Thank you so much for joining in the discussion. I hope to see you next time as well. Kevin, I love these 2 chapters. There was so much great stuff here that sadly wasn't in the films. The Quidditch final is amazing, and I really wish we had gotten to see more of it. It was amazing to see how fast-paced and exciting a professional match seems compared to Hogwarts matches we typically read about. I wonder if that's part of it. They didn't want Harry's skills to seem overshadowed. But they should be, though. They should be overshadowed. This is Krum's big moment to show how impressive he is flying a broom. So, yeah, that absolutely should have been there. As for the Death Eaters attacking the campsite, the film did a nice job of summarising the scene, but it didn't come anywhere near capturing the sheer chaos and horror of the captured in the books. I completely agree. The image of the Roberts family being suspended and tortured is just demented. And why I assume they probably left it out of the movie. Yes, they could have done something else. But yes, I feel like you're onto something there, Kevin. But I really prefer how the book makes it seem like a truly horrific attack by Death Eaters, and I would have loved to see a little moment of badassery. That was Arthur and the 3 Elder Weasley boys rushing into the fray to fight. That would have been so cool. I would have loved it. But Percy's not there, though, is he? I forgot to bloomin' check. I have a feeling Percy's not even there. Yeah, because Percy would have been doing the old in the earlier chapter as well. Either way. Oh no, he turned up later. No, Fred and George are there. I'm so confused. Let's move on. Come on. That was awesome. It was awesome. Lastly, we get our introduction to Winky, a character that was missing from the film. Her treatment by Mr. Crouch is one of the first real glimpses we get in outside of Dobby into the treatment of house elves and other non-human magical beings by wizards. It really is. It really is the first in Dobby. Yes. I'm interested to see how you felt about Mr. Crouch's treatment of her and how you feel about his story as it progresses. I feel like there's definitely something very, very sus about him, but then again, there's something very, very sus about everyone at this point. But I definitely don't like him. After the latest chapter, I certainly do not, Kevin. Thank you so much for your comment. I'm hoping that there's going to be, you know, more to him, but at this moment, he's a rotten. He's a rotter, I should say. Thanks so much for your comment. Anna Marie, hi Veggie, Chapter 8, Part A. I hate the Malfoy scene in the movie because it made it seem like the Weasleys had bad seats when in actuality they had some of the best seats in the stadium. You just made me think of something, Anna Marie. Because they didn't have Ludo and they didn't have... At no point Arthur like says, oh, I got lucky with these tickets or anything. We're meant to assume that they bought them. And so... because they didn't have that explanation, they would have to be in the cheap seats, wouldn't they? But they're pretty blooming good seats from where I'm standing. Or sitting. Part B. What a game. I feel like this chapter had so many parts that were important to the overall storyline, though they are very well hidden. That it was a huge mistake for the directors to cut the scenes from the movies. Chapter 9. Part A. The Death Eaters showed their cruelty here so much. I do what they did to do what they did to innocent family, but more to innocent children is horrible. Yeah, that is when it steps up a notch. It really does. Part B. This chapter brings being removed from the movies and changed so dramatically was one of the big disappointments in the writers and directors of the films. It actually changes large key parts of the storyline and complexity. Yeah, showing Barty Crouch Jr. is, yeah, obviously we don't know who that is at this point, but yeah. It also shows how scared everyone is at the possibility of Voldemort's return. Thanks for putting up with all our rants in these chapters. Hope you start to see why a lot of fans dislike this movie. Anna Ray, thank you so much for your comment. It's always greatly appreciated, and I am seeing it. I'll say this, I still do enjoy the movie. And I hope that's going to be the case afterwards. That being said, watching it again, it's just going to be like, wow, this is so crazy. How much is left out already. That is the case. And so, yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel it. Martin, hi Reggie. Fair enough, Krum catches the snitch, but maybe wait another few minutes to see who scores next. That's true. Surely Bulgaria could have snuck in the next one or two. However, what happens if it's a draw? Good question. The Ministry are officially rubbish, incompetent, prejudiced, and corrupt. Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater extraordinary, amazing, is a minister's guest. And Amos Diggory's department doesn't treat house elves well if his approach is anything to go by. That's a good point, Martin, because earlier on I was saying that I'm sure that Amos would be treating most people like this. But the fact is, it is his job to deal with these people, with these creatures. So yeah, I take that part back, what I said. That's it definitely was because of what he was talking to rather than who. Wow. Don't get me started on Crouch and Bagman, I won't. But yeah, no, I'm with you, definitely with Crouch at least, yes. Martin, thank you so much for your comment, greatly appreciated. Sarah, hey Veggie! So something I want to point out. If the Bulgarian minister shows up at the World Cup, wouldn't you expect the Irish minister to also show up? He may be there. He may be there. Or maybe they don't have a minister. You'd imagine they do. There could be crazy circumstances of why there isn't one, but anyway, let's read it. I think that this implies that Fudge is the Irish minister, and by extension, that the Minister of Magic is the Minister of UK and Ireland. Don't know how that would work, but yeah, Zara, oh God, I don't think the author would go there, because that's not okay. That's not okay. To just say, and the UK minister is Minister of Wales, Scotland, and the whole of Ireland. That is a statement in this children's book. And I know that the author has had a lot of controversies around things that they've said, but in the book, I think there has to be another explanation, because that is strong. You know, we're talking about people losing their lives and everything. I don't think that's what they were implying. That's my opinion, Zara. I don't know if you particularly know the history of Northern Ireland Republic of Ireland, but it's serious. It's not something that should be in a family-friendly rather than a children's book. I'll say family-friendly rather than children's book, because I don't think that's what they're implying. Because if it is, wow. Anyway, let's move on from that. Great point, though, Sarah. Where is the Irish minister? That's not something which I thought of at all. That's a very good point. On another note, I find the argument between Percy and Hermione interesting, especially the way that Percy talks about Winky. Percy, like Winky, seems to be very devoted to Mr. Crouch. That is such a good point. Winky and Percy are very similar, guys. Maybe Percy's jealous of Winky. Maybe he could be the new house elf. That'd be amazing. Sorry. Walking around with a tea towel. This might be why Percy's talking about Winky as if she were a fellow employee and holding her up to the same standards as he would himself, which, well, oh my goodness. Egalitarian. Egalitarian? That's a new one on me, Sarah. That is a heck of a word. Completely misses the point that Winky is a house elf and therefore being fired is not the same for her. Sarah, that is an excellent point. Maybe Percy does see Winky as just your average employee. Wow! That is inspired. Serving Mr. Crouch is all she's ever done. She was born into slavery. Yeah, I'd imagine so, yes. Especially going on the cases that we saw in the movie of Prisoner of Azkaban. It's not fair of Crouch to just fire her without a second chance, though. A second thought, sorry. Even if she did mess up badly, which she kind of didn't mess up badly. She just disobeyed orders, really. I get, again, the humiliation of... Thank you for reading my rambling and keep up the good work, Sarah. I thought it was excellent. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Rate a max of the descriptions. By the way, if you're American, guys, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I should have said that earlier. My favourite part of these, then again, if you whatever your home nationals celebrates around this time, I hope you had a good time. To everyone. My favourite part of these chapters was when the dark marks get put over the site. Pardon me. Mark gets put over the site. In the movie, it's after everything happens, but in the books, it's during the Death Eaters causing trouble. Yes, that's very true. Because it's completely desolate when Doctor Who does that. When they see it's the Doctor, I should say. I apologise. When they see it's even, they get scared and bugger off. Hope I use the term right. No, you worded it perfectly. That makes total sense to me. Also, what did you think of Winky? Winky's amazing. My comment is a little far down to skip by question. What? My comment is a little far down, so skip my question if you've already answered it. No, Radar Max, I won't skip it. No, I think she's brilliant. I think she's. I can't see anyone who doesn't like. We shall see, guys. But so far, we have not had anyone who doesn't like Winky, and so we shall see if that is consistent. So I know that some people don't like Dolly. Some people. On a side note, I love how we are hours into this book, yet only 15-20 minutes into the movie. Yeah, it must be around that. It can't be much more. This is going to be a real fun book club from here on out. Awesome. I'll buckle up. But thank you, Radar Max. Thank you so much for your help. We're getting these videos out. Joanna. Now you get Crab's obscure pick of the ugliest girl in school in Harry Potter musical. Absolutely, there it is, Winky. I do like the way that Draco's like, oh, nice reference. Which is why I thought they were going to be so much more of a smaller part. It's crazy how much Winky is important in these chapters, and that might be it. But still, I was not seeing Winky to be so significant, which is I'm loving it. I think it's brilliant. More house elves, quite frankly. Joanna, thank you so much for your comment. Catty, the movie told you that the Death Eaters were horrible. The books show it. There we go, Kai. Well done. Sorry, that's not patronising. Very well put, is what I meant. That is a summarisation of the differences right there. Interesting that Malfoy warned them to hide Hermione, even though he didn't like her. This is again. It's very interesting hearing people taking that take on that moment, because that isn't how I saw it at all. But now I can absolutely see it. I can absolutely see it. That, yeah. I guess I don't think for a second Draco wants Hermione dead. I don't. Or even severely injured. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. It's so cool to have this moment where different interpretations can be had, guys. I think this is where shippers start their ship from them. That is exactly what I was thinking when I heard this part, actually. Shame, it's not when Hermione slogged him in the last... Slogged, as in punched, or slapped, as it was in the book. Not snogged. Maybe that happened later on. Shame JK didn't think about Malfoy liking Hermione until it was too late. Ah, could have been interesting. That, I think, well, it's in the bloomin' musical as we were talking, wasn't it? Not that I think they should get together. He was too horrible to her up to this point. I know his opinion of her is misguided, but by generational prejudice, yeah, it is definitely nurture and potentially nature as well. But that doesn't change the past and his actions. Maybe JK was smart to cut that potential crush out. I'm going to be reading future chapters with them interacting with a fine-tooth comb, guys, because yeah, it's so cool hearing these different opinions of the chapters. Thank you so much, Kai, for the wonderful comment. Gothic Llama. Hey, Virgie, Chapter 8. You finally meet Winky. I'll just say she's important, so watch out for scenes with her. But sorry, by the way, it's cool to get different types of house elf. Courageous and protective Dobby, who now demands pay for his job. Good for him. I know. I'm joking earlier on when I was saying it's all about the money. Poor Winky, who is afraid of heights, but does what her master desires. And I would definitely... I would say definitely racist and angry creature. Absolutely. From 5th and 7th movie, I believe. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I think you're right. Chapter 9. I'll say it again. I'm kind of happy that Hermione and Ginny get to have their own tent. Poor... yeah, I think it completely makes sense, especially at that age. Poor Robert's family. Absolutely. Ron being loyal and protective to Hermione and swearing at Malfoy when... Well, we don't know if it was swearing, but he dares Draco to do something. When have we seen this side of him in the movies? I'm not sure. Poor movie Ron was mainly a comic relief and goofball. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Was there any point where... When he went to do the slug curse on Draco. Granted, it didn't work, but that scene is in the movie, though. But that scene was kind of like disrupted by Hermione not knowing what that meant in that moment is so powerful, guys. It really is. And we've discussed it at the time, but that difference did change that scene up a lot. But Ron did try to, you know, physically defend her in that moment. How paranoid had Mr. Crouch had to be to accuse 3 13-year-old kids of conjuring the Dark Mark? Is it pure panic, maybe? And then when Hermione says, well, we didn't do the mark, I says, oh, you know what it is here? It's kind of stupid. And then he had the audacity to be angry at Diggory for accusing Harry for a moment. Was it Crouch? Or was it Arthur? I feel like it was Arthur and Crouch, wasn't it? Yes, I think it was. Winky walking weirdly in the forest and then being caught with Harry's wand. Do you have any theories about it? Veggie, theory is probably the wrong term. I assumed that she was returning to him, and that's where my head is currently at. And so right now I'm going to leave it right there, and not trying to speculate too much, because right now my headcanon is she found it. She thought he's Jim Dale's version. Mr. Potter's gonna need it back. Sorry, I'm not going to go Jim Dale. Yes, that's where my head is. Great comment, Gothic. Thanks so much for making it. Garen. Hi, Veggie. Let the confusion begin. That's how I felt first time reading this book after being introduced to Winky. My advice, don't compare the book to what happened in the movies. I do try to, Karen, and right now I feel like I'm in a pretty good state. Quite frankly, because it's so easy to differentiate them, because the movie's barely shown anything that's in the book. Unpopular opinion. I can see why the actual game was taken out of the movie for time purposes. It doesn't add to the story. The movie could have included Winky even without the game. True. It gives us a glimpse into Crom's character and his skill, but also his character of deciding to end the game there. I feel like we learned character building information that isn't crucial but is useful for Crom, and so I feel like that's what the scene would have represented if it had been there. Also, is it just me, or does the scene with the Valors make everyone else uncomfortable? Yeah, I feel like I didn't find it as funny as it was meant to be. I feel like that's my take on it. Yeah, that's my take on it. I get what you mean, Karen. I honestly do. I'd love to hear what other people think about it, but it was a bit for me, to be honest. So maybe we're thinking alike. Great comment, Karen. Thank you so much for making it. Ashley, OMG. Another mention of Ron's marvelous feet. We started a trend, guys. I can't believe that came up again. If it's not in every book going forward, I'm going to be devastated. Also, it seems incredibly irresponsible for Arthur to send the children to the forest without at least one of-age wizard. And Fred and George being the oldest as well. Although Fred and George weren't going to mess around in this situation. The thing is, they thought it was isolated at this point, didn't they? Whereas then, obviously, Arthur had no idea what was going to happen with the Dark Mark and so on. But you're right, actually. Maybe Percy should have gone with them. Or quite frankly, I was going to say Arthur should go with him. No. It's cool that Arthur didn't say, okay, everyone apart from me go. It is actually very cool, and it shows how much respect Arthur has for his children. Because if Molly was in that situation, I bet you anything she would have said, okay, everyone go. I'm going to go and sort this out. And or Arthur if he's there. But Arthur running alongside his sons is such a cool image. I want to see fan art of that, guys. I do. That kind of warms my soul. That's a lot of respect that a father has. That's cool. I like it. Oh, that's made me smile. I'm so excited about meeting. Winky. We get to learn so much more about house elves going forward, which is awesome. I'm looking forward to it. But at the same time, I have feelings about how they are treated. I'll save my rant on the subject until we get further into the story. Much appreciated. But I feel pretty much just like Hermione in this scene. No, I'm completely with Hermione. I probably wouldn't have been as brave as she was to like blooming call it out. The fact that no one but Hermione even seems surprised by her mistreatment is pretty damning. Yeah, even Harry. Because Ron, we've already heard his opinions of them. That's so interesting, actually. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Yeah, I'm with Hermione as well. But again, I don't think I would be as brave as she was in that situation. It's a dance thing. Tell me, who do you think is the ugliest girl in school, Crab? I thought you were going to do the whole Goblet of Fire thing, which is still to come. Oh, Winky the House Elf. Good one. Obscure. There we go. There's the bit from the Very Pop musical, which I know that some of you guys actually haven't seen, guys, which I can understand. It's certainly not for everyone, but Winky does get a brief mention. We finally meet Winky. Poor, sweet little Winky. I feel so bad for her in these chapters. I just want to give her a big hug. I know exactly what you mean. Something that I'm noticing. Well, you know what? I wasn't feeling that bad for her in the first in chapter 8, but chapter 9 absolutely. And now I think about it, I do feel, because of what happens in chapter 9, I feel terrible for her in chapter 8 as well. Anyway. Something that I'm noticing whilst rereading this book is that there is a lot more humour than what was shown in the movies. There's a lot more everything than shown in the movies. Like the Bulgarian minister pretending not to speak English. That's hilarious. It is hilarious. Again, we see that Greg and Forge, there we go, are much smarter than people think and give them credit for. It's true, we never actually find out what the total is that they earn, but it's a good amount of money, and also what they're going to spend the money on. We shall find out, I presume. As for chapter 9, I think Ron said it best. That is really sick. So much more disturbing in the book than in the movie. Yeah, and there's no prejudice that's in the movie. We don't get the impression that that they're there for half-bloods, Muggle-borns, or Muggles. It's just them terrorizing wizard folk. There's no even suggestion that there's more to it than that. Or any specific targeting, I should say. I don't know if they would have been able to go that dark that quickly. I mean, torturing children, what do you think, Veggie? And also, well, yeah, it's a dark thing. And also after how this movie starts as well. I feel like it would have been too much, yes. But that doesn't mean that you can't have it just being Mr. Roberts. I know it's still not great, but that's better than, you know, his wife and children getting roped into it. Well, him getting roped into it. He doesn't know what is going on, does he? Oh, man. Yeah. I think it would have been strong, but they would have been, they could have done something, though. Even just them chanting something about half-bloods or mudbloods, you know, that would have added to it. I did my best to condense this one. 2 thick chapters with all kinds of good stuff in them. All the best, Veggie. You know, I appreciate it. That is a dance thing. The size of your comment isn't fair because it's lots of paragraphs, and so if you squash it down, it would appear a lot smaller. So don't worry about that at all. But I appreciate you condensing it. That does help me out a lot. Yeah, and great comment. Seriously, I appreciate the Gred and Forge reference as well. That was very nicely done. Give that a like. Connor. Hi, Veggie. Just a few of my thoughts on these chapters. Chapter 8, I never realised that Ron and Hermione never met Dobby. I know, I never really thought about it either. I found Stephen Fry's voice for Winky quite funny. Jim Dell's is hilarious, but not for a good reason. Oh, Harry Potter, oh, name's Winky. It's not quite like that. I'm being unfair. I am actually being unfair. In fact, now I'm worried that it's not even like that. Maybe he does. I remember it thinking, well, that's not very deep when he first did it. So maybe in the later chapter he is actually better, but I just that went over my head. Yeah, I'm now worried that's the case. If that is the case, guys, and I've been saying this entire time, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to give it another listen now, aren't I? But I do feel like Winky's is more appropriate to them. To Winky, I should say. The Omniclas are cool. They sure are. And it's good that we had so much that extra detail of them actually in action as well. I don't understand why the movie they build up to the Quidditch match and then skip past it. In my opinion, it would have been a visual masterpiece. Yeah, and I'm going to go back and check my reaction to the movie, guys, because I remember thinking, oh, we're not actually going to get to say it. Okay. But then it's like them back in the tent. And there's no sign of who won or lost or anything. Because, like, you know, Ron's still talking about Crumb and everything. And Fred and George are dancing around with the Irish flag. It felt like it was half-time or something. It really did. Which, obviously, you don't have in Quidditch. Yeah. Very odd cut, that is. I understand why in the movie... They built up to the Quidditch match. Yeah. Like I say, it's very strange. Sorry for reading that twice. It's been a long video, guys. I'm losing my place. Chapter 9. I like the contrast of the 2 chapters. In Chapter 8, everything was full of joy and excitement, whereas Chapter 9 was full of terror. It's true, Connor, and the joy has been several chapters in a row now. And so for us to suddenly go from, you know, we're talking about the Quidditch and then we're going to sleep, then, oh god, get up, there's something happening. It was effective. It was very effective. Thank you so much for your comment, Connor. Gary. Always have to second guess myself. Hi, Veggie. Cowboy hat. Winky, Bagman, Leprechauns, Vila, Omniclas. Ah! Wronski Feint. There we go. Wronski Feint. I appreciate that. I feel like that's paying off later on. I really do. So much cool stuff in these chapters. One thing that's made me laugh and I've never noticed before, it was Arthur immediately removing his glasses to wipe them after spotting the Veela. I didn't even pick up on that myself. Gary, that is a great detail. Bloomin' Arthur, eh? While Molly's away. No wonder you didn't want Molly to come along. Oh, sorry, Molly. We didn't have a ticket for you. Maybe that's the real reason that Molly isn't there. It's not. It is not. That is not the reason. No. Stop it. Gary, great comment. It's Charisse. Oh yes, Charisse, I did not read that top part of your comment beforehand, so I am slowly learning. In your best New York accent, how you New York? It's all the same. How you doing, Reggie? How you doing, Reggie? I don't really know what a New York accent is. How you doing, Reggie? There we go. That'll have to do. I apologise. These chapters set up a lot of how the books and the movies differ. When you first start this book, you mentioned something along the lines of Barty Crouch Jr. not being at the Riddle house and expecting to see him showing up casting the Dark Mark instead. When do you expect to see him now? In the bloomin' Vision? I mean him, as in not Mad-Eye Moody, if he is even Mad-Eye Moody. I have no bloomin' clue. That's a very good point, Charisse. A long time from now. That's my prediction. Yeah. And expecting to see him showing... do you think his role is still ultimately the same as it was in the movie? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you either way, Charisse. Do you think it was still Barty Crouch Jr. that cast the Dark Mark? I don't know. This is the great thing, guys. If I was forced to say, then I would probably say, okay, Barty Crouch because it happens in the movie. But that's not based on anything else. And so, I'm in a good place for this mystery. Also, I'm sure you'll discuss this, but I can't wait to hear your thoughts on House Elves and the Wizarding World. Your reactions are so much fun. Yes, even the waffling. My goodness, that's very kind, Charisse. Thank you so much, Charisse. That's very kind of you at the end there. Yeah, we've discussed it, guys. Ron, I'm surprised no one's talking about what Ron said. It's very interesting, guys. That was the thing. Percy, what Percy said did not stand out to me as much as what Ron said. And I equated it to his opinion of Squibs as well. Yeah. Great comment, Charisse. Thank you so much for making it. Always appreciate. Kate! Hi, Reggie! What do you think of the Veela? I think it was a jerk move for the Bulgarians to bring them as a mascot for the final. I would also argue, Kate, that is the case with the Leprechauns as well. Because they were essentially bribing the audience to support them. But they kept their shenanigans off the pitch. It was the Veela that started firing fireballs and affecting the referee as well. So yeah, it shouldn't be in the rules. That's my opinion of it. It might be okay to influence the viewers, but don't they also influence the players or both teams? I assumed that there was a magical reason why that wasn't happening until the referee got affected, and that's where I'm thinking maybe there isn't. Or did the Irish team bring earplugs for protection? Yeah, that would. You'd imagine that Quidditch probably has quite a bit of communication. You know, much in the same way like goalkeepers shout like commands and everything to players in football and everything. So that could affect that, unless there's some sort of whisper spell that they could put on each other. Wizarding World, guys. There's lots of possibilities, isn't there? Referee clearly didn't. Absolutely. The chaos and the fighting between the Vila and Leprechaun, it was hilarious though. It was very funny. But part of me was like, oh come on, let's have a fair game as well at the same time, you know. Which again means that it's very well written. You know, I was taking the game seriously. This, you know, this fictional game in a book, I was taking seriously. I don't mind much the lack of match in the movies. But I don't understand the Malfoy interaction about the seats, which is a complete 180 from the book and totally unnecessary. Yeah, I completely agree, Kate. It had me so confused whilst reading that part of the book. But again, if we don't have Arthur getting the tickets from Ludo, you can't have Arthur turning up in the minister's box, you know. I mean, they could have written it into saying, you know, they could have had Fudge like say, "Hey, Harry, you come, and I guess your friends here as well can come up to the Royal Box," just like a little scene there, you know. But also, again, that moment reminds us how much we hate the Malfoys, and so it did have purpose to fix a hole that was torn out by removing Ludo. Yeah. But it certainly had me confused whilst listening to the book for the first time. Also, the lack of Winky is criminal. That is a good way of putting it. And taking away much from these two chapters. And with her, we start the important discussion of elf rights. I really like how strong the position Hermione is on this issue. I think her knowledge of Muggle history is what gave her a unique perspective and why it horrifies us so much. Kate, that is exactly it. Yes, absolutely. Her connection to Muggle life and knowing how wrong these sort of things can be. Yeah. I'm hoping that other people start taking her side, you know? But then Harry's... Yeah. I'm looking forward to more. I'm hoping there is more, because I was fully behind her on this. Jonas of the side panel fame. Sorry for not changing this over sooner, Jonas. Hey Reggie with stars. I really like the Quidditch match for the people we get to see for a glimpse of this chapter. I really hope Lynch is okay after hitting his head. He seems like a team player who would give everything for his team. Yeah, I'd imagine there must be many Quidditch games which literally end with someone hitting the ground as they catch the snitch. And that's obviously what Lynch was going for. He wasn't intending to just crash into the ground, but he was willing to if it meant he got the snitch. It's very cool, very cool. And I'm sure he was fine. I also really like that we get to see the international Quidditch referee, Egyptian, wasn't he? As to be interesting how someone becomes... has to be interesting how someone becomes a referee. I'd imagine it's that if you're into Quidditch but aren't particularly good at it. I would imagine that. Or watch a lot of it. In Hogwarts, they get caught flying, and people that are talented get picked for Quidditch team. They're taught flying, sorry. But they never learn to referee. Are English referees just players with not enough talent to be on a professional team? Well, there isn't an English... is it because this is taking place in England? Because as I remember, in sports in general, international sports in general, you know, the referees aren't always of the home, or you know, the home side, of the home nation, I should say. I think that's probably it. I think that's probably the case with football in general. In sports in general, in referees in general, people who either were really into it but didn't really play much of it, or maybe just weren't very good at it. You know. I remember one of the Critical Role actors, Travis Wilhelm, is that his name? No, Travis something. Being asked in a Q&A, how do you get into voice acting? And I'm pretty sure his answer was fail at real acting or something like that, which is ridiculous because he's a great voice actor. But yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, but it makes sense. And I'd imagine it's just the same as in reality, in real sports. Jonas, thank you so much for your comment and as always, the wonderful side panels. Millie! God, I love... What a brilliant start to the comments. God, I love Winky in these chapters. It's such a shame they cut her character. Even just a brief appearance of her would have been nice. Yeah, I agree, Millie. Like I say, if they had... It would have had to be clear that it wasn't Dobby. That was the most important thing that they had to do. But it would have been cool to just have something, you know, just like a little moment where we see them. They are there, little moments where they could have been. I think, I think I'm just a sucker for house elves. I love reading about all the different species in Harry Potter, and I wish I got to see more of them in the films. I think I'm the same, Millie. There ain't a house elf I met which I don't enjoy. Obviously, Creature, I don't agree with him, but I for some reason I find him fascinating. I really do. And this is definitely my favourite Quidditch match we see. I like you. I'm not a big fan of Quidditch, but I loved seeing the professional match, and my favourite part was probably the mascot. So there we go. Yeah, I probably is my favourite as well. It probably is my favourite, even when the Hufflepuff won one, guys. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I'm with that with Emily. Although, like I say, when I was reading it for the first time, I was like, oh, come on, let's have a fair game. So, like, when the mascots got involved. But yeah, it was definitely awesome. Such a shame it wasn't in the movie. Melly, thank you so much for your comment. Stephen! Hi, Veggie! I hope my microphone doesn't peak too much when I do that. I apologise if it does. There's so much to unpack in these chapters that I'm going to list them to keep my comments short. Appreciate. Chapter 8. What do you think of the new character Winky? I adore her. I think she's blooming wonderful. I really do. I think she's great. I hope that she's going to be okay. I need some omnioculars to... omninoculars, I should say, for the next time I go to a live sporting event. It would be so amazing, wouldn't it? Maybe eventually they'll do something... God knows how, but something similar. What did you think of the Veela? I don't think they should have been allowed to considering they distracted the Rev. Absolutely. And also they stampeded Lynch. That being said, the game may have technically been over at that point, but it's still not okay though, guys. In fact, in a way, it's not worse, but it's still not okay. We learned that Dobby is wanting to get paid. Good on him. I agree. I hope that my jesting earlier on about him being all about the Benjamins and everything was taken in as silly as it was meant, as intended. But yeah, I completely agree. Chapter 9. The Death Eaters felt like much more of a threat in the book compared to in the movie. I could not put it better myself. I hate Amos after the way he spoke to Winky. Ever since I first read this book. Yeah, I was okay with him up to this point, even with his... I felt like what he said to Harry was just insensitive. But not after this chapter. I did not like the way he was talking with Winky. As a side note, what would you think of Anthony Head, Giles, be in... Oh, what do you think of Anthony Head, Giles, being in the TV series? Who do you think he'd be good as? I think he'd play a good Dumbledore. I swear to goodness, Stephen, for a second then I thought you were saying that he'd been confirmed to be in it. Maybe a very old James Potter. No, that wouldn't make sense. Wow, Anthony Head, great actor, guys. If you're not into Buffy, you may have seen him on other stuff. He is a prolific actor, but he's fantastic. He's great in Buffy. He would play a very good Dumbledore. Fudge? I feel like he could do a good Fudge. Or maybe even Barty. I mean, we're meeting all these characters, guys. I'm really going on age at this point. No, he would be able to do a very good Dumbledore. He'd be able to do the subtleties and the warmth of the character. Who did I say? Fudge? I'd want him to be a more significant character, but I'm struggling to think of characters that would fit his remit. Yeah, I think you got a good call with Dumbledore. I'm gonna keep thinking about that going forward, Stephen. But that is definitely a good call with him. Yeah. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Q. We don't have time for your games. I'm sorry, Q. There was a pinball machine of Star Trek that I used to play when I was a kid, and every now and then it would go, Q. We don't have time for your games. I apologize. Let's get on with your comments. sorry, Q. Some major deviations from the actual plot points in the movie here. Why did they show the person conjuring the dark mark? It was odd, and that whole line of there was a man. I don't know why that line tickles me pink so much. I can't wrap my head around the changes to that scene and the Tom Riddle house sequence. Yeah, both Barty Crouch Jr. scenes. Some changes I can understand even if I don't like them, but the way they just show you who's responsible from the start in the movie is completely nonsensical. Yeah, and it also makes the scene just to not make sense, because it's like, oh, it's that guy that we saw at the start of the scene, but we have nothing to grab hold of in that. So yeah, it is odd, especially so early on in the movie. Overall, the whole Dark Mark chapter in the book is so much more suspenseful, I apologize, and scary than in the movie show. I completely agree. It's not scary at all. It's a cool image in the movie, but I certainly wouldn't say it's scary or intimidating as it's meant to be. The movie captures the chaos okay, but there's no sense of what the threat actually is and how it connects to the plot. Yeah, and also how at risk Hermione is. Anyway, I'm sure I'll rant about the movies plenty in the future. That's fine, it's time to worry about that. So I'll end this on a more positive note. I love every bit of the conversation between the Weasleys, Harry, and Hermione. Even if it's not always the nicest conversation, it's always fascinating to examine their dynamics. Yeah, and I would say particularly with Hermione in this chapter. I think she's so blooming awesome, so brave, quite frankly. It's brilliant hearing all the different takes on it, and quite frankly, Harry is sitting in silence pretty much during it. He's not airing his opinions yet. We shall see. Q, thank you so much for your comment. H, hi, Reggie. He was very brave, wasn't he? Said Hermione about Krum. Yes, she clearly really values bravery. Oh, that's Gryffindor way, isn't it? That might explain why the Sorting Hat put her into Gryffindor, and why Harry is her best friend. That's actually very true. Although, doesn't it say at some point that Ginny is her best friend? I feel like in one of the movies it just pulls that out and it's like, oh, really? Okay. I'm sure it does. But then, obviously, we have a lot more Ginny in the book, so I'm sure that will be more apparent. The anxiety everyone is feeling after the Dark Mark appears is so well written. I love how Mr. Weasley ends up getting the role of being the grown-up, even in the situation surrounded by other grown-ups. I also really like when it's really heated between Amos and Barty. That was cool. Yeah, and Arthur he's keeping a cool. He's purposely keeping a cool head, like actively. He's like saying, "Okay, come on, I want to go back to sleep." We're trying to get to his tent and everything, but he knows the chaos of what's just happened and the severity of it. It's very good. It's some good Arthur stuff in these chapters, guys. Arthur's description of the Dark Mark and why it's so feared is so very good. I didn't really have the same impact in the movie. I didn't understand what it was. Like I said, I thought it was some sort of teleport thing. Seriously, which is insane, really. I've said it before, but I really dislike what they did with this movie. It's got some brilliant parts too, I agree. But the fact they turned what basically was a crime novel into a story where they actively did a spoiler or two at the start, it's just weird. It is weird. Weird is a good word for it. It's not lazy. It's not lazy. It's not bad. It's just weird. Yeah, there are definitely weird choices made. I think that is actually the ultimate word for it. Hey, thank you so much for your comment. Simon. Boy, that escalated quickly. It did. First point is, why should a broom need an anti-burglar buzzer? Surely a charm that curses the non-designated flyer would make a lot more sense. That's actually... a buzzer is a very odd choice. We're talking about the blue bottle here, by the way, guys, if you didn't know. Yeah, that is one of its selling points, isn't it? First chapter and already another new book, only character and the Vila. While you'll see probably best that the leprechauns weren't in the film as their penchant for using Warwick Davis for the short roles would have created very unlikely film crossover. Crossover. Does he play Leprechaun in the Leprechaun movies? I haven't seen them. They're horror movies, aren't they? Does he? Is he Leprechaun? Or the Leprechaun? I don't know what it's called. I'm guessing that's what you're getting at, Simon. Very interesting. The description of Quidditch always makes it sound like football on brooms, but the World Cup match makes you realise it's more like rugby in air. That's actually a very fair point. Also, could someone please tell Hermione to stick her tongue back in? To be fair, I'm guessing you're talking about her comments about Krum being so brave and everything. Maybe that's what you mean. Unless you mean her criticism of Harry and Ron, because they got their tongue out as well. The Dark Mark chapter is probably better at showing the Death Eaters as an actual threat compared to the scene in any of the films. You're probably right. I loathe the film costume choice for them, looking like a black clan. I completely agree. I'm surprised that they didn't put, oh my goodness, SS badges on them for good measure, and wonder what Crouch was looking for. I wonder what Crouch was looking for. Yeah, they definitely look like they're officials. And quite frankly, the shape of the hat, the shape of the mask, I got to admit, guys, I didn't. No, you know what? In the movie, I think I did say a comment thinking, "Oh my, I thought this was going in a different direction for a second." Then, yeah, it's definitely a direct reference, isn't it? In the movie, but in the book, I don't think it says anything about particularly shaped hoods. I don't think so. No. Well, it's going to be fun getting to the end of this book this time next year. I'm sorry about how long it takes me, Simon, but I hope you appreciate, that it does unfortunately take me that long. I mean, I'd love to be able to fit stuff like, Hogwarts Legacy and stuff like that back into the schedule and everything, but it's just impossible at the moment. So I hope that you understand in a way. Anyway, great comment, greatly appreciated. Logan, hi Veggie. Two real great chapters, but also two really different chapters from one another. The Quidditch World Cup is a really fun and uplifting chapter, and the Dark Mark chapter is really intense and shows the terror that Voldemort brings to the adults. I find it strange that Ron doesn't understand the seriousness of the Dark Mark. Why was everyone so uptight about the skull thing? He is usually the go-to for information on the Wizarding World, having grown up in a family affected by the last war of Voldemort caused. Well, Logan, I get the impression, because people don't like saying the word Voldemort, so you'd imagine people don't even like talking a lot about Voldemort. He who shan't be named aside and everything, they simply just don't like talking about him. And so Arthur and Molly, no doubt, I'm sure Arthur and Molly would have lost loved ones, maybe even family members, during that war, and don't want to bring that on their children because, as far as they're concerned, we don't need to worry about it anymore. Which, you know, the significance of that death mask going up again. That dark mark every time. Just shows how powerful that symbolism is. So yeah, I can't imagine that Arthur and Molly would have taught him about it. And maybe Binns doesn't teach modern history. Great point. Great point. You would expect it from Harry to say something like that. That's true. Maybe the fear of seeing the dark mark above their house makes it tough to speak about even years on for after the first Wizarding War. There we go. Yeah, I think that's it, Logan. I think you've hit the nail on the head there perfectly, Logan. Great comment. Greatly appreciated. It's Howard. Hi, been dreading this moment when we arrived to Chapter 9. It's one of my least favourite in the saga. And I usually skip it when reading Harry Potter for leisure. Not because it's a bad chapter. On the contrary, I think it's brilliantly written. I feel like I know what you're about to say. It's just, what happens to the Roberts family? I knew it. I can see it. I can see it. I honestly can see it. What happens to the Roberts family, especially the wife, makes me sick to my stomach, and not necessarily just in a figurative term. I knew you were going to say that, Howard. I appreciate it. You know what? I can see it. I can see that. I really can. For me personally, Chapter 9 marks the point where Harry Potter definitely stops being a children's series. I can see that, yeah. I know there have already been some dark, very dark moments. The murder at the manor, that's what I was thinking. The twins choking Dudley, I've forgotten about that one, which was messed up. But Chapter 9 cements it for me. Yeah. I agree. And not just that, but the misery of Winky, the bullying of Winky, like these very powerful, everyone there has power over her. And she's tiny, and yeah. And it is just like a long nightmare of a chapter. Not just the whole thing with the Roberts, but I had a feeling that's what you were going to highlight. You're fairly new to the fandom, so you probably don't know it, but what happened to the Roberts is one of the most discussed moments in this series! I wouldn't have guessed it at all. That's fascinating. A part of the fandom, and it's not a small part by any means, believe it was just a harmless prank. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's a POV that is just unfathomable. That point of view is just unfathomable. What's your opinion of that? Do they also argue that it's all okay because they then had their minds wiped? Because I'm not on board with that. I'm really not. Especially if what happens with Jacob in Fantastic Beasts is anything to go by. They will always have a part of that trauma in them, regardless of you taking it out. I wonder if they add that. And if they do add that, I don't think it's good enough. I do not think it's good enough at all, guys. I do not. Even if their memories are wiped to the point where they will never remember anything, it is still as messed up as it is in the moment. That is my take on it. If you disagree, I'd love to read your comments on it, though. Seriously. Wow. If you were in Mr. Roberts' place and someone told you that the people who did these things to you were actually good guys, and the people who fight against them were actually the bad guys, would you believe them, or would you believe the exact opposite? If you were in Mr. Roberts' place and someone told you that the people who did these things to you were actually good guys, and the people who fight against them are actually... I'm not sure what you mean by that, Kawa. Because they are bad guys. Even in the world of Harry... Yeah, they are the bad guys. I'm sorry, Harold. I think I may have misunderstood that part of the comment, but it is quite a chunky comment, so I'll move on from that part if that's okay. So we are getting towards the end now, guys. The culprits were not caught. If they had been, what would have been an appropriate punishment in your opinion? It's going to be jail time. I'm not going to say they should be publicly humiliated or anything, or like have something happen similar to their families or anything. I'm not like that at all, guys. It's going to be by the book system for me, in my opinion. Finally, Mr. Weasley said that finding your loved one dead is everyone's worst fear. How come it wasn't anybody's worst fear in the last book then? I have an opinion on this, but I'll save it for the next book club, if that's okay, since this comment is already too long. I appreciate that, how I appreciate you taking that into consideration. Mr. Weasley said, finding your loved one dead is everyone's worst fear. Oh, are you referring to Snape there? I guess you're referring to... I'm actually not 100% sure what you're referring to, but I'm guessing you're referring to Snape. I guess because Mr. Weasley isn't there. Mr. Weasley is saying what he believes in that moment. He's not telling the book reader what their moral compass should be. And so, yeah, I think you're talking about Snape. I can't think of any moment with Mr. Weasley that would relate to him not thinking that in Prisoner of Azkaban. However, great comment. I'm so sorry if I misinterpreted any of it, but I had a feeling that you were going to say that. And that's fascinating. That is one of the biggest talking points. Seriously, that's absolutely fascinating. Greatly appreciated. Mortimer! I love little comedy moments in Chapter 8, like the referee being healed. Wait, referee being healed by kick in the shins by the Medi-Wizards. Is that what happened? I missed that. That's amazing. Or Bulgarian minister actually speaking English. That was amazing. Did they heal him by kicking in the heels? That's amazing. Sweet shin music, as Mick Foley would refer to it in wrestling. That's amazing. Great comment, Mortimer. I did not pick up on that. Carmen. Hey Reggie, such great chapters, and almost everything was cut or drastically changed in the movies. There are so many interesting and new topics to discuss in these chapters. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. I hope you've enjoyed it, Cameron. If you got this far. Chapter 8. The build-up to the World Cup was so great, but I feel it ripped off everything I watched. I feel ripped off every time I watch the movie when they blatantly don't show the game. Yeah, and they really, really suggest that they're going to. Yeah, it's a crazy choice. Weird, as that previous comment said. Chapter 9. This is another case of grown wizards not believing what the trio say. That voice was human. Poor Winky. Absolutely. I feel so bad for her. Yeah, you're not alone. You're not alone, Carmen. It's so interesting how many times the word adult has been mentioned in this book club, guys. Because I don't think I mentioned it at all in my review. Going through my notes. But in so many different aspects, people have brought up the adult aspect of it. It's very interesting. From every single aspect, particularly in Chapter 9. It's all been discussion about the differentiation between student and, well, teenager, I should say, and adult. Very interesting. Carmen, great comment. Trini. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I'm saying your name wrong. I've been waiting for Winky. She strikes me as a veggie character. I completely agree. I completely agree. I have a suspicion, guys, that I might end up... It depends how much she's in it. It depends, because the thing is, Draco says that she's obscure in the musical. I think I might end up liking her more than Dobby. Dobby is stressful. At least in Chamber of Secrets, whenever he's around, there is a level of stress around him. But Winky, I just feel terrible for her. And she's definitely a veggie character, I can confirm. Thank you so much for your comment. I'm so sorry if I always say your name wrong. Rachel! There's Angel. Good Angel episode this week, guys. Episode 7 of the first series of Angel, if you haven't seen it. Rachel, I don't have anything to say. That is a great start to a comment. There is a... In Zelda 2, for the Nintendo, or the NES, as me and my brothers would refer to it. I never played Zelda 2. Oh no, that's not that. No, that's I Am Error. No, it's in the Superman Nintendo game. NES, as I say. Which I've certainly never played. But there is like an instant character that you can walk up to and you talk to everyone in the street and everything. Or in the office and everything. And there's someone who says, I have nothing to say. I think that's in that. I need to watch the Angry Video Game Nerd of it. Because I'm pretty sure that does happen. I have nothing to say. I don't have anything to say except I love these chapters. Winky especially. And I can finally play Hogwarts Legacy on the Switch. I hope you're having a great time with it, Rachel. How is it? I'd imagine it plays brilliantly on the Switch. Hope they added in some extra features as well. It's everything I hoped for. Hope you are well, Veggie. Rachel, I'm glad you're really enjoying it, and we need to get back to it on the channel. I really do. We're playing on the PC version, so great comment, Rachel. Have they added mods yet? I hope so. That'd be cool. Either way, the final comment, guys, and I think it is actually the final comment. I'll do a refresh in a second. TJ Duckworth, which is a great name. Hi, Veggie. I've been following your Harry Potter journey on YouTube since the beginning, but I just recently joined a Patreon and wanted to say thank you for making these videos. I absolutely adore listening to your take on my favourite book series. TJ, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for joining the discussion and enjoying the series all the way through. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me, guys. It really does, guys. It blows my mind. It really blows my mind how much support and and input. The input I love that you guys give to this series. It means the absolute world to me, and so I'm so glad that you enjoy it, TJ. One interesting fact about Goblet of Fire, and the reason I think the book to movie adaptation is particularly bad with this book, is the director of the movie has said he didn't even... Oh my giddy goose. Are you kidding me? Okay. The director of the movie said he didn't even read the book before directing the movie, and that's why there were so many changes. Why? Is that because I wanted to make it my own? It's the blooming story! Wow, TJ, that's crazy! That is crazy, TJ. That's a fascinating fact, though. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to say well done, guys. I hope I don't sound patronising when I say that. Also, I've been watching my my early Buffy reactions recently, guys, and I say love a lot when I'm talking about female characters. I've got to express that is me saying it ironically. In real life, I would never have the gall to refer to someone as love in the condescending way that I do in my videos. It's always meant to be, it's like the hope that's vegan sort of thing. I'm not really like that in real life, guys, and so I'm sorry if there's ever been misconstrued, but in Buffy, I refer to people as love all the time. And I'm not doing it on purpose, but I'm doing it as a joke. And so, yeah, I thought I'd mention that. But TJ, thank you so much for the comment. And I think that is the last one. I will do a quick restart. Refresh. That's all she wrote, guys. So thank you so much. I'm not referring to TJ there. That's the saying. That's all she wrote. That's it. What a great book club. Seriously, some topics we focused on more than I was expecting. Some topics didn't get brought up. Nobody bringing up Ron's opinion of house elves, guys. It surprised me. This is the joy of doing this, though. It's not like a box of chocolates, because you know what you're going to get in a box of chocolates. Yeah, these are fun, guys. I really... It's so nice to end on TJ's lovely comment as well, because that is so kind of them. And yeah, it really... It gets me through these times knowing that we have these discussions coming up, you know. So thank you all so much for being a part of it. I love every single one of the comments. They're always so brilliant. So thank you so much. Ron's Massive Feat has made his second appearance. Maybe we need to do something each time that Ron's Massive Feat gets mentioned. I don't know. We'll work it out. Let me know what you think in the comments. Please, 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 in your comment, tell me it doesn't matter veggie. Because that is something which I need to hear. Seriously. These videos would probably be like an hour long. If I was to hear people just say, it doesn't matter veggie. Good stuff. Love every single one of you guys. Please like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time.